a volunteer fundraiser and friend to children with the greatest difficulties, and whose legacy continues to shape the school's inclusive spirit. What steps is the government taking to support the creation of more schools like Henry Tyndale, so that children with SEND needs in my community and beyond have access to the high quality specialist environments that they deserve?
Stay.
Mr Speaker, absolutely, I join with my honourable friend. She is right to draw attention to the amazing work in the specialist sector, the tremendous expertise, knowledge and passion that so many people bring to supporting children with some of the most complex needs. It's why that at the forefront of all of our minds as we bring forward any reform to the SEND system is how we deliver better outcomes for children with SEND. That will be our guiding principle. It must be our guiding principle. So alongside better mainstream inclusion, we will of course make sure that there is the specialist provision necessary for the children who need it.
The chance.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I've heard from and met with numerous parents in my constituency with children with special educational needs, all frustrated with the way that the system currently works. And I welcome the Secretary of State, saying that she wants outcomes for children to be at the centre of reforms. But, for instance, recently a parent contacted me. She has got an EHCP for her child. That helps them to be in mainstream education. She said she felt absolute fear and horror when she heard about potential government plans for reform, the risk of her son losing the ability to stay in the school that has been an absolute godsend for him, in her words. Can she assure parents that the reforms that she's planning will not take away support that children currently have and will ensure that every child has the support they need to genuinely thrive?
Mr Speaker, I can be clear that children with SEND have a legal right to additional support, and Labour will always protect that. But I would just say to the Honourable Lady, all of us have a responsibility in how we approach this, and we do have a responsibility not to cause undue alarm amongst parents who are currently experiencing a system that isn't working, that is too adversarial. But I do believe that a better system will be delivered. We can make sure children get early, timely support that is much more effective and focused on their outcomes. And the plans that we will set out later this year will be shaped by all of the conversations with the parents she describes that I too have had with experts, with school leaders and campaigners to make sure that we do get this right.
Shadow Minister Neil O'Brien.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Parents are getting in touch with MPs across the country to ask if existing special needs support will be continued under the planned reforms. The Schools Minister has said that the government won't be removing effective support. But what does this word effective mean? Who will judge what is effective and on what basis? And why won't the government just guarantee that all children will keep the support that they've currently got?
Mr Speaker, as I just said in response to the Honourable Lady, children with SEND have a legal right to additional support. We will not just protect it, we will improve it. We will deliver better outcomes and support for children with SEND. And I have to say, Mr Speaker, I don't know how he's got the brass neck to stand there and ask that question after the system that they left behind, described by the last Education Secretary as lose, lose, lose. It is for that reason that we deal with so many questions about this topic every time we gather for this session of questions, because what we have at the moment isn't working by any objective measure. Children being failed, parents being failed, and it falls to this Labour government to deliver the better system of support that all of our children with SEND desperately need.
Dr Neil Hudson.
Number 9, Mr Speaker.
Minister.
With permission, Mr Speaker, I'll answer question 9 and 20 together. Mobile phones have no place in schools. Government guidance is clear that schools should prohibit the use of devices with smart technology throughout the school day. Research from the Children's Commissioner shows that 99.8% of primary schools and 90% of secondary schools already have policies restricting their use of mobile phones.
Neil Hudson.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Many of the young people that I meet in schools across Epping Forest are very clear. When they are at school, they agree with their local school policy of restricting mobile phones. But sadly, this government has repeatedly refused our Conservative calls to protect our children with a national ban on phones in schools, even voting against it, Mr Speaker, when bodies like UNESCO and the OECD are crystal clear about the negative impacts of phones on young people's education. When will this government listen to the evidence and our school leaders and support a ban on smartphones in schools for the sake of our young people's education and their mental health?
Minister.
Mr Speaker, I've said phones shouldn't be out in schools. Heads have the powers to enforce that. The party opposite backed those measures themselves. If they felt they need to go further, they had 14 long years to do so.
I'm done.
Mr. Speaker, last Thursday I could feel the fear in a hall full of primary school parents in Totnes as they listened to campaigners going through the evidence about the impact of smartphones on kids at secondary school. There's a clear safeguarding issue around kids seeing videos showing hardcore pornography and violence. So I'm pleased that Tina Graham, the head of Kingsbridge Community College, has just announced a smartphone-free policy from September to protect children, which means no phones in school at all, except for reasonable adjustments. A much better policy than the not seen, put it in your bag policy, which most schools follow. In light of these safeguarding concerns, where every child is only as safe as the least safe phone in school, could the Minister explain why he won't do the one thing that could transform our children's mental health, physical health and school attainment and direct all schools to go smartphone free?
Please, it's not fair. I've got to get others in. Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think her question actually demonstrates that mobile phones have no place in schools, and there's already guidance in place to reflect that. The mobile phones in schools guidance is clear, and schools should prohibit the use of devices with smart technology throughout the school day, including during lessons and transition and breaks. We expect all schools to take steps in line with this guidance to ensure mobile phones do not disrupt pupils' learning. If pupils fail to follow these rules, schools should have the power to confiscate devices.
Secretary of State Laura Trott.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the other place, Baroness Smith of Malvern, a Department for Education Minister, said, and I quote, "There is no clear scientific consensus on a negative impact from screen time and social media use on the mental health and neurological or functional development of children and young people." Mr. Speaker, I fundamentally disagree. There is overwhelming and extensive evidence of the harm caused. But I want to know the government position. Does the Minister agree with his ministerial colleague on this, or does he agree with me?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, last year her government claimed that action on mobile phones was prohibiting in schools and that the guidance meant a consistent approach across all schools. Their words. So in backing the Tory government's measures, was the member wrong then or wrong now?
Gareth Snell.
Number 11, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And well, I'd like to take the opportunity to thank all post-16 providers and all staff for their tireless work over the last academic year and indeed wish them a restful summer break. Following the autumn budget, this government made available over £400 million extra planned spending on 16 to 19 education in the financial year 2025 to 26. Since then, an additional £190 million for 2025-26 is available to respond to 16 to 19 demographic growth and other pressures on the system, creating opportunities for young people to succeed.
Gareth Snell.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I draw the House's attention to my register of interest, where I'm a governor of the Stoke-on-Trent Sixth Form College and chair of the APPG on sixth forms. Can I thank the Minister for her answer and say that the additional capital available for post-16 providers is very welcome. The Stoke-on-Trent sixth form is seeing huge increase in interest around science, healthcare science and computer science. These are subjects that are mission critical to the delivery of the government's ambitious programmes. But can I ask the Minister when this capital will be available so that my sixth form and others around the country can build those high-quality learning environments for those young learners?
Minister.
Yeah, I thank my honourable friend for mentioning his fantastic City-on-Trent Sixth Form College, and I would like to reassure him and other members that this government is committed to ensuring that there is a place in education or training for every 16 to 18-year-old who wants one, and details on the £375 million of capital investment to accommodate additional learners entering the system will be announced in due course.
Will put together.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A report presented to the APPG for Care Experienced Children and Young People revealed that over 4,000 young people in care either moved placements or left care during their A-level exam period. What steps is the Minister taking to ensure schools and colleges are properly equipped to support care experienced students facing such instability at a crucial point in their education?
Minister.
I thank the honourable member for her thoughtful and provoking question, really advocating for care leavers to make sure they have that durability that they need at schools to make sure that they have that seamless experience. And I would just like to reassure that care leavers who start an apprenticeship are entitled to 3,000 bursaries, and local authorities must provide a 2,000 bursary for care leavers who go on to universities. And just to say that this government is extremely concerned about the education not being broken for care leavers and making sure we support them in every which way we can.
Then couldn't job.
Question number 13, sir.
Minister.
With permission, Mr Speaker, I'll answer questions 13 and 17 together. We are engaging extensively with families and experts as we seek to improve support for children with special educational needs and disabilities. We've invested £1 billion into high needs budgets and £740 million into creating more specialist places. We're rolling out schemes from the PINS programme to Inclusion 2028 that are laying the groundwork for long-term reform. We are building a system where every child can achieve and thrive.
Good job.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the Minister for that answer. On Friday, I got the opportunity to visit the outstanding Springfield Primary School in my Spelthorne constituency. They have 500 pupils, 30 of whom have EHCPs and 6 applications currently in. Can the Minister reassure the parents of those 6 and the many, many parents across the country that while this review into EHCPs is going on, that local education authorities are not going to slow-roll existing applications or indeed fail them as a default in order for them to go to tribunal and try and beat the clock?
Minister.
We've not yet made decisions on the future of education and healthcare plans, but we are extremely focused on strengthening the support system so that every child can receive timely, high-quality help. And we will set out further details on our approach to special educational needs in the white paper this autumn. And in the meantime, obviously, children should be getting the support that they need, and we're putting in the groundwork so that more children can have that.
Lizzie Collins.
Thank you, Mr. We know early intervention is most effective for children with SEN, and too many children in my constituency of Morecambe and Loonsdale have been let down in this respect. Lancashire, though, is for the first time receiving funding for Best Start hubs. So I'm wondering if the Minister could tell me how will this in particular improve early support for those children?
Minister.
So as I said, we are already investing in supporting children and their families. We're investing in Best Start family hubs, as the Honourable Lady mentioned. We want to make sure that all children have access to a family service professional that's trained to support inclusion, that can identify where children have additional needs ahead of starting school and can support parents to navigate services too.
Dr Ben Spencer.
Question 14, please, Mr Speaker.
Minister.
Ensuring schools and colleges have the resources and buildings they need is key part of our mission to break down the barriers to opportunity to give every child the best start in life. For this specific project, I can confirm the Department is in the process of finalising the feasibility study, and we expect to procure the works later this year. Until that process is complete, we will not be able to advise on the length of the construction programme. However, positive progress continues to be made in collaboration with the Trust.
I thank him for his answer. Could he clarify as to whether the Magna Carta School in Egham is going to have a full rebuild due to RAC, or just the science and arts block will be rebuilt? And would you meet with me to discuss this and the work going forwards of such a fantastic local school?
Yeah,
very happy to meet with the Honourable Member.
Andy Mackney.
15, Mr Speaker.
Minister.
This government is committed to ensuring every child can access the tools they need to achieve and thrive. We did inherit a challenging workforce picture from the previous government, which is why we are committed to recruiting an additional 6,500 teachers. We're backing teachers. We're restoring teaching to a highly valued profession. There's no doubt that technology has a key role to play in driving high and rising standards at school. However, the most important factor for high quality education is having an expert teacher at the front of the classroom.
Speaker, in Rosendale, the Academy Trust that runs our Stott School, Valley Leadership Academy, recently announced plans to introduce a virtual teacher for top set maths. This approach has understandably raised a lot of concerns, and I've been working with the Trust to make sure it's designed in the pupil's best interest. As a result, I've been assured this will be a temporary measure, that there will be a qualified maths teacher in the room to provide additional support, and an appropriate range of adjustments will be made for SEND pupils. But looking forward, I remain concerned that without safeguards, the use of virtual teachers may become a default cost-saving measure to address recruitment challenges. So would the Minister share her view on how can we ensure such approaches are always designed in people's best interests.
Stir, come on, Mandy.
Technology has the potential to enhance time efficiency for teachers, to reduce workload, to improve student engagement and attainment, but it cannot replace the valuable relationship between teachers and pupils, because we know high-quality teaching has the biggest impact on a child's educational outcomes. School leaders rightly have the autonomy to make decisions on staff deployment, and they are best placed to make decisions on the needs of their pupils.
Wilstone.
16, please, Mr. Speaker.
Safeguarding children in schools is a priority for this government, and schools have a critical role to play in protecting children and keeping them safe. Departmental guidance is clear. Schools and colleges should have a policy and emergency plan in place to manage and respond to security-related incidents.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for the response and the recent meeting. Given that we've had 2 fake bomb threats in Swindon, which has obviously had a negative impact on my schools, will the Minister assess the current guidance so we can have lessons learned from what has happened in Swindon so we can improve it for the future? Thank you.
Minister.
I'd like to thank my honourable friend for the meeting last week. As I explained to him then, the DfE publicises the protective, security and preparedness guidance which sets out how schools should respond to bomb threat and how to embed a security culture. Act for Education e-learning is also available to all school staff and includes information on what to do in the event of a bomb threat.
Alison New.
Question number 18, please, Mr. Speaker.
This government has given a long-term commitment to improve the condition of schools and colleges. We're investing almost £20 billion in the school rebuilding programme through to 2035, delivering rebuilding projects at over 500 schools across England. This includes 8 schools in Scarborough and Whitby, with a further 250 schools to be selected within the next 2 years. We are also investing almost £3 billion per year by 2035 in capital maintenance for schools and colleges, rising to £2.4 billion this year.
Mr. Speaker, Springhead Sixth Form in Scarborough has been rated outstanding for the education and care they provide for students with complex special educational needs and disabilities. The staff are amazing, but the Sixth Form is housed in an old and unsuitable building. When I visited Springhead, I saw one student being tutored in a modified corridor due to overcrowding. Can the Minister set out what steps he is taking to ensure that pupils with special educational needs are educated in school buildings that can match those needs?
Yes. Mr. Speaker, we have also increased funding to improve the condition of schools to £2.1 billion for 2025-26, which includes over £7 million for North Yorkshire to invest in its maintained schools, including Springhead. North Yorkshire has also been allocated £6.8 million for 2025-26 to provide suitable and accessible school places for pupils with SEND who require alternative provision.
A number of years ago, Bilton Woodfield, a school in my constituency, Harrogate and Knaresborough, closed. It's been rebuilt as a specialist school for children with autism. It was meant to open in September last year, but has been delayed until September this year. Will the Minister meet with me and confirm whether or not it will open on time this September?
Quick meeting, yes?
Very happy to meet the honourable member.
David Dennis. Sir David Dennis.
Given the lose-lose-lose system the last government left behind, in their own words, we are working very hard to reform the system so that every child can achieve and thrive, and any reform will be guided by how we improve support for children with SEND, and there will always be a legal right to additional support which this government will protect.
Sir David Dennis.
In view of that answer, Mr. Speaker, I'll quote the Secretary of State. She was saying earlier that the system is so distorted that the financial allocations do not reflect the real needs of the children. That means that local authorities have huge deficits just by trying to do their job, no fault of their own. So when she comes up with her new policy in the autumn, will she commit to writing off those deficits so those authorities can do the job in the future?
Minister.
So as part of our reforms, we will commence a phased transition process which will include working with local authorities to manage their SEND system, including their deficits, alongside an extension to the statutory override until the end of 2027-28. We're going to set out more details about the plan as to how we're going to support local authorities with both historic and accruing deficits accumulated under the last government and since, due to the appalling situation that we inherited.
Jen Craft.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. On Friday, I had the absolute privilege of spending a good few hours with SEND parents in my constituency, talking about what doesn't work under the current system, what we would like to see changed. There was a lot of frustration, there were a lot of tears, they were very honest and open about their upset at the current system. But there was also a lot of ideas and a lot of determination to make change happen so that those that come after us don't have to go through the same stress and anxiety that we do as STEM parents. So will the Secretary of State guarantee that the voices of parents, of carers, of families will be integral to forming the school's white paper that is due out in the autumn?
Minister.
I can give the Honourable Lady that reassurance. I know that she is incredibly passionate about improving the SEND system, which she shares with this government, and we're not only determined to restore the trust of parents by ensuring schools and local areas are able to better identify the support of children, but we are working with parents and families to create that system which we know will improve outcomes for children and their families.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Question 21.
Mr. Speaker, Labour is rebalancing opportunities towards young people, giving them the skills they need to get on. Apprenticeship starts, achievements and participation are all up under this Labour government. From August, we are introducing foundation apprenticeships to support young people into careers in critical sectors such as construction and health and social care.
Dr. Peter Prince.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the Minister for her answer. Now, I feel sure that she is aware that the outstanding West Suffolk College in Bury St Edmunds, with more than 10,000 enrolled students, is part of the outstanding Eastern Education Group under the leadership of Nikos Savas. Would she agree that the West Suffolk College is an outstanding candidate to be awarded the status as the Construction Technical College of Excellence for the East of England, boosting skills in construction, crucial for the new West Suffolk Hospital, and the Sizewell C construction site, the largest construction site in Europe?
Yes.
I thank my honourable friend for his questions and indeed his lobbying, and I draw his attention to Labour's technical excellent colleges that will be crucial to our plans to rewire our school system to unlock opportunity for our young people and drive growth for our country. He is right that West Suffolk College is an outstanding provider, and I'm sure the college's remarkable achievements will be considered as our technical excellent colleges are indeed selected.
Dr. Crowell-Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, degree apprenticeships are great for social mobility and for matching skills to the economy. I'm such a fan of them that I created one in my parliamentary office. Would the Secretary of State like to take the time to congratulate Jack Kellis, who's achieved not just a distinction in his apprenticeship, but a first-class honours degree from the University of Lincoln, and will she do all she can to ensure that more people have opportunities to do degree apprenticeships and achieve the same success as Jack?
Yes.
I thank the honourable member for sharing that wonderful achievement of Jack Callis, and if I'd like just extend to her to say that level 6 apprenticeships are a core part of our offer and we continue to fund them.
We come to topicals. Lee Anderson.
Number one, please, sir.
State.
Mr. Speaker, before I make my topical statement, with your permission, I'd like to address last week's tragic incident in Minehead. I'm sure all members will join me in offering our support and prayers to all of those affected by the Minehead Middle School bus crash last Thursday. Our deepest sympathies and condolences go to all of those affected at the school and in the wider community, and particularly the family and friends of the 10-year-old boy who tragically lost his life. Most of those injured have now been released from hospital. Support has already been put in place for those affected, and this will continue into the summer break and beyond. And I extend my thanks to everyone involved in coordinating and delivering this vital help. I also want to pay tribute to the emergency services for their incredible response in the most challenging of circumstances. Mr. Speaker, this Labour government believes that children growing up in our country deserve the very best start in life. That's why we're investing nearly £1.5 billion over the next 3 years to transform early years and family services. This will include £500 million for rolling out Best Start family hubs in every local authority, honouring the proud legacy of Sure Start and ensuring that every family can thrive regardless of postcode or income. Labour is building back the crucial family services that were decimated by the Tories, providing high-quality support to parents, babies and children from pregnancy onward, and we're only just getting started.
Lee Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last week I visited the Outward Academy School in Kirkby in Ashfield. This school has gone from double special measures to good in just a matter of 3 years under the leadership of the Outward Grange Trust. So would the Secretary of State please say a big thank you to the Trust and the staff for helping turn this school around and giving the children in my town the education that they deserve.
Mr. Speaker, like him, I welcome the hard work of our teachers, leaders and support staff, and I'm always pleased to hear about improvements in standards. This government is ambitious for every child, and our new RISE teams are working across schools to bring together leaders with experience in turning schools around. But also to his constituents, what I'd say is that thanks to this Labour government, thousands of children will now benefit from free school meals. The new breakfast club that is opening in his constituency will be a big boost to his constituents, and we're delivering new funding for Best Start family hubs. That is the difference that a Labour government is making for his constituents.
Andrew Lewin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It remains a reality that you can take a GCSE in Russian in this country, but not Ukrainian. I have resolved to do my part to help because I believe we should have a Ukrainian GCSE available to all. And as it is a topical question, I bring some encouraging news. I've written to all the exam boards. It will be, Mr. Speaker, absolutely. Topical and quick. And AQA have reported back to me that they are very open to this, but they need to see evidence that we have enough Ukrainian-speaking teachers willing to teach the subject and to mark the papers. The good news is that with support from parliamentary colleagues, I have found 250 teachers who can do just that. So would my right honourable friend agree with me that it should now just be a matter of time before we have a Ukrainian GCSE available to all?
Minister.
My honourable friend clearly knows that the decision to create any new GCSE is made by an independent awarding organisation, but I've also met with the Ukrainian Education Minister. I know how important this issue is to Ukrainian families living in the UK and others. And the Secretary of State has written to the awarding organisations to encourage them to create a Ukrainian GCSE, and I am now well aware of his interest in this issue, and I'm more than happy to convey it also.
Laura Trott, Shadow Secretary of State.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I completely support the Secretary of State's opening words, and my thoughts and prayers are with all of those affected by the devastating incident. Now, Mr. Speaker, government documents state that the first step in achieving its primary school readiness mission is its target to recruit 6,500 teachers. The Secretary of State claims at the last oral she's always been clear the 6,500 teachers are in secondary schools. So, if this is true, can the Secretary of State explain how secondary school teacher recruitment contributes to improving primary school readiness for 4-year-olds?
Secretary of State.
Mr. Speaker, this Labour government is delivering the teachers that are desperately needed right across our schools. We were left behind a terrible crisis where it came to recruitment and retention, but this Labour government knows that improving standards in our schools requires the best possible teachers available to teach all of our children. It's why we delivered a pay award. It's why we're making sure we're tackling all of those issues around workload as well. But we're getting on and delivering the plan for change. The Right Honourable Lady always comes here with the same relentless negativity week in, week out. We are delivering new free breakfast clubs, free school meals, cheaper uniform, high-quality childcare and more apprenticeships. That's the difference a Labour government is making.
Mr. Speaker, this is farcical. Will the Secretary of State finally admit that the original 6,500 teacher pledge did include primary school teachers, and they are now abandoning that pledge because the reality is, according to the government's own website, that there are 400 fewer teachers than last year?
Secretary of State.
Mr. Speaker, there are 60,000 fewer children in primary schools this year. I know the Right Honourable Lady was at the Treasury, so I'd expect a bit more where it came to her maths. It would be nonsensical to recruit even more primary school teachers in a situation where we have falling roles. We are focusing our efforts where they are needed, and that's why I'm delighted that we're seeing big increases in secondary maths teachers, in secondary physics teachers, in secondary STEM teachers as well. Right across the board, big increases. That's what Labour is delivering.
Danny Beales.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last week I had the pleasure of hosting the Outcomes First group in Parliament, a group of specialist SEND schools who presented their proposals for fixing the broken SEND system, including supporting more children in mainstream education, supporting collaboration between schools and upskilling teachers with their expertise. Would the Minister agree with me these are exactly the sort of changes that are needed to fix the SEND system? And will she agree to meet with me and the school in my constituency to learn more?
Minister.
Indeed, we are building a reform system where children and young people's needs will be identified early so that evidence-based support can be provided at the earliest opportunity. I was also recently pleased to open Benton House in my constituency, a special school also run by the Outcomes First group earlier this year, and it was great to see such a well-resourced facility supporting children with complex needs. I'd be delighted to hear more about the work in his constituency and the proposals.
Can I just say to everybody, please, we've got to try and get as many as possible. Munira Wilson, Liberal Democrats.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and could I echo the Secretary of State's remarks about the tragedy in Minehead, and my thoughts and prayers are with all those affected too. Mr. Speaker, every parent putting a baby into childcare wants to know that they are safe. In light of the crucial role that CCTV played in the harrowing case at Twickenham Green Nursery in my own constituency, which resulted in the nursery worker being convicted of 21 counts of child cruelty last month, and also the tragic case of Gigi Mihan in Cheadle, will the Secretary of State commit to issuing fresh guidance to nurseries on the use of and regular monitoring of CCTV footage?
Minister.
I thank the Liberal Democrat spokesperson for her question. She will know that I've met with the family of Genevieve recently. That was a very tragic case. We need to make sure that we're doing everything we possibly can to protect children in nursery settings. That's why I'm pleased in the Best Start in Life strategy published just 2 weeks ago, our commitment to having early years settings inspected within 18 months and indeed within 4 years. I've offered a meeting with the Honourable Member. I'm very happy to discuss these issues further.
Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Apprenticeships should be a route open to everyone, but I've met too many young people in Doncaster East and the Isle of Axholme who are more than capable of doing the job. They've got the hands-on skills, the attitude and the drive to work, but they're being held back because the apprenticeships mean they have to get a grade 4 in English or maths. When will the government move forward with reforming this rule so we stop shutting out good people from good jobs just because they didn't get a pass in the classroom?
Minister.
I thank my honourable friend, and I absolutely agree with him. This government will indeed stop shutting out good people from getting good jobs, and he's probably aware the department funds apprentices to achieve a qualification as part of their training. We do not set entry requirements. These are decisions for employers. However, we have allowed for more flexibility in English and maths required for adults aged 19 and over.
Alex Blur.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Children in receipt of the Adoption and Special Guardianship Support Fund often have significant mental health, well-being and educational needs. For many of these children, their individual therapy is the single biggest factor enabling them to continue at school. So what assessments has the Minister made of the implications for cutting funding for this therapy?
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Adoption and Special Guardianship Fund provides valuable therapeutic support to children and families, and that's why we've committed to continuing the 50 million to this financial year. We have been holding discussions with key stakeholders, and we will soon be announcing next steps for the fund.
Very slow.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As well as the Sixth Form College, I'm also proud to be a governor of the Abbey Hill Special School in Stoke-on-Trent and draw the House's attention to my register accordingly, which is why I was so appalled by the comments of the Reform UK chairman who said that children with special needs are naughty children and often as a result of bad parenting. So can I invite the Secretary of State to condemn those comments and reaffirm our support for those children and parents?
Briefly.
Mr. Speaker, I join with my honourable friend in condemning those remarks. I'm aware that the Reform UK leader also said he's not being heartless, he's being frank in similar comments that he offered. Well, I'll be frank, Reform UK would plunge the SEND system into further disarray. Only Labour will back the children with SEND who need support.
John Cooper.
Mr. Speaker, the Citizen Aid First Aid charity provides excellent education in emergency situations to children and young people. I've written to the Scottish Education Department inviting them to introduce them to the curriculum. Any interest from the Department of Education down here?
State.
If the honourable gentleman would write to me, I'll look into it further.
Thank you, Shankar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Meaningful work experiences can be an absolute life changer for our young people, cutting the risk of them being out of education and employment or training. In Derby, the Derby Promise is hard at work, linking schools with employers to raise aspirations of our young people. Does the Secretary of State agree with me and recognise the valuable work that the Derby Promise delivers, opening up doors for our young people?
Minister.
I thank my honourable friend for his question, and indeed I agree with him, and I applaud him for his work that he's done on the Derby Promise before he entered this place, and for all he has done for children in Derby South since. I'm delighted that employers like Rolls-Royce have signed up to the Derby Promise to bring industry closer to young people to inspire their future careers.
Sir John Whittingdale.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Essex has seen a huge increase in the number of requests for EHCN assessments and is failing to meet the target, in part due to the difficulty in recruiting educational psychologists. Rather than trying to bury the problem by scrapping EHCPs, can she say what the government is doing to meet that need?
Minister.
The honourable gentleman preempts decisions that have been made. We have not made decisions regarding the future of the education, health and care plans. We are listening carefully, working with the sector, making sure we have the workforce within the system and the support systems to identify needs early. We'll continue to do that and work with families to design a system that works rather than the one that we inherited.
Rachel Maskell.
York is seeking to advance new models of support for children with SEND, which are inclusive and provide opportunity, including greater curriculum flexibility to deliver a broader education in small groups and also a life skills curriculum, so children are equipped to navigate the world around them safely. Would the Secretary of State support City of York Council deliver such measures?
Minister.
The Honourable Lady will know we have a curriculum and assessment review that's currently being undertaken by an independent panel. We are keen that it is a broad and rich curriculum, but it is also inclusive, and we will be reporting on it when the panel reports on their recommendations in the autumn.
Sir Julian Smith.
Right. Lewis. Mr. Speaker, thank you. When the Secretary of State talks of such a large reduction in the number of anticipated future primary school pupils, does she attribute any part of that to a wish by certain communities to develop a parallel education system rather than engaging in full integration with this country?
So State.
I'm not quite clear what the right honourable gentleman's driving at with that question. What I have said in response to the very sharp decline we've seen in the birth rate is that as a government we want to make sure that people are able to make choices that are right for them, including around family size. And my concern is that for too many young people, because of the inaccessibility of housing, the challenges that they face in the jobs market, they're making decisions that they don't necessarily want to be making. And that's why the expansion of childcare, for example, is a critical part of how we're supporting families.
Thank
you, Mr. Speaker. Those working in our schools in South Gloucestershire do a brilliant job, but they receive the lowest funding per pupil head in all of England via a funding formula inherited from the previous government. Could the Minister please confirm if she has plans to review this formula as part of the impactful wider work to ensure that every child receives the education they need to thrive, no matter where they live?
Minister.
We recognise that schools are working incredibly hard to deliver in their communities, and there are a whole range of factors that impact upon school funding, whether that's rurality, urban, pupil numbers, declining roles, as has already been discussed. We will continue to keep the school funding formula under review. It does take time, and it has to be done very carefully to ensure certainty for schools about their funding planning.
Manifest ejected.
Mr. Speaker, last year there were 565 EHCPs issued in Cambridgeshire, with fewer than 10% completed within the statutory 20-week deadline. Cambridgeshire County Council now ranks 10th worst nationally for the timelines on their delivery. With 99% of SEND tribunals going in favour of the parent, what steps is she taking to improve the process that sees so many applications require a tribunal, and to improve the delivery of EHCPs in Cambridgeshire, assuming they aren't going to be scrapped in mainstream schools?
Mr. Speaker, until that final point, I thought the honourable gentleman raised some very serious concerns that we've heard this afternoon from many colleagues about across the House do need us to bring forward reform to deliver better outcomes for children with SEND. And what I would say to the party opposite is if they want to work with us to do this in a way that does deliver a better system for children with SEND, I'd be very, very happy to do so. But at the moment, Mr Speaker, all we seem to get is opposition for opposition's sake.
Lawrence Turner.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. Victoria College in my constituency is one of the relatively small number of SEND specialist further education colleges in the country. They do outstanding work. For many years, these colleges have not had access to dedicated capital grant funding. Will the Minister be so good as to look into this issue and agree to meet with me to discuss it further?
Minister.
Ensuring schools and colleges have the resources and buildings that they need is key to part of our mission to break down barriers to opportunity. Very happy to meet my honourable friend to discuss these issues further.
Shocker Adam.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Sadly, both universities in my constituency of Leicester South, which is De Montfort University and Leicester University, are on the verge of making hundreds of redundancies and even shutting down complete facilities and faculties. So can I ask the Minister what financial commitment or otherwise her department is making to secure academic jobs, especially in subjects like chemistry, humanities and language, rather than making short-term cuts? Thank you.
Minister.
Mr Speaker, the honourable gentleman will appreciate that universities are independent institutions that are able to make their own decisions around financial management. What we have sought to do as a government is to stabilise the higher education sector. That's why we took the difficult but necessary decision to increase tuition fees, and later on this year we'll be publishing a post-16 strategy that will deal with many of the questions that he's asking about.
I heard from a mum who applied for an EHCP for her son in December, was told it would be ready in June, but she's now been informed by Bucks Council that he remains unallocated with 789 children ahead of him. I'm very grateful to the Secretary of State for the work she's doing to grip and reform the SEND system, but can she talk a bit more about how about her ambitions to support people caught in those horrible waiting games for EHCPs?
Mr Speaker, I think we've heard this afternoon from my friend and from so many across this House about the urgent need to make improvement happen for children with SEND. It's why we are laying the foundations with more investment in the system, both through the high needs budget but also capital, so that we have the places that are needed. But there is, of course, much that we are doing right now with councils to improve some of the unacceptable waits that parents currently face.
Greg Smith.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The superb John Hampden School in Wendover reports to me they're running a £109,000 deficit supporting students with significant SEND while they await assessments. But as an infant-only school, often that money doesn't come through till the pupils have moved up to a junior school. Can the Minister look at the way the system is working when it comes to just infant schools to make the system fairer?
Minister.
As we said, we are looking at reforms to the system. We recognise there are challenges right across the system that we inherited. We know that families face challenges in securing the support, schools face challenges also. We will be looking at every detail of this and we will be announcing reforms in the White Paper in the autumn.
Final question, James Frith.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I recently hosted a series of engagements and roundtables on the SEM reforms. It's impossible to ignore the sheer size of the problems that this government is confronting. Can the Secretary of State confirm that as Labour rebuilds this broken system, that the legal right to specialist support will remain a core principle of every child's entitlement, that we will go further, delivering real outcomes, genuine inclusion and an SEN system built to serve families, not fail them?
I'm grateful to my honourable friend for the work he's done in this area over many years and for the way that he champions this cause here on behalf of his constituents. I can confirm to him that children with SEND have a legal right to additional support and Labour will protect that. He will appreciate that discussions are underway with families, with campaigners, with school leaders to make sure we get this system right. A better system with strengthened support and much more timely intervention and early identification of need. It is clear this afternoon, Mr Speaker, that that mission is urgent and we need to deliver better outcomes for children with SEND, and I look forward to working with them on that.
Right, that completes questions. Let the front bench change over. Before I call the Shadow Home Secretary to ask his urgent question, I shall remind the House that honourable members must not refer to any matters which are currently before the court. Members are free to refer to the broader policy issues, but should not get into the details of the specific cases which a criminal charge have been brought. Right, let's start. Shadow Home Secretary Chris Philp.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To ask the Home Secretary to make a statement on criminal activity by illegal immigrants at asylum hotels.
Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the House will be aware, on Tuesday the 8th of July, an arrest was made by Essex Police following incidents that took place in Epping earlier that day, and a man was subsequently charged. His trial is due to start on the 26th of August, and he's been remanded into custody until that time. These are very serious allegations, but it is vital that the criminal justice procedures are able to run their course. Superintendent Tim Tubbs of Essex Police has said, and I quote, "The last thing we want is for any public discussion to hinder an ongoing prosecution." So I want to thank Essex Police both for their swift response in that case and in handling with diligence and professionalism the protests in Essex that we saw yesterday evening and in previous days. Mr. Speaker, criminal activity of any kind is totally unacceptable wherever it occurs and whoever it is perpetrated by. As outlined following the recent Casey report, we are improving joint protection arrangements between the police and immigration enforcement linked to the asylum system. We are clear that where crimes are committed, every effort must be made to catch, prosecute and punish those responsible. Let there be absolutely no doubt, foreign nationals, including asylum seekers who abuse our hospitality by breaking our laws, should expect to be removed from this country. And in the first year this government has been in office, 5,179 foreign national criminals were removed from the UK, a 14% increase on the previous year. That is important progress, but we want to go further. We are changing the law in the Border Security Bill to ensure individuals convicted of any registered sexual offence are not granted asylum. We are legislating to allow for the tagging of any migrant considered to pose a threat to public safety or national security, as well as strengthening our crackdown on illegal working. But we must go further to end hotel use. This Labour government inherited an asylum system in chaos, with 400 hotels in use at their peak in 2023, at a cost of almost £9 million per day. We are changing this, clearing the asylum backlog and increasing returns to end the use of asylum hotels altogether by the end of this Parliament. Alongside these actions, we are mounting a comprehensive and wide-ranging effort to tackle small boat crossings, including the intensified cooperation and pilot return scheme with France that the Home Secretary outlined in her statement last week. There is no quick fix for the chronic problems this government inherited, but for the first time in years, there is now a serious and sensible plan to restore order and proper management to the asylum and immigration system. And let me state plainly to the House that we expect rules to be respected and enforced, and we expect the law to be followed. When it is not, we expect those involved to face the full force of the law. That is why we are taking every possible step to deliver the strong border security this country needs, because nothing matters more than the safety of the British people.
Thank you. Chris Philp.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, the Police Minister was crowing about the government's action on small boats, but the truth is this. So far this year, the government has allowed in 23,000 illegal immigrants across the Channel. That is 52% up on the last year under this government, and this year has been by far the worst ever. And numbers in asylum hotels are now higher than at the time of the election. This is a border security crisis, but it is also a public safety crisis, especially for women and girls. Many nationalities crossing, for example Afghans, commit up to 20 times more sex offences than average. Louise Casey made that point in her report. And now we have press reporting on the huge scale of the crime committed by illegal immigrants housed in the government's own asylum hotels. The Sun found 339 charges in the last 6 months based on only half the hotels currently operated. And the Mail on Sunday found 708 charges based on only a third of those hotels. Those crimes included multiple cases of rape, sexual assault, violence, theft and arson, including the case in Epping she referred to, where a 38-year-old Ethiopian man has been charged with sexually assaulting a 14-year-old girl. An illegal immigrant in Oxford has been convicted of raping a 20-year-old woman in a churchyard. A Sudanese man was convicted of strangling and attempting to rape a woman in a nightclub toilet in Wakefield. Now, violent protest in response to those appalling crimes is never justified. The public, though, are rightly sick of this illegal immigrant crime wave. It has to end. So in her response, will she commit now to doing these things? 1. Record and publish the immigration status of all offenders. Secondly, close that asylum hotel in Epping. Thirdly, repeal the Human Rights Act for immigration matters. And finally, will she emulate Greece's new approach, which started today, and deport all illegal immigrants upon arrival from France without judicial process, either back to their country of origin or to a safe third country? Will she give the House and the country those commitments?
Minister.
Let me repeat to the House, Mr. Speaker. Any allegation of crime or sexual assault is incredibly serious, including by individuals in the asylum system, and it is to be treated so by the authorities and treated so by this government. And I must say to the Shadow Home Secretary, I regret the tone that he's taking on such a serious and important matter. And I would also gently remind him to look at his record on this issue and that of the party opposite. At their peak, over 400 asylum hotels were in operation, housing over 50,000 people at a cost of almost £9 million per day. Enforced returns were down 50% on 2010. Returns of foreign national offenders had fallen by 1,000. Criminal smuggler gangs were able to exploit our weak border security. There was no proper management of public safety risks posed by individual asylum seekers.
Order. We both understand. Okay, carry on.
There was no proper management of public safety risks posed by individual asylum seekers, and migrants could work illegally in the gig economy with few sanctions for the companies responsible. This government is gripping the situation, turning the system around. We've removed 5,179 foreign national offenders in our first year in office. And just to put that in perspective for the benefit of the House, that is more foreign criminals than were removed in the entire 20 months that the Right Honourable Gentleman was the Minister for Immigration. Excuse. I would say the same pattern is true of illegal working as well, but actually it's even worse. In the first quarter of this year, we delivered more raids, more arrests and fines against illegal working than he managed in the entire time that he was the Immigration Minister. We did more in 3 months to crack down on illegal working than he managed in 20 months. And now we are... It's not nonsense, it's facts, actually. Okay, and now we are trying to go further in all these areas, but it's clear that the party opposite and their friends in Reform are the ones trying to stop us. We introduced counter-terror measures at the border to smash the gangs responsible for the vile trade. They voted against the bill that delivers that. We introduced measures to ban sex offenders from getting asylum in the UK. They voted against the bill that delivers them. We introduced tagging for those arriving illegally who pose a risk to the public and to extend illegal working duties to cover the gig economy. And once again, Mr. Speaker, they voted against it. 14 years of inaction, leaving our borders exposed and our communities fractured. And yet the Shadow Home Secretary has the cheek to lecture us about keeping the country safe.
Chris Murray.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I draw the House's attention to my declaration of interest. People who come to this country legally and work hard are welcome, but the Minister is right to say that those who don't are not. We know one of the big pull factors is the ability to work illegally in the UK. And can the Minister set out what the government is doing to stamp out illegal working, and in particular what the role of the new Fair Work Agency will be from the Employment Rights Act, which should be critical in stopping illegal working in the UK?
Well, I'm grateful to my honourable friend, and he will know that the Immigration Minister, who I believe gave evidence to the Home Affairs Select Committee, to which the honourable member sits on that esteemed committee, is looking at this issue. I know recently she had a number of the companies that we have seen in the press have been reported as employing or using people, particularly from some of the asylum hotels, and I know the Shadow Home Secretary has taken a particular interest in this, and I know she is working very hard to make sure that those companies are held to account, and that the new provisions that we're bringing in to make sure that the gig economy is treated in the same way as other employers who have to check the immigration status of individuals is followed through. So there is much more to do, but certainly I know the Immigration Minister is working on this very hard.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson Sarah Orme.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The scenes of violent unrest at the Bell Hotel this weekend are deeply concerning. Liberal Democrats will always defend the right to peaceful protest, but what we saw went far beyond that. There is no place for that sort of violence and thuggery in our society. And I want to thank the police and the emergency services for their brave and professional response. And my thoughts go out to anyone who's feeling frightened as a result of these unacceptable scenes. Of course, it's completely understandable that people are concerned about criminal activity, and not least after the former Conservative government's chaotic approach to immigration shattered public trust. And that's why we need an efficient asylum system that swiftly returns those without a genuine right to stay. So I would welcome details from the Minister on what steps the government is taking to deliver this. Clear rules that are properly enforced will be key for rebuilding public trust in the system after it was broken by the Conservatives. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, can I welcome the tone of the contribution by the person who speaks for the honourable member who speaks for the Liberal Democrats. This is a serious issue, and I fully agree with the honourable lady about peaceful protest, but when that steps over into violent disorder, as we saw last summer, for example, that is totally unacceptable. I would say to the honourable lady that she will know that there is a huge amount of effort going in to deal with the backlog that we inherited from the previous government to speed up the process. So those people who shouldn't be in our country are swiftly removed, and those people who are refugees, who are asylum seekers and their claim is accepted, can then get on with the rest of their lives.
James.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I welcome the surge we've had in returns and as well the raids on the illegal working practices. And as we've spoke about before many times in this House, it is these companies that are incentivising the boat crossings and ultimately undermining our national security. Can the Home Office Minister set out what further enforcement can be done? And is it possible that perhaps conversations can be had with the Treasury about what further measures could be taken to bring some of these companies to heel?
Well, the honourable lady will know that I'm the Police Minister, and I know that the Immigration Minister has been having a number of conversations, particularly, as I just said, with employers where we know that there is work going on that should not be taking place because of the immigration status of individuals. But I know that work is already underway. There is investment with the National Crime Agency. I think there's an additional number of officers who are working on this. And we know as well that in terms of smashing the gangs who are behind bringing people across in those small boats, work is underway with that, as well as our international arrangements and treaties that we're signing with countries, which, of course, the previous government wasn't able to do.
Proud of the House, Edward Lee.
This is a real national crisis, and there is such outcry and outrage in the country. There's a real danger people will take the law in their own hands, which we all deprecate. But we have to solve this, and the only way to solve it is to have a reasonable and proper deterrent. Arrest the people who land on our shores, detain them, and send them back to where they come from. The Human Rights Act was never intended to cover illegal immigrants of this sort. We have to do it for all our sakes, otherwise people will wrongly take the law in their own hands.
Well, as I just said in my comments to the Honourable Lady who speaks for the Liberal Democrats. Peaceful protest is completely acceptable, and we understand that there are different opinions on immigration in this country, and people should be allowed to voice those opinions. I think when it turns into violent disorder, as we've seen, that is not acceptable. I know that the police behave in a very professional way. They allow protests to take place, but clearly they have to keep the King's peace as well. So just to set that to one side. The Right Honourable Gentleman, though, the Father of the House, is correct in that we do need a functioning system that works, where applications are made, they are dealt with swiftly, people are not waiting for years for applications to be decided, and those who should not be in this country should be then removed.
Stella Creasy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think many of us agree with the Minister when she says it's important that we are able to debate immigration and refugees and how we as a country support them, and that we do recognise when there are allegations of incredibly serious sexual offences involved, people are rightly concerned. Peaceful protest has its part, but she will be very conscious that the police themselves have condemned the mindless thuggery that we have seen in Epping. And there are reports that seem quite serious about neo-Nazi groups and their leaflets being circulated. So can she tell us, in order to protect peaceful protest, which many of us seek to do, we have to stop direct targeting of individuals with violence. Can she tell us what assessment has been made as to whether there has been any coordination of violence by groups in these incidents?
Well, again, I will say peaceful protest, we absolutely believe is part of our democratic process. Unfortunately, as the Honourable Lady will know, there are always people who will seek to exploit situations, and I think we probably saw some of that over the last few days in Epping. However, I would say that, again, there were people from the local community there who were expressing genuinely held views, and I think it's important we note that. But I'm also aware that there was literature being distributed and other groups who were perhaps coming to Epping to stir up problems as well. And I would say to my honourable friend that the police are aware of that. They are looking at all the information and evidence about what happened, and they will obviously keep that under review.
Dr Neil Hudson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, 2 weeks ago in Epping, there were 3 alleged sexual assaults on school-age girls, and my thoughts are with the victims, their families and their peers. Yeah. These were allegedly linked to the Bell Hotel, which has been stood up as an asylum hotel against all advice. Since then, we have had numerous major protests involving hundreds of people and with injuries to police officers and damage to police vehicles. People quite rightly have the right to peaceful protest, but these violent scenes are not us. They are not Epping, and they are not what we stand for. I want to thank Essex Police for all that they are doing to keep us safe in these challenging and distressing times for our town. Now we have the protests, we have churches cancelling services, businesses closing early, and local residents feeling like they are barricaded in their own homes. The hotel is in the wrong place, it is near a school, and there is inadequate safeguarding of the hotel's vulnerable residents. This is a crisis that is boiling over, and for the sake of community safety, the Home Secretary and the government must get a grip of this situation. They must listen and act now to close this hotel immediately. Will they now do this?
Well, can I just say to the honourable gentleman that I thought his comments were very measured on behalf of his constituents, and I think he's absolutely right that our first thoughts should be with those affected by what happened in Epping, with the victims and their families. So I think that's important for the House to note that. I also wanted just to reiterate that this government is committed to closing all hotels by the end of this Parliament.
Luke Eccles.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I welcome the Shadow Home Secretary's concern about crimes linked to the asylum system. That's a concern that would be held across the House. So why does the Minister think that the Conservatives and Reform voted against the bill, which allows the tagging of asylum seekers who pose a threat to public safety?
I have absolutely no idea, and I think it's for the Shadow Home Secretary to explain that one. But clearly, I would expect all honourable members and right honourable members in the House to want to do everything to keep our communities safe.
Cameron Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I look forward to the swift deportation of anybody who comes and takes advantage of our hospitality to break our laws and attack women and young girls. In July 2024, I warned my constituents not to throw away their futures as the far-right lynch mobs threatened to spread to Gloucestershire. Once again, this thuggery has now flared up in Epping. What actions is this government taking to support authorities in the prosecution of those who whip up this furore, both online and in positions of influence?
Well, the honourable gentleman may know there's been a great deal of work undertaken since the disorder of last summer to make sure that there is intelligence gathered from the online space as well as the offline space, and that we are, as all the authorities, are prepared and ready if there is any sign of disorder again. But just to reiterate, peaceful protest is something that I think all of us in this House would recognise is an important part of a democratic society, but not when it crosses over into the disorder and the mayhem that we saw last year when it was criminal acts that were being perpetrated by individuals.
Amanda Martin.
And I agree it's important that we are able to debate immigration and asylum. People across the country know the consequences when the asylum system fails and when it fails to protect the public, communities and businesses. We've had experience of that in my own city. Does the Minister agree with me that the public safety must come first? It is indefensible that both the Tory party and Reform oppose measures allowing the tagging of high-risk individuals? And does she agree that the breadth and depth of this crisis needs us all to work together to regain public confidence?
I absolutely agree with the words of my honourable friend. I think she put that very eloquently, and I would expect again that all members of this House would want to do everything to protect the members of all communities in this country.
Sir Julian Lewis.
When the Minister says that an asylum seeker convicted of an offence will not be granted asylum, does she have some special method of sending them back to a country from which we cannot send anyone back if they've broken into our country illegally? Otherwise, what does her sanction amount to?
To the specific question that the right honourable gentleman raises, this is about not granting asylum to those who are convicted of a registered sexual offence. So it's not recognising that they have an asylum claim. That's the issue that we're legislating for in the moment. I fully understand that the right honourable gentleman, and I understand as well, that there are certain countries in the world where it is difficult to return individuals to. I fully appreciate that. But what we are setting out in the legislation is a clear note that asylum will not be granted to those who are convicted of registered sexual offences.
John Slinger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Shadow Home Secretary is trying to out-populist the populists, and there are dangers involved in that. Does the Minister agree with me that it's common sense for individuals convicted of sexual crimes to be barred from receiving protection in the UK? If so, why does she think that the Conservatives and Reform voted against?
It was a shameful question.
Well, again, that is a matter for each individual member opposite to explain to their constituents. And I know that this is an issue that people care about, and they will have to explain their decision to their own constituents, including in Croydon.
Kirsty Blackman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. We've got a responsibility to deal in the truth. We've got a responsibility to counter the narratives when the narratives are plainly false. The Minister talked about the fact that this has crossed over into mindless thuggery. Every one of us should be standing up here saying to our constituents or anyone that gets in touch who are spreading rumours that have got no basis in the truth. For example, in constituencies like mine, there was a rumour going around last year about asylum seekers in hotels that had absolutely no basis in the truth, but could have done what has happened in Epping and caused there to be some sort of mob. This is dog whistle politics, Mr. Speaker. What is the Minister doing to say to people, actually, just like not everybody in any community in our country are rapists, not everybody in migrant hotels are rapists, and we should be doing what we can to ensure that people are protected and decisions are made as quickly as possible.
Well, I think the Honourable Lady raises a really important point, and I think over the last few years, the online space in particular has been used for misinformation, for downright lies, shall we say, as well. And it's really important that we all recognise that we should look very carefully when we are looking at social media sites. We should use our critical thinking as we teach our children in schools. Always ask the question about why is this piece of information being put out? Do I think it's from a reliable source? Look for reliable media sources if you're seeking information about what's actually happening. So it is really important. And I think for this House, we perhaps haven't always been as quick as we should be at recognising how social media has moved things on in society in a way that we need to now deal with. And I know there's an enormous amount of work in DCIT and within the Home Office to look at what more we can do around social media and the online space.
Ferguson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Shadow Home Secretary has spoken passionately about crimes that have taken place in this country, including, I dare say, a number of individuals who entered the country on the watch of his government while he was a Home Office Minister. Yet, does she agree with me, as other members have said, that parties opposite taking that position whilst voting against tagging asylum seekers who are perceived to be a threat or barring from the country those who have been convicted of sexual crimes not only damages confidence in our communities, but damages the chances, the life chances of asylum seekers who have committed no crimes and who have a legitimate claim to be here?
Yes, and I think my honourable friend puts that very well. Within this, there are people who are fleeing persecution from parts of the world. And this country, as we all know, and I've heard many times in this House, we recognise our role in the world to deal with people who are fleeing persecution and to offer them a safe haven. So I fully endorse what my honourable friend just said.
Sir Gavin Williamson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Over the last year, how many gangs have actually been smashed?
As I understand it, and obviously I'm the policing minister, but I will get the immigration minister to write to you about this as well. But the NCA, I know, have over 80 ongoing investigations into networks. We've got 100 new NCA, the National Crime Agency officers that have been recruited and funded by the Border Security Command. The total number of officers now focusing solely on this issue is over 500.
Gareth Stall.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When violent disorder erupted on the streets of my constituency last summer, the police put themselves between two groups of people who had been wound up and were looking to see how much damage they could do to each other. Chief Constable Chris Noble, along with Chief Inspector Chief Inspector David Barrow and Laura Davies, made sure that after the event, communities came together to realise that neighbours can live in peace. My constituents expect everybody to be prosecuted when they commit a sexual offence and a crime of some sort. Could I ask the Minister, though, once those events have taken place, what work is she doing across government to make sure those communities can come together again so that they can live together in peace? Because nobody wants to walk around on eggshells fearful of their neighbours.
Yes, and my honourable friend raises a really important point, and after the disorder last summer, we did see communities spontaneously coming together actually and wanting to say that what had happened in their local area, that was not the majority, that was a very small number of people. And I know MHCLG have been working with local authorities to make sure that rebuilding that community cohesion that for so many years under the last administration was not seen as important at all, because we know community cohesion and all parts of our society feeling safe and feeling valued is so important and stops then those who wish to divide communities and to put people against each other. That's the way to deal with that is through community cohesion and recognising the valuable role that all parts of society and our communities play.
Lee Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Illegal migrants crossing the Channel are 24 times more likely to end up in British jails than British-born citizens. Yet this government allows thousands of unvetted males to enter this country who are going to commit horrific crimes like rape and murder, and there's some potential terrorists amongst them. So, does she agree with me? It's time to forget the silly legislation that the Labour MPs opposite are bleating on about, and it's time to detain these people and deport them, and we don't want to see any of these silly tags put on their ankles. Just detain and deport straight away.
Well, the honourable gentleman who I sat on the Home Affairs Select Committee with for a number of years will know that when, and I think actually he attended the visit to Manston when we were both on the Home Affairs Select Committee. Oh, well, perhaps he didn't. Well, it might have helped if he did, because at Manston, one of the things that happens is information biometrics are taken from people who come across in small boats. They are checked against records. So I just wish to I just wish the honourable gentleman might have a look at what actually happens. And I would say to him, I think the statistic that he's raising is one that comes from a newspaper. I don't think it's actually been verified, but I'm willing to have a look at it. But I think it is in the Sun newspaper, if I recall.
Mr Osborne.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. Members will be aware of the public streaming of violence and criminal activity towards property and police officers. This is the second year where this has happened over the summer period. Can the Minister confirm that she's engaging with other departments to try and look at how we can review streaming activity so that it doesn't promote violence and criminal activity and replication of this in other locations around our country?
Yes, that's a very important point, and there is ongoing conversations with DC, with the Home Office, with other government departments to make sure that that particular point that the honourable gentleman is raising is addressed. And I know that particularly in the terrorist field that has been a problem, and action has been taken very speedily to get those postings down.
Nick Timothy.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I've been fobbed off with ridiculous non-answers to my written questions on this subject and an insulting letter from the Immigration Minister. So I don't want to be promised yet another evasive letter that ignores the question. Can the Minister tell us the legal reasons the Immigration Minister cited to me to justify the government and Serco refusing to tell MPs and local people when they move migrants into our constituencies and where?
Well, the honourable gentleman is a relatively new member of this House. I've been in the House a while, and certainly there hasn't been under the previous administration that did not happen. Now, I know that there is always opportunities to improve. I think that local members of parliament, local councils, the police are all engaged when there are people being moved into certain areas of the country. I know that happens. It could be better, I'm sure. But I'm happy to raise again with the Immigration Minister, because I haven't obviously had sight of the letter that she sent to the honourable gentleman.
Marcus Campbell-Savers.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The press regularly runs stories where economic migrants are quoted describing what they believe are the benefits available to them in the UK and the work opportunities our relatively under-regulated labour markets offer. Would the Minister agree it's time we considered Labour's ID cards plan, scrapped by the Conservative Liberal Democrat coalition, and its ability to reduce the UK's pull factors for new migrants?
Well, what I would say to my honourable friend is that the government have been taking action over the past 12 months to deal with this issue of illegal working. 10,031 illegal working visits, leading up to 7,130 arrests, and that marks a 48% and 51% rise respectively compared to the year before. This marks the first time in a 12-month period where more than 10,000 visits have taken place to start to tackle the illegal working in this country.
Jim Ramsey.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My constituency has a proud history of being a welcoming community. We have an asylum hotel in the constituency that's been there for 2 years with no problems, and the families are well integrated in the local community with many children in local schools. And yet, late last week, we were told that people would be asked to move from that hotel with no notice from today onwards. They don't know where they'll need to move, and that's despite the fact the hotel will still be used for asylum seekers. I've raised issues with the Home Office and had no responses. So could the Minister urgently look into this issue today, and will she agree that every MP with an asylum hotel in their constituency should have a dedicated Home Office contact so we can work together to promote peace and harmonious community relations and against disinformation and violence?
I'm very happy to pass on that particular issue to the Immigration Minister.
Speaker, we've just heard MPs from Conservatives and Reform parties decry legislation that they say is stop and fix a problem, and yet they talk the talk, but when it comes to actually voting for legislation, they don't vote for it. We've had the Shadow Home Secretary with an angry face at the beginning, going on about what's happening in hotels. It was his policy, his government's policy, that set up hotels being used as hostels for asylum seekers. This government has said we will end that policy. Can my honourable friend set out, not gimmicks, but the sensible approach that this government is taking to end the use of hotels as hostels?
I thank my honourable friend for those comments, and perhaps it might help the Shadow Home Secretary if I just say to him the number of hotels has gone down under this Labour government. Despite what the Shadow Home Secretary says, the number of hotels have gone down since this government came into power.
What's Caroline Jones?
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Mr Deputy Speaker. Mr Deputy Speaker. Mr Speaker. Sorry, that'll be the last time I get called. Mr Speaker. It is summer, hopefully soon. Violent disorder is always wrong, Mr Speaker. But what we need to recognise is that the violent disorder is a symptom of the outrage that people feel at the current situation and the fear that they feel of crime, particularly sexual crimes in their community. So the Minister, instead of focusing on tone of questions in the House today and what has happened in the past, should be focusing her answers on what she's going to do to resolve the problem. And in that respect, I agree with the Father of the House and what he said about requiring a credible deterrent. So in that respect, does she regret cancelling the Rwanda scheme?
Yeah, good.
I totally disagree with what the Honourable Lady just said. Violent disorder is not a symptom. Violent disorder is criminal. It's thuggery. It's attacks on our police officers, our brave police officers. So there is no reason, excuse for what happened last summer or for any violent disorder that may happen in the future. It's criminal. It should be prosecuted and people should face the full consequences of the law.
Dr. Scott Alf.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And I would like to thank the police for the way they've dealt with the violent disorder we've seen from a minority of people in recent days. I would much rather they were investigating the crimes which are allegedly behind these incidents. And I do want to thank the Minister for showing zero tolerance to the minority of people within our asylum system who do break the law. It's right that we do that. But she mentions that the number of hotels have come down, the number of assignment hotels to come down. Has the bill also come down?
The number of hotels has come down. The aim is to reduce the bill overall. I think it's by £1 billion. That's the aim. But the number of hotels has come down since we came into power.
Wendy Morton.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. 1 year on, it's quite clear that the Labour government has not got a grip on illegal migration and criminality. There's no plan. There's no cap, and it would appear today that there's not even an answer or a knowledge as to whether any gangs have been smashed. So when will she put in place an effective deterrent that protects not just our borders, but our citizens?
So the Honourable Lady says there's no plan. First, we're working with source and transit companies to stop dangerous journeys before they begin. Second, we're stepping up law enforcement with new powers, more National Crime Agency officers and specialist units in France to disrupt smuggling gangs. Third, we're strengthening border security with more patrols, drones and legal challenges to stop overcrowded boats. Fourth, we've secured a new returns agreement with France, something that the Shadow Home Secretary couldn't achieve. A new returns agreement with France so people arriving illegally by small boat can be sent back, while also accepting a matching number of eligible applicants through a safe route. Finally, we're cracking down on illegal working and reforming the asylum system to close loopholes exploited by gangs and ensure fair, controlled migration. That looks like a plan to me. That's a plan.
Chris Webb.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Over the weekend, there's been numerous reports about an alleged incident at the Metropole Hotel, the Assam Hotel in my constituency of Blackpool South. The Minister will know I've raised concerns about this hotel numerous times with the Home Office. So can she ensure that this is investigated swiftly and that I, as the MP, and the community get a report urgently.
Minister.
Absolutely, I'm very happy to give that assurance, and I know that the honourable member has been raising issues for some time, so I'm happy to do that.
Sarah Poche.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Whilst migrant hotels cost the British taxpayer billions, migrants are now being moved into HMOs, taking houses from local people and causing misery for neighbours. Can the Honourable Lady tell the House how many migrants have been moved into HMOs and what is the cost to the British taxpayer?
I think what I can tell the Honourable Lady is that we inherited a huge backlog of claims for asylum. One of the important parts of dealing with the backlog is processing those claims and determining whether people have an asylum claim that can be successful, and if it's not, they should be then returned. So that's the whole purpose of closing the hotels, because we're going to speed up the processing of the applications.
Lewis Cocking.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last month, the Immigration Minister could not tell me in a written answer how many illegal asylum seekers have a criminal record. We have an asylum hotel in my constituency of Broxbourne in Cheshunt, and my constituents are understandably concerned about criminal activity and antisocial behaviour. They don't think the government is listening to them. So when can the Minister come to this House and meet her manifesto commitment and close the asylum hotel in my constituency?
I've said a number of times, this government is committed to closing all hotels by the end of this Parliament. There are fewer hotels opened now than when we came into power last July.
Bradley Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The vast majority of British citizens are law-abiding and are concerned about the impact of mass migration on their communities. A deterrent would go some way towards restoring trust that the British people may have in the asylum system. So when will the government implement a deterrent to send those entering the country illegally to a safe third country?
Well, as I've just set out in great detail, we have a plan. And if I just say respectfully to the honourable gentleman that the plan that the previous government had resulted in, I think it was 4 volunteers going to Rwanda. A general election was called. The Prime Minister decided to call a general election. Why didn't he let the scheme operate if it was such a success? Because that's a real question. Why go to the country if you were just about to have an enormous success with Rwanda?
Alistair.
Mr. Speaker, the House will be aware of the serious street disturbances in my constituency last month following the alleged rape of a young 14-year-old girl. Now last week in Ballymena Magistrates Court, the court was informed that the chief suspect has fled back to Romania. Does the Minister agree that extradition that works is an imperative, and that extradition that works expeditiously is an even greater imperative?
Well, clearly that's a live matter before the courts, but I would say that I want people to be held account for their actions, and if that involves extradition, then that is the right thing to do.
Jim Shannon.
Mr. Speaker, could I thank the Minister, as always, for her answers. However, we seem to be hearing all too often regarding criminal activity of immigrants and asylum seekers across the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, and more certainly needs to be done to address this. On behalf of my constituents who ask me this question all the time, every weekend to be precise, can I ask what steps the Minister will take to ensure we have a zero-tolerance policy to migrants awaiting an asylum decision, and that if they are detained for any kind of criminal activity in this time, they will be sent back to their country of origin as a matter of urgency? Thank you.
Well, as I said at the outset, whoever perpetrates a crime will be held to account, and there will be consequences. So I hope that is clear, that I am including people who are making asylum applications as well as the wider general public. But people have to be held to account.
That completes the UQ. We'll let the front benches change over.
Order. Before I call the Secretary of State to make his statement, I'd like to place on the record the fact that the Speaker and the Deputy Speakers. We're disappointed to see extensive coverage of Ministers' responses of the Independent Water Commission in the media this morning, before the House had had the opportunity to consider the matter. Nice to think that normal courtesies will be resumed. Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I have, of course, saved the bulk of my responses for you and for the House this afternoon. And with permission, Mr. Speaker, I would like to update the House on the government's plans to reform the water sector. The water industry, quite clearly, is failing. Our rivers, lakes and seas are polluted with record levels of sewage. Water pipes have been left to crumble into disrepair, and I share customers' fury at rising bills. There are hose pipe bans right now in place across the country because not a single new reservoir has been built in over 30 years, and the lack of water infrastructure is blocking economic growth. Water companies have been allowed to profit at the expense of the British people when they should have been investing to fix our broken water pipes. They got away with this because of a broken regulatory system that has failed customers and failed the environment. The public expressed their fury during last year's general election, and they voted for change. That change will now come. In just 1 year, we've put in place the building blocks for change. First, we restored accountability by giving the regulators more teeth with a ban on unfair bonuses, severe and automatic penalties for breaking the law, and jail sentences for the most serious offences. Second, we're investing £104 billion of private sector funding to rebuild the water network, upgrading crumbling pipes, repairing leaks, building new sewage treatment works, and digging out new reservoirs. This is the single biggest investment in the water sector's history, and it allows me to make a new commitment to the country that this government will cut water companies' sewage pollution in half by the end of this decade. This is the most ambitious commitment ever made by any government about water pollution, and it's just the start. Because over a decade of national renewal, we will restore our rivers, lakes and seas to good health. The third building block for change is today's final report from Sir John Cunliffe's Independent Water Commission. And I'd like to express my thanks to Sir John, his officials and all those who have contributed to this outstanding piece of work. I agree with Sir John that water regulation has been too weak, too complex and ineffective. Having 4 separate regulators with overlapping and conflicting remits has failed customers and the environment. Ofwat has failed to protect customers from water companies' mismanagement of their hard-earned money and failed to protect our waterways from record levels of pollution. Today, I can announce that this Labour government will abolish Ofwat. We will bring water functions from 4 different regulators into one, a single, powerful super regulator responsible for the entire water sector and with the teeth it needs to enforce the high standards the public rightly demand. The new regulator will stand firmly on the side of customers, investors and the environment, and it will prevent the abuses of the past. For customers, it will oversee investment and upgrade work so hard-working British families are never again hit by the shocking bill hikes we saw last year as customers were left to pay the price of failure by the previous government. For investors, it will provide the clarity and direction required for a strong partnership between government, the sector and investors to attract billions of pounds of new funding. For the environment, it will reduce all forms of pollution to clean up our rivers, lakes and seas for good. We will work closely with the Welsh Government to devolve economic regulation of water to Wales. I will publish a white paper this autumn giving the Government's full response to the Independent Water Commission's final report and launch a consultation on it. Following that, I will bring forward a new water reform bill early during the lifetime of this Parliament. Ofwat will remain in place during the transition to the new regulator, and I will ensure they provide the right leadership to oversee the current price review and investment plan during that time. To provide clarity during this period, I will issue an interim strategic policy statement to Ofwat and give ministerial directions to the Environment Agency, setting out our expectations and requirements. We will publish a transition plan as part of our full government response in the autumn. Today, we are immediately taking forward a number of Sir John's recommendations. First, we will establish a new statutory water ombudsman, a single free service to help customers resolve complaints such as incorrect bills, leaking pipes or water supply failures. The new ombudsman will have the legal powers to protect customers and will bring the water dispute resolution process in line with other utilities like energy. It's part of the government's ambition to put customers at the heart of water regulation. Second, we will end the era of water companies marking their own homework. We will end operator self-monitoring and transition to open monitoring to increase transparency and help restore public trust. Water companies are already required to publish data on some sewage spills within 1 hour. We will roll out real-time monitoring across the wastewater system. All this data will be made publicly available online. This will ensure the regulator and, importantly, also the public have the power to hold water companies fully accountable. Third, we commit to including a regional element within the new regulator to ensure greater local involvement in water planning. By moving to a catchment-based model for water system planning, we can tackle all sources of pollution entering waterways so they can be cleaned up more effectively and more quickly. This will ensure for the first time that water infrastructure investment plans align with spatial planning to support faster regional economic growth. The lack of water infrastructure that held back development around Cambridge and Oxford for so long will not happen again. The new regulatory framework will recognise the risks investors take, and if they meet their obligations, they will see a fair, stable return on their investment. Just last week, I signed the government's new water skills pledge to make sure the sector has the skills and workforce it needs to deliver this vast investment. This Labour government was elected to clean up water pollution and ensure unacceptable bill hikes can never happen again. We now have all the building blocks in place to make that happen. We are establishing a new partnership based on effective regulation where water companies, investors, communities and the government will work together to clean up our rivers, lakes and seas for good.
Shadow Minister, Robin Moore.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I'm grateful to the Secretary of State for advance sight of his statement. And I will be responding on behalf of the Shadow Secretary of State while she meets with farmers today at the Royal Welsh Show. Let me begin by recognising the scale and seriousness of the work undertaken by Sir John Cunliffe and his team. This review contains 460 pages, 88 recommendations, and represents one of the most detailed examinations of the water sector since privatisation. Indeed, there is much in it that we cautiously welcome on this side of the House, including the merger of the regulators. And as we examine the recommendations in more detail, we stand ready to support serious reform if it is done properly. But, Mr Deputy Speaker, I'm afraid to say that what we have seen and heard from the Secretary of State over the past year has not matched the seriousness of Sir John Cunliffe's work, nor has it gone anywhere near the root and branch radical reform that he sold to voters prior to the election. So I seek clarity from the Secretary of State on the following points. First, over the weekend, he announced that Labour would cut sewage bills by 50% by 2030. But what he didn't mention is that plans submitted under the previous Conservative government were already set to cut sewage bills by even more than that amount. The Times yesterday reported that the Secretary of State's new pledge would actually see an increase of an additional 20,000 discharges of sewage in our rivers compared to existing previously agreed plans. So can the Secretary of State explain why, after 88 recommendations and a year-long review into the sector, he has watered down sewage reduction targets rather than massively ramping them up? Secondly, the Secretary of State took to the airwaves at the weekend telling the public that we need to go back to the purity of our waters we all remember. But the uncomfortable truth Labour still refuses to take responsibility for is that when they left office in 2010, just 7% of storm overflows were monitored. Let me repeat that. Under Blair and Brown, 93% of sewage discharges were happening with no oversight and no accountability whatsoever. The only reason that we can talk tough today is because the previous government pushed monitoring to 100% by 2023. So I ask the Secretary of State to clarify his statement. Third, the Secretary of State told the public that he had secured £104 billion of investment from the water sector to fund these reductions. But what he didn't mention is that 93 billion of that investment plan was already submitted by water companies in October of 2023, 9 months before he was even in office. And Mr. Deputy Speaker, I would know this because I was the minister of the time, and I literally have the letter here showing that he had nothing to do with it. So will he comment on this issue? And fourth, the Secretary of State champions the 81 criminal investigations into water companies that have taken place since the election and his ban on water company bosses' bonuses. But what he doesn't explain is that these criminal investigations are the direct result of the Conservatives' policy of quadrupling the number of water company inspections. And it was our side of the House who launched the ban on water company bosses' bonuses. This is all available for the public to see, for the public to fact-check for themselves, as this is a matter of public record. What this all shows, Mr. Deputy Speaker, is that for all its bluster and promises of radical change, the government have made almost no progress on this issue over the last year. They have sat on their hands for more than a year waiting for this review. And there's no wonder, Mr. Deputy Speaker, the campaigners that the Secretary of State so shamelessly used for votes in the run-up to the last general election are now, today, calling for his resignation. Mr. Speaker, we on this side of the House stand ready to work with the government on serious reform. We will support any action that genuinely holds water companies to account, delivers cleaner waters and protects the public from paying the price of corporate failure. But we will not stand by while the Secretary of State rewrites history, waters down ambition and backtracks on the promises that he made to the public.
Secretary of State.
Well, I thank him, I think, for his comments, but it is disappointing that the Shadow Secretary of State didn't think a matter of this urgency was important enough to show up here in the chamber this afternoon. And I'm afraid that really does reflect the importance that their party gave to this issue for the 14 years that they were in power. I mean, I do enjoy listening to the honourable gentleman, but I'm afraid this afternoon he sounded a little delusional. If he really thinks they did so well on sewage, I wonder why he thinks sewage pollution in our waterways increased every single year for the 14 years that they were in charge of this government. The fact is, the Conservatives made the situation far worse because they instructed the regulator to apply a light touch when they should have told them to get a grip. They stripped out resources from the regulator, reducing its resources by 50% at one point, so it was less able to enforce against sewage pollution. And they allowed millions, if not billions of pounds to be diverted away from investment to be used instead for unjustified bonuses and dividends for water companies. It is this government that has secured £104 billion of investment to upgrade our water system. It is this government that has banned those unfair bonuses that water bosses were taking. It is this government that is introducing monitoring of all sewage outlets. And it is this government that is going to clean up our rivers, lakes and seas where the previous government failed abysmally.
Bill Efterson.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr Deputy Speaker. Well, my constituents will be very, very pleased with what the government has announced today after the 14 years of seeing increases in dumping of sewage on the beaches and in the rivers in my constituency. I couldn't help but notice that yesterday the leader of Reform, in his answer to every question, either said, "I don't know," or "I've no idea." And of course, he's not here either. But, Mr Deputy Speaker, he did say his answer to this problem was to increase payments to the shareholders and to do absolutely nothing to deal with the problems in our water industry. So will my right honourable friend confirm that he will make it his priority all the time he is the Secretary of State to ensure we reduce the sewage being dumped in our rivers, on our beaches and in our lakes?
Secretary of State.
I thank him for his question. I was, of course, on the television show in question with the honourable gentleman for Clacton. I think he told us he had no idea 6 times. Well, that much we knew. It is this government that has a plan to clean up our waterways. We've put the building blocks for change in place, and it allows me to stand before this House to commit that by 2030 we will reduce sewage pollution from water companies by 50% as we move towards a decade of national renewal to clean up our waterways for good.
Liberal Democrat frontbench, Tim Farron.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I thank the Secretary of State for sight of the statement and indeed Sir John Cunliffe for his report and his work in producing it. Liberal Democrats have long argued for the abolition of Ofwat and the creation of a new consolidated and powerful regulator. In fact, we put it to the Bill Committee and it was not supported by either the Labour Party or the Conservative Party, but the proposal today seems to include doing just that, so we strongly welcome this statement. It's a reminder to the wonderful volunteers and water campaigners across the country that their work is absolutely worthwhile and has made a huge difference. My message to them is thank you so much and keep going, because we still don't know the details and the nature of the new regulator, and of course we still see no sign in this report of any plan to tackle the toxic nature of the ownership or the structure of the water industry. So why is there no plan to change the structure of the industry itself? Even the best regulator in the world will fail if water companies are still owned by those who care nothing for the quality of the lakes, rivers and seas and care only about making as much profit as possible in return for very little investment. Is it really acceptable then to ask bill payers for a 30% rise when there is no guarantee that the water companies won't be siphoning off huge chunks of that money in dividends, pay rises or bonuses? Why is there nothing in the statement that will truly empower the volunteers, citizen scientists and water campaigners I just mentioned? Why aren't we giving places on water company boards the likes of Eden Rivers Trust, the South Lakes Rivers Trust, Save Windermere, the Clean River Campaign, Surfers Against Sewage and WASP? And why is there no mention of monitoring the volume of sewage spills as well as the numbers of incidences, and no mention of including legally binding pollution reduction targets? So while this statement is welcome, and we rightly celebrate the Liberal Democrat campaign wins that it is full of, our job as a constructive, effective opposition is to scrutinise the detail and to carry on campaigning to clean up our waterways and to clean up our water industry too. That is exactly what we shall do.
Secretary of State.
I thank the right honourable gentleman for his questions, and can I echo and endorse his comments about the volunteers and citizen scientists who have carried out absolutely fantastic work to ensure that this issue remained where it needed to be, right at the top of the political agenda. And I hope they will join with me and with him in welcoming this report from Sir John. There will be a white paper and there will be a consultation alongside that. We'll launch the white paper in the autumn, giving detailed government responses to the 450-page report, 88 recommendations. There's a lot to go through, but there are proposals in there about ownership, and that will be consulted on as well. Volunteers, indeed citizen scientists, will be able to engage for the first time through the proposed regional structures. We accept that proposal in principle. The detail of it will be worked through during the consultation, but this is the first time we'll have had a level of engagement at around the catchment, around entire river systems. And citizens, local authorities, businesses will all have a voice in that, as will the farming community operating within those catchments. I believe that by reducing the number of spills, we will also reduce the volume of spills. He will be able to monitor that. He'll be able to hold me account, as will the House, as will the public, as we work towards the target that I've outlined today for reducing sewage spills from water companies by 50% by 2030. And he, of course, is lucky enough to represent one of the most beautiful parts of the country. He has Windermere up there. We're working with United Utilities to remove all sources of pollution from that beautiful, iconic lake. So what became a story of decline can become a visible symbol of renewal with this government.
Order. Order. I've now called the front benches. It's apparent that there are a very considerable number of members that wish to participate in this session. There are 2 further statements to follow before we come to the main business of the day, which is also very important. So could I urge all colleagues on both sides of the House to ask brief questions and not make statements. Andrew Peggs.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Residents in Peterborough and across Anglian Water's catchment area will welcome the statement today and the bold action taken. They know too well that the water system is broken. One of the issues we looked at as the EFRA Select Committee has also been about the need for water infrastructure. Can my right honourable friend confirm that the drive and determination he's taking today to fix the water system will also drive forward the Fens Reservoir and the infrastructure we need in the east of England? After a decade and a generation of delay on reservoirs, we now have the opportunity to succeed. Can he tell us that this will stay on track and we will get the jobs and the water resources we need in the east?
Secretary of State.
My honourable friend makes a very, very important point. We're currently going through a dry spell and we're seeing hosepipe bans in many parts of the country, and yet in the winter it rained very, very heavily. The reason we're having the hosepipe bans is because we do not have the reservoirs to catch the rain when it's falling so that we can use it in the drier periods. And that's because we didn't build a new reservoir for 30 years. That changes now. These plans include the intention to build 9 new reservoirs, and to speed up the planning process, I'm taking control as the Secretary of State of consents for reservoirs so that they can be approved much faster and go ahead to provide the country with the clean drinking water that we need.
Mark Pritchard.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. The Environment Agency estimates that there are 4 million regular and occasional anglers throughout the United Kingdom. 1.2 million got angling fishing licences last year. Angling across the country is worth about £3 billion to the economy, and the most the favourite pastime in this country, as he will know. Can I ask the Secretary of State, he will give an undertaking now to all the anglers throughout this country that they will be fully engaged by the new regulator?
Yeah, and the honourable gentleman makes a very important point. Anglers are quite rightly furious about levels of pollution, destroying fish and other life in the rivers, but also by the impact of abstractions, particularly from chalk streams. So the new regulator will absolutely be engaging with them. There are new mechanisms under the proposal Sir John has made today for volunteers, for campaigners to engage with the system that were not available previously. We'll consult on those in the autumn and then move ahead with legislation following that.
Helena Donovan.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I really welcome this Water Commission, and on the Environment Select Committee we've been having each of the water bosses in one by one, and each of them has struggled to explain why their industry has prioritised bonuses over fixing broken pipes. So I really welcomed the action that this government took to ban bonuses, starting with the bonus of the Southern Water boss, Lawrence Gosden. But we were then disgusted to hear last week that he plans to take a doubling in his salary, an additional £690,000, after overseeing a time when we've seen major water outages, flooding in Hastings town centre and massive sewage dumping. Does the Secretary of State agree with me that this is a slap in the face to my constituents in Hastings and Rye, and he should think very seriously about whether he takes that increase in his salary?
State.
I think my honourable friend, who is such a strong campaigner for the water sector, makes a very important point, and she puts it very, very well. I consider this pay rise to be outrageous, as does she. It turns out that he's receiving that that pay increase under a scheme that was permitted by the regulator under the regime the Conservatives had in place, and the payment he's getting this year relates to the last year of the Conservative government. Because we've changed the law, no similar payment can be made in future.
Rosie Duffield.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. South East Water's Broad Oak Reservoir in Canterbury, which also serves the Deputy Speaker's constituency, is not due to open until 2033. Will my beleaguered residents and businesses in Canterbury and parts of Whitstable have to put up with the droughts and the leaks in a heat wave which has been unbearable for another 8 years?
Secretary of State.
I thank her for her question. She's quite right to point to the problems that we're experiencing because of the lack of reservoirs. As I already said earlier, we are speeding up the consenting and the building of new reservoirs so that we can have the means to catch the rain when it's falling so that we can use it during drier periods. She refers as well to leaks. The investment that we have secured will also reduce leaks from water pipes so we can help to conserve water for the purposes it is intended.
Samantha Nimblett.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I welcome the statement today. I'm incredibly excited, not least because we have the beautiful River Trent that separates my constituency from Staffordshire, which is home to the Staffordshire Swooshers that has members from Derbyshire in it. They frequently have to avoid a Trent tan. But they are constantly extolling the virtues of open water swimming. So does the Secretary of State agree with me that by having cleaner waters we can encourage more great exercise like this to make a healthier and more and improve the well-being of our country?
Secretary of State.
I thank her for her question. The Trent tan is a very alarming and graphic image, but it does capture what has gone wrong with our water sector for so long. The changes we're announcing today will clean up our waterways across the country so that wild swimmers, as well as many other people who like to enjoy our precious rivers, lakes and seas, can get on and enjoy them without the kind of concern that she's alluding to.
Claire Young.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. We know in my Thornbury and Yate constituency last year there were 2,036 sewage spills lasting for a total of 28,360 hours. However, contrary to the Secretary of State's earlier assertion, we do not know the volume of this dumping because it isn't monitored. What steps is the government taking to impose targets to reduce both the duration and volume of individual spills?
Secretary of State.
We are increasing monitoring to 100% of all outlets. I do note that the representatives from the party opposite will often try and take the credit for increasing monitoring. That is a good thing to have done. What's not so good is to just use it to wave hello at the sewage as it floats on by and do nothing about reducing it.
Clive Lewis.
This report feels like a missed opportunity for the government to show the public whose side it's on. It entrenches a privatised model that has already failed economically, environmentally and democratically, with 20 to 50% of bills going on servicing debt. Why, if public ownership is good enough for rail, good enough for GB energy and renewables, is it not good enough for water?
Secretary of State.
I thank him for his question. We have to take a rational and not an ideological approach to tackling this problem. Nationalising the water companies would cost £100 billion. Those are not figures, as I've seen him claim, from the water companies. Those are figures that were provided by officials in my department under the influence of nobody externally. £100 billion. And to pay that money, we would have to take it away from public services like the National Health Service and education in order to hand it to the owners of the companies that have been polluting our waterways. That makes no sense to me, it makes no sense to the public. Frankly, I'm surprised it makes any sense to him.
Sir Geoffrey Clifton-Brown.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Can I warmly welcome the Secretary of State's announcement this afternoon that he's going to merge all 4 water regulators into one. However, with a slight caution, it's no good moving the deck chairs around the deck unless you have improved the situation. So can he tell this House when he will produce the white paper and what teeth he's going to give this one new super regulator?
Secretary of State.
I welcome his support in principle for what Sir John Cunliffe has proposed and what I've accepted today about merging those 4 regulators, water functions, into one single super regulator. I'll be publishing the white paper, which will have the government's full response during the autumn. And if he would like to peruse the 450-page document that Sir John has provided, he will find 88 separate recommendations in there, many of which will significantly strengthen regulation so that the new regulator can enforce much more harshly against the kind of abuses that water companies got away with in the past.
Josh Newbury.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. On the AFRA Committee, we've heard unbelievable statements from 10 major water companies, but as Sir John Cunliffe has done, we also took a long, hard look at Ofwat, and we found a regulator that is too cosy in dealing with water companies and too bureaucratic in dealing with customers. A weak regulator and fragmented powers have let the public down for far too long. Does the Secretary of State agree with me that whilst the Conservatives failed and the Reform and the Greens make unachievable, unfunded promises, it is this Labour government which will call time on failure and protect bill payers?
Secretary of State.
He makes a very good point. I believe that one of the reasons why the relationship with Ofwat and the water companies became far too cosy is the instruction they received from ministers in the previous government to apply only light touch regulation when what was needed was a firm grip on what was going. It's astonishing they thought it was a good idea to strip out resources and tell the regulator to go soft on the companies, given the abuses that were taking place against the company. That has ended now. We're moving to a model of effective regulation that will protect bill payers and clean up our rivers.
Stephen Flynn.
In his opposition to nationalisation of water just yesterday, the Secretary of State didn't mention the fact that Scottish Water has £113 bills cheaper in Scotland, or the fact that 97% of Scotland's bathing waters meet the quality standards expected. No, what he said of Scottish Water was that pollution in rivers in Scotland is worse than in England. Yet I've consulted the House of Commons library, and when it comes to rivers in England, just 14% meet the quality standards expected, whereas in Scotland it is 58.2%. Trust in politics matters, so he'll correct the record today, won't he?
Secretary of State.
As he correctly points out, Scotland has a nationalised water company under the control, of course, of the SNP government, and water pollution is worse than in England as a result of that circumstance. I will be more than happy to write to him to give him the facts so that he can come back and correct the record in due course.
Gio Mora.
Deputy Speaker. Yesterday I had a lovely swim in the North Sea off Bamburgh Castle, and I would like to thank the Safer Seas and River Service for telling me which beaches to avoid the sewage spills by Northumbria Water. Not all my constituents swim, but they all tell me that the current situation is disgraceful. So they won't be reading a 500-page report. So could the Secretary of State explain to them whether it is A, their fault for not accepting higher bills, as Tory former ministers and Water UK are saying, or whether it is B, the water company's fault for extracting so much more value in the shape of dividends, payment bonuses, and loading the company with debt than they actually put into it, or whether C, it is because water is a natural monopoly and incredibly difficult to regulate effectively in the private sector, or is it B and C?
Secretary of State.
I got slightly confused with her question, if I'm honest. I think she's very brave to go swimming in the North Sea, but I know many people enjoy that. The changes that we are making will bring about effective regulation, appropriate levels of investment, and protect customers from the shocking bill hikes that we saw last year, which was the direct result of 14 years of failure by the Conservative government. I'm sure her constituents will welcome that.
Jess Brown-Philp.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and thank you to the Secretary of State for his statement today. Environment Agency data showed a 60% increase in serious pollution incidents last year. So the target of having spills over 5 years would mean nearly 250,000 sewage spills still happening annually in 2030. And when you drink a glass of water, You measure it in how much you drink, not the time it takes to drink it. So to make a real difference to places like Chichester Harbour or the River Lavant in my constituency, will the government look at volume rather than the hours of spills happening?
The target for reduction is using as its baseline the 2024 figure, not the 2021 figure that the previous government was using. That recognises the extent to which sewage pollution has increased between 21 and 24. I want to recognise the scale of the problem and then work to solve that problem from that point. We've announced the most ambitious target for sewage pollution reduction made by any government ever. That is not the end of our ambition. There will be further to go until we restore all of our waterways, including the beautiful Chichester Harbour, back to purity.
Matt Rodder.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and could I warmly welcome the Secretary of State's statement and the tough action he's announced today. Mr. Deputy Speaker, residents in my community have suffered appalling problems with sewage pollution in the Thames, the Kennet and many other waterways. They've also suffered interruptions to supply, which went on for hours and hours at the time, and, to make matters worse, they've suffered subsidence from a water leak. Could the Secretary of State advise me how the new Ombudsman will help my residents and I tackle these very, very serious problems?
Secretary of State.
The new Ombudsman will have statutory powers to provide independent and free support to customers who are experiencing the kind of failures that he is describing. There are many others, of course, but previously this was one of the only utilities that did not have that resource available. It will do from now. We've also taken steps in measures we've already introduced to increase compensation for people who have experienced failure by their water company by doubling it at least, and in some cases it goes up tenfold from what it used to be.
Dr. Ben Spencer.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. The quality of a river is not just the water that goes into it, but also the maintenance of the river itself. And my constituents have been failed over and over again by the Environment Agency in terms of maintaining our waterways. Given his enthusiasm for breaking apart quangos, will he consider bringing powers away from the EA so that we can manage our rivers properly, effectively?
Secretary of State.
He makes an important point, but I would gently remind him that it was his government that cut resources to the Environment Agency by 50%, and that may well have had something to do with the fact that the people were no longer there to go and enforce against the kind of failings he's talking about.
Marsha de Cordova.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and can I warmly welcome the Secretary of State's statement. I know my constituents in Battersea will be relieved after 14 years of Tory failure and inaction. As in Battersea, water pollution from toxic sewage discharge is a persistent problem, all while their bills are being hiked up. So I welcome this government taking the necessary steps and introducing reforms to the water sector and also protecting my constituents. But can he say just a little bit more about when he wants to bring forward the water bill legislation? And I'm sure he agrees with me that he is taking long overdue action.
Secretary of State.
Yep, I thank her for her question. I know Battersea very well. It's a very beautiful area, and I'm aware of the problems with pollution, and of course she knows all too well the concerns that her residents have about escalating bills as a result of the failure of the previous government to get a grip on the water sector. We will be publishing the white paper and launching the consultation this autumn. That will follow through with legislation in the first half of this Parliament.
Manuela Pertigella.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, my constituents have faced an increase in their water bills without seeing any improvement in the dumping of sewage in our rivers and brooks and no upgrading infrastructure. What assurances can the government provide that the increases in bills will not end up in the pockets of water company bosses?
Secretary of State.
Thank you for a question, and I hope she will be reassured by the fact that I have ring-fenced customers' money so that it can no longer be diverted for payment on bonuses and dividends in the way that was commonplace under the previous government. It will only be spent on what it was intended for, and that is investing in better water infrastructure. If that doesn't happen, it will be refunded back to customers.
Catherine Atkinson.
Over
60 Year 4 pupils from Walter Evans Primary School in Derby wrote to me and the Secretary of State worried about sewage dumping and plastic pollution in our rivers. Can I thank the Secretary of State for his clear commitment that this government will halve pollution in our rivers by 2030? And does he agree with me that had the Conservatives taken action of this kind when they came into power 14 years ago, my 9-year-old constituents would have known cleaner rivers all of their lives?
Secretary of State.
Can I first of all pay tribute to the young people from her constituency? Young people, of course, famously care about the environment, and they are devastated to see the scale of pollution in our waterways that she is describing. Of course, we've taken all of these steps and put in place the building blocks for change within a year of winning the general election. The previous government had 14 years, and they could have done exactly the same thing in any one of those 14 years. But as is shown by the absence of the Shadow Secretary of State today, they just didn't care enough.
Adrian Ramsey.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. This government-commissioned review looks at how to tinker with the Conservatives' failed privatised monopoly system. But the truth is that it's a moribund model that has resulted in billions being paid out to shareholders, billions of debt being loaded up, and neglecting crucial infrastructure, meaning that sewage is regularly pumped into our rivers and seas. So does the Secretary of State accept that the cost of this failure must be part of the calculation in determining the cost of bringing water into public hands where it belongs, and that figures like 100 billion are grossly inflated by those who don't think the water industry should pay for this greed and terrible mismanagement of our water systems?
State.
Well, I'm afraid the Green Party's proposals would mean paying £100 billion of taxpayers' money to the owners of the water companies, and that money would have to be taken away from the National Health Service. It would take years to unpick the current models of ownership, during which time pollution in our rivers would get much worse, not better. And we know it doesn't work, because you've only got to look north of the border, where the nationalised model in Scotland has worse pollution, not less. So he's talking about cutting the National Health Service, giving £100 billion to the owners of the current water companies, and making pollution far worse. Doesn't sound very green to me.
John Trickett.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Action to tackle the water companies' failure on long-standing systemic problems is much needed in my constituency of Rugby, where I've been working with residents in Brownsover who have faced repeated burst pipes, with some families forced to move out multiple times and not receiving the proper value of damaged property. Severn Trent has now given a timetable for action on the infrastructure, so I welcome the introduction of a new statutory water ombudsman to, as he says, put the public at the heart of water regulation. Does the Minister agree with me that where the Conservatives failed the British consumer, this Labour government will protect them and put people before profit?
Secretary of State.
I thank my honourable friend. He is a vocal champion of his constituents in Rugby, and he's quite right to demand more compensation when outages happen, and also an ombudsman. That is what this government will provide, so that we can provide better support to customers who are let down by the water companies. We are on the side of bill payers and the environment. The previous government was on the side of none of these.
John Lamond.
Was treated just over 58,000 times from Scottish sewer overflows. More than half of wild swimming spots in Scotland contain unsafe levels of sewage. So, whatever model the government decides to adopt for the regulation of the water industry in England, can he assure me they won't follow what the Scottish government has done in terms of their failed model?
I agree with him completely. He's accurately pointing to the failures both of the SNP government in Scotland and the nationalised model, which does not fix the problems.
Let's try again. John Trickett.
I thought he said John Trickett.
Thank you very much, sir. Can I, first of all, say that it's correct to analyse the failure of the regulators and to seek to replace them. But I rather think the Secretary of State will be coming back, or one of his successors, to discuss ownership structures. After all, in Yorkshire Water, where we were the first to pioneer hose pipe bans this year, the pipes are leaking a bit like a tetanus teabag, and over 95 billion litres of water was leaked by Yorkshire Water in last year alone. Now, what does the Secretary of State envisage if the new regulatory system fails and the ownership structures continue to produce the kind of problems we've been seeing up and down the country. Will he have reserve powers to take action against the owners of the companies themselves, probably to remove them?
Secretary of State.
Well, there's a system in place for if licences are breached for special administration. But the reason we're strengthening regulation and changing the regulator are so that we can prevent those kind of failures. And the £104 billion investment that we secured at the end of last year will help to upgrade pipes so we can reduce the amount of water that is leaking out of the system, and it will pay to build and dig out those new reservoirs that will catch the rain so there's a supply of water in the drier periods.
Jeremy Corbyn.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I understand the points the Secretary of State makes about the levels of pollution and damage to our natural world and environment by the water industry over the past 30 years. And I understand the need for regulation. But does he not understand that he hasn't dealt with a fundamental problem, which is that in the future there's still going to be private enterprise making money out of a public water supply? Wouldn't it be better to bring it into public ownership and set a share price based on the costs of pollution, the executive pay that's been exorbitant and the bonuses that have been exorbitant, so that the public as a whole control their water supply and we're no longer left to the vagaries of the private sector and all the devastation and damage they've caused over the past 30 years?
Secretary of State.
I thank him for his question. This government is going to do what works than what is ideologically correct. We are not going to strip £100 billion out of public services like the National Health Service to give it to the owners of the water companies who have polluted our waterways. We're not going to wait years to get investment in while pollution in our waterways gets even worse. And we are not going to let the pipes deteriorate to such an extent that bill payers would then be hit with even higher bills in the future. I'm going to act in the way that will deliver us lower bills and clean water in the fastest way possible.
Clive Efford.
Mr Deputy Speaker, what's happened to our waterways is a national disgrace, and the state that the Conservatives left our rivers, our lakes and the seas around Britain, it really epitomised what they did to public services in general. But does my right honourable friend agree with me that what's been lacking over the last 35 years of privatisation is a proper consumer representative that's actually protected the customers? And will he give it a guarantee that that will be front and centre of the new regulator?
Secretary of State.
I think he makes a very important point, and in Sir John Cunliffe's final report today, he does make recommendations for how customers can be put at the heart of the new model. There are several recommendations. I won't go through all of them, but one of them is to set up these new regional entities where customers will have direct representation in taking decisions about how water infrastructure investment will be spent to tackle the priorities that they have in their own areas.
Cameron Thomas.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. My constituent campaigners at Safe Haven and Tewkesbury Friends of the Earth will be delighted to see that at length the government has implemented a core Liberal Democrat manifesto pledge in the abolition of Ofwat. Will he now go further and implement a second pledge, put those campaigners on the board of Severn Trent so that they can hold the water company to account and continue to show my constituents that Liberal Democrat pressure pays off?
Secretary of State.
Well, I do welcome the Liberal Democrats' conversion because, of course, when they were in government and when the Water Minister was indeed a Liberal Democrat, they commissioned a report that found there was no need to change the model of regulation.
John MacDonald.
Can I just say that many people will find it incredulous that Cunliffe was not even allowed to look at public ownership. And can I also say to him mildly that the £100 billion he cites has largely been refuted by independent bodies and economists. But can I raise this issue with him? Way back in 2014, I raised the example of Northumbrian Water and the use of various complicated devices for tax avoidance. And that became endemic within the industry. Could we have a report on the water company's role in tax avoidance on this massive scale, that we can then look at what further action can be taken against them?
Secretary of State.
Well, I agree with him on one point, that we should be cracking down on tax avoidance, and it's always worth looking into that. But on his earlier point, I'm much more interested in the purity of our water than the purity of our ideology. the figure of £100 billion as the cost of buying out the water companies, if any government wanted to nationalise them, was provided by officials in my department with no external influence on them. This country cannot afford it, and we also can't afford the worsening of sewage in our waterways during the years it would take to unpick the current model of ownership.
Dr. Andrew Mearson.
The Minister said he wanted 9 more reservoirs. Can you say how many of that number are reservoirs already under construction or in the planning process, when we can expect to see them, and who will pay? And is it his view that Sir John Cunliffe's uplift of more than 30% in real terms for water payers' bill will be covering the cost?
Secretary of State.
I'll be more than happy to write to him with the details he is asking for, but as I've said earlier, we're also speeding up the planning process, treating reservoirs as nationally significant infrastructure, so that I, as the Secretary of State, will take the consenting decision so we can do it in months rather than the years or even decades it's been taking up till now.
Alison Gardner.
The village of Upper Team frequently suffers flooding and sewage outflows. One of the reasons is that the antiquated mains water infrastructure cannot adequately cope with the increased amount of new housing developments, even when the developer meets all the required mitigations. Recommendation 3 in the report states that a comprehensive systems planning framework should be introduced and consider regional spatial development priorities that may impact the water system, such as housing developments. Does the Minister agree with me that with the government's plan to build 1.5 million homes, it is vital that privatised water companies ensure that they can adequately meet systems demands without sewage dumping, prioritising this over profiteering?
She makes a very important point because, of course, water infrastructure is critical for housing development, economic development and economic growth in every single region of the country. I've accepted in principle today one of Sir John's recommendations that will allow us to align for the first time water infrastructure investment and spatial planning so that those homes and factories can be built faster to the benefit of local people.
Victoria Collins.
Deputy Speaker, I very much welcome the proposals and the announcement today as a step forward of tackling the sewage crisis, but of course the details will be in the delivery, and that's where the importance is, especially as in Harpenden and Berkhamsted, the River Vere, a precious chalk stream, has had nearly 5,000 hours of sewage in the last year. Some of that was 3,000 hours non-stop. Now, we don't know the volume, but we know it's terrible. Will the Secretary of State meet with me to see how the proposals put forward can help prioritise the upgrade of this Mark 8 sewage works that is desperately needed? Thank you.
Secretary of State.
Thank you for a question, and I know the River Vere very well because I used to walk over a bridge, cross it every day on my way to school while I was growing up. I would be very happy to make sure that she has an appropriate meeting with the Minister to discuss her concerns.
Anna Dixon.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I was very pleased to see that today's report, I believe, has got a picture of the Bingley Five Rise locks in my constituency on the front cover, so thank you for that. The creaking and leaking water infrastructure, the current drought restrictions and sewage dumping in our rivers, like the Aire and Wharf, are evidence of a failing industry. And indeed the failures of previous Tory water minister sitting on the front bench. I do welcome today's report and also give credit to the campaign groups like the Ilkley Clean River Group for the People's Water Commission. It's right that the Secretary of State in his response has said that he will abolish Ofwat and strengthen oversight and regulation. But Yorkshire Water has a labyrinth of holding companies that have built up debt, taken out dividends and interest payments, put up customer bills and failed to invest in upgrades. So will the Secretary of State agree with me that it's time for radical action, not only to merge the regulators, but also to restructure failing companies like Yorkshire Water?
State.
Yeah. Thank you for a question. I can't take credit for the picture, of course. That's to Sir John. I will join her in crediting the campaign groups who have done such a fantastic job at keeping this issue at the top of the political agenda. Sir John makes proposals in his report about those labyrinthine structures that she's talking about. We need clarity, we need transparency, and that is what we will now work towards.
Iqbal Mohammed.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. In 2001 to 23, over 4,600 incidents of sewage overflow in Dewsbury and Batley, amounting to over 28,000 hours. The bills for my constituents and those of Yorkshire Water customers have gone up 40% in the last 5 years and nearly 30% in the last 12 months. £84 billion has been taken in dividends by all the water companies in the UK, with £74 billion of that saddled onto the companies themselves. So what steps is the Secretary of State taking to reduce the bills of my constituents and the residents of the whole of the United Kingdom, and what steps will he take to claw back that £84 billion so it can be invested to fix the pipes?
He makes a very important point, and I'm grateful to him for that. His constituents, just like people right across the country, are paying bills. Last year were forced to pay the price of 14 years of Conservative failure because they allowed the companies to pay millions out in dividends and in bonuses when they should have invested it in upgrading the infrastructure. I've ring-fenced customers' money, so it will now only be spent on the purposes for which it was intended. Otherwise, it will be returned to customers.
Lee Ingham.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. On Crooked Bridge Road in my constituency of Stafford, Eccleshall and the Villages, it's taken the County Council far too long to accept responsibility for faulty pipes. The buck's been passed between them and Severn Trent. And the investigative work won't even start till August the 1st. So will the Commission consider looking into intervention in cases like this, where the buck is repeatedly being passed back and forth, to ensure that urgent works can get underway?
She makes an important point. Buck passing should not be allowed to continue. We're moving to new regional structures that will bring together the regulators, customers, advocacy groups, businesses and local authorities. It's a place where those kind of issues can be resolved.
Helen Maguire.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. We welcome the Government's commitment to cutting water bills by 50% in the next 3 years. However, looking at the stark increase that consumers have paid because of the failed water company finances, this will not touch the sides, especially for the most vulnerable customers. Will the Secretary of State do what Conservative ministers failed to and commit to implementing a single social tariff for water bills to help eliminate water poverty?
Secretary of State.
Thank you for that question. Of course, social tariffs already exist within the individual water companies. So John has made recommendations about that. We will consult on that later in the year and then take decisions as we bring forward legislation in the new year.
Luke Eghurst.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. It's a shame that no one's here from the Reform Party to explain their proposals for the water companies, and perhaps they might have managed to be more eloquent than their leader was on TV yesterday. Their unfunded spending commitment would send mortgages through the roof and take money away from the NHS, schools, police and our armed forces. Can the Secretary of State tell us how much he thinks that Reform's proposals would cost, and comment on whether he thinks they have a clue about this policy area that they can't even be bothered to be in the chamber for?
Secretary of State.
Well, I agree with him. It's a shame that none of them have turned up, but perhaps it's not surprising because they didn't bother mentioning this issue in their manifesto either. But we did hear at the weekend that their leader, the Honourable Member for Clacton, wants to spend £50 billion of taxpayers' money to hand to the owners of the current water companies. Now, if you add that to their existing £80 billion of unfunded commitments, it comes to £130 billion. By my reckoning, that's almost double the amount that Liz Truss bet and lost on the economy when she crashed it and sent mortgages and prices and rents skyrocketing. They want to double down on the bad bet.
Greg Smith.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I'm genuinely all ears for any practical steps that can be taken to build on the Environment Act to clean up our waterways. But can I pick up the Secretary of State's comments on the role, as he put it, citizen scientists and local communities in the process going forward? In my constituency, there are water heroes like Doug Kennedy, who I joined in Nether Winchendon testing the River Tame a few weeks ago, who has decades of real local knowledge on our local waterways. Likewise, the volunteers of the River Tame Conservation Trust. That is a powerhouse of local knowledge which will be replicated up and down the country. So rather than just involving them as consultees, can the Secretary of State reflect on how they get properly locked into local solutions to cleaning up our waterways?
Yeah.
Secretary of State.
First of all, I support what he said about the Environment Act. That was a worthwhile piece of legislation from the previous government. I also support what he's saying about making sure that people at the level of their own community can have more involvement, and I will certainly take that on board as we work through the consultation.
Gareth Snell.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. My constituents in Stoke-on-Trent want to know that their drinking water is safe and they want their waterways like the River Trent to be clean and looked after. I welcome all the commitments that the Secretary of State has made today about the new regulatory body that will be set up, but he will know that the power of a regulator isn't just in the power that it has, but the ability to enforce them. Could he say a bit more from the dispatch box about how he sees this new regulator having the resources to enforce the new rules that he's proposing? Because it needs to be more than the sum of the parts of its predecessors, because they have failed and so many of my constituents have seen it.
I thank him for his question. It's a very important one. We've introduced the principle already of the polluter pays. So where there are successful prosecutions and enforcement action against water companies, they pay the price for that enforcement. That funds the additional resource that allows further investigations and, if necessary, prosecutions to go ahead. What a contrast to the previous government slashing those resources in half.
Sarah Olney.
Mr Deputy Speaker, from Saturday night to Monday morning, a mains burst on Richmond Hill in my constituency went unattended, resulting in residents being left without a gas supply as water leaked into the gas pipeline. Burst pipes, sewage dumping following storm overflows has now become customary. Last year alone, 119 hours worth of sewage was discharged into rivers and waterways in my constituency. Thames Water have been allowed to get away with these negligent and environmentally hazardous practices for far too long, while Ofwat had stood by and watched. Earlier this year, an FOI uncovered that Ofwat have not recouped a single penny from the financial sanctions it has placed on Thames Water. Now that the government has finally realised that Ofwat must be replaced, will the Minister set out a timeline for when the review's recommendation for a new regulator will be implemented?
I agree with much of what she's just said. Her constituents are experiencing what constituents of members across the House are experiencing right across the country. It's not acceptable and it will not continue. We will be publishing the white paper in the autumn. There will be a consultation alongside that and we intend to then move to legislation during the first half of this Parliament.
Claire Hazelgrove.
Speaker. Cleaning up our rivers, lakes and seas could not be more important. And having served on the Water Special Measures Bill Committee, I was glad that our government acted so quickly to begin this vital work, and I welcome these further measures announced today. Could my right honourable friend please confirm that he will be bringing in these next changes as quickly as possible?
Absolutely, I agree with her. It's very important that these changes are brought in as quickly as possible. It is a national scandal, the state of our water sector, both the levels of pollution in our waterways, but also the unacceptable bill hikes that customers experienced last year. We cannot allow things to continue. We will move with the greatest possible speed, and I'm sure she will hold the fire to our feet.
David Reid.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. As the Secretary of State will know and the Water Minister will know, sewage is a major issue in my constituency of Exmouth and Exeter East. Now, as we've heard, this government plans to build 1.5 million new homes and tens of thousands are due to be put into my area. Understandably, lots of people are very concerned about this, that South West Water will not keep pace with development. So what guarantees can the Secretary of State give to ensure that South West Water do put the required infrastructure in?
Secretary of State.
It's a very important point that he's making. The recommendation that I'm accepting today will create new regional structures where water infrastructure investment will align with spatial planning so that we can guarantee in the future. However, that legislation is not yet in place, so I've set up within the Department a Water Infrastructure Board that is making sure that the water companies are putting in place the infrastructure where the opportunities for housing development and other forms of economic growth can take place.
Jim Dixon.
Deputy Speaker, can I welcome the Minister's statement today? Residents in Dartford will be impressed by the ambitious commitment of the government to halve sewage pollution in our lakes, rivers and seas within 5 years. They've had to put up with the poor performance of Thames Water for too long. Does the Minister agree with me that unlike the Conservatives, who had 14 years to fix this, and the Reform Party, who appear to have no ideas as to how to fix this, that this government, when it says that it's going to clean up our water and protect the British bill payer, it means it?
Secretary of State.
He's quite right to point to a situation where the situation with sewage and rising bills got worse every year for 14 years under the previous government. We are turning the tide on Tory sewage today, and over the next 5 years, residents in Dartford and elsewhere will see reductions in sewage until we meet our target.
Jim Shannon.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Can I thank the Secretary of State very much for his statement yesterday in the Laura Kuenssberg show that the Minister or the Secretary of State showed the positivity in relation to the programme and strategy that he's brought forward. The steps that are taken certainly make sense. However, in Northern Ireland, we are still publicly owned and still have the same difficulties that government are seeking to combat here. So my question to the Minister is a simple one. The required changes to infrastructure here to give more responsibility and to output the changes that are made. Can I ask the Minister, Secretary of State very much, would he do me a favour, speak to the Minister, the relevant Minister, that's Andrew Muir, at the Northern Ireland Assembly to ensure that what's going to happen here with the positivity that is shown, that we can have the same results in Northern Ireland and take care of some of our difficulties. Thank you.
I thank him for his question, and I speak regularly with my counterparts in Northern Ireland, and I'm more than happy to convey his message to them the next time I speak to them.
Julie Menz.
As someone who enjoys swimming in Cumbria's lakes, rivers and tarns, I welcome the Secretary of State's ambitious commitment to halving the sewage pollution in them. Can he say more about how, unlike the Conservatives who did nothing for 14 years and who, unlike Reform's moon-on-a-stick approach to reform, that when he says he has a plan to protect water consumers and protect water users, that he actually means it?
Secretary of State.
I thank her for her question. I think voters want to see action, not just words. That's why I'm so proud that that £104 billion of investment that we've secured started to be spent in April. It's already being invested. People will see the change as a result of this. That will help to restore their confidence and their trust in politics so shattered after 14 years of the Conservatives.
Tessa Munt.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Could the Secretary of State publish exactly the data that quantifies the amount that's lost in leaks, so that the public can understand exactly how much water and their hard-earned money is lost? And it will help the water companies to actually focus on fixing their pipes. It's no good just building another reservoir, as they might do in my area, if the water just continues to be lost en route to where it's needed.
Secretary of State.
She's right, transparency is always very important. I believe that data is available. I'm happy to write to her to direct her to it so she can share the information with her constituents.
Alison Hume.
Deputy Speaker, for far too long, families in Scarborough and Whitby have been paying the price of failure. Yorkshire Water was recently forced to pay out £40 million due to serious failings, yet a few days later, customers' bills rose by almost a third. Could my right honourable friend say a little more to reassure my constituents that a national social tariff is now on the cards for those on low incomes?
Secretary of State.
Well, we always want to support those who are on lower incomes and those who may be experiencing water poverty. Nobody should be worried about their water bill because their income is too low. Social tariffs already exist in every region. We will be consulting on the proposal for a national social tariff that the Independent Water Commission has proposed in their final report.
Ayub Khan.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Citizens and families in my city of Birmingham are currently paying an average of £400 a month for their water bill. That's looking to increase to £800 by the end of this Parliament term. We know that cost of living is spiralling out of control. Whilst families struggle with cost of living, big bonuses are being taken by chief executives and shareholders. Would the Secretary of State consider bringing water back into public ownership, given that more than 60% of the British public are asking for that?
State.
Well, nationalising the water companies, as I already said, would cost £100 billion, money that we'd have to strip out of the National Health Service and education in order to hand it to the people who own the water companies that have been polluting our waterways. It's not an idea that commends itself to me, I'm afraid.
Josh Fenton-Glynn.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. In Calder Valley, Mr Deputy Speaker, I beg your pardon. In Calder Valley, we have seen near floods and a hosepipe ban. Meanwhile, in 2024, Yorkshire has seen 68,186 sewage spills, lasting over 430,000 hours.
Shameful.
Does this mean an end to a useless regulator which is presiding over a failing industry?
Secretary of State.
Well, the answer to that one's very quick. Yes, it does.
Callum Miller.
Thank
Mr Deputy Speaker. I draw the House's attention to my register of interest as an office holder in the APPG for water. Last year, at the first Prime Minister's questions of the session, I was able to draw the Prime Minister's attention to the fact that Thames Water had pumped sewage into the River Evenlode for 2,600 hours in the previous year. I called then for the scrapping of Ofwat, and I'm delighted that the Secretary of State has listened to my party and so many campaigners by doing so today. However, Thames has pumped a further 1,000 hours worth of sewage into the same river in the intervening period, and that is why the Evenlode Catchment Project has had to take it into citizen science to try and measure those figures. The Secretary of State has set out that he wishes to halve the number of spills, but can I ask him why he is not seeking to halve the volume and quantity, for it's that which is killing our rivers?
Secretary of State.
Our target is the most ambitious target for sewage reduction put forward by any government in our country's history, and I'm very proud of that. It is an important stepping stone to restoring our rivers, lakes and seas to the good health and purity that many of us will remember from when we were younger.
Polly Billington.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I welcome my right honourable friend's statement, which is detailed, practical and focused on outcomes, in stark contrast to the ludicrous back-of-a-fag packet policy of the member for Clacton, who claimed yesterday simultaneously that he would nationalise half the water industry without knowing how much it would cost, and also that he would bring in more business people to run it. The people who have been free to run up debts, force up bills, dump sewage, leave pipes broken, reservoirs dry and our own lakes, seas and rivers filthy, which of course does include the Chief Executive of Southern Water, Lawrence Gosden, who, as my honourable friend for Hastings pointed out, has a £1.4 million pay package that he should hand back. Can he tell me, however, how this government plans to address those who say these proposals don't go far enough and will still leave our precious water, lakes and seas in the hands of shysters and spivs?
Well, she's quite right in pointing out that the honourable member for Clacton, by his own admission, has no idea and no clue about this issue. She's quite right too that these proposals are detailed. Sir John has provided a 450-page report with 88 separate recommendations that we will be consulting on. When we implement a final version of that, it will be the biggest overhaul to our water sector in over a generation. We will reset it from top to bottom, so we have a water sector that works on the side of customers and the environment and investors, rather than the serial failure we witnessed under the previous government.
Thank you, Shanker.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. The Derwent runs through the heart of Derby, but thanks to the polluting water companies and the Tories opposite, its health is in serious doubt. Can the Minister reassure my constituents that this Labour government is committed to taking the robust action needed desperately to restore the river and preserve it for our communities to enjoy safely?
Secretary of State.
I thank you for his question. The state of the River Derwent is, alas, seen in so many other rivers, lakes and seas up and down the country. That is why we're launching today a water revolution to completely reset the water sector from top to bottom so the failings of the past can never happen again.
Alice MacDonald.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. Norfolk is home to many beautiful beaches and rivers, but like many people are concerned about the state of their waters. The Cow Tower Dippers in Norwich are applying for designated swim status that will mean that Anglian Water is obliged to monitor their water. That's one specific example, but can the Secretary of State expand on how the reforms will help local groups hold water companies to account and speed up processes like that?
Secretary of State.
I thank you for her question. By monitoring every single outlet and by making that visible to people right across the country, campaigners and residents, we will open up the system to far greater transparency than has been the case previously.
Tom Rutland.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Last week it was revealed that the Chief Executive of Southern Water was awarded an egregious, enormous pay rise worth hundreds of thousands of pounds, despite the company continuing to oversee sewage spills and infrastructure failures affecting my constituents in East Worthing and Shoreham. Does the Minister agree with me that water bosses shouldn't profit from overseeing catastrophic failure?
Secretary of State.
I absolutely agree with him about that point, and I share his sentiment that this payment is outrageous. It was possible because it is part of a scheme that was permitted under the regulatory regime allowed by the previous government. We've changed the law. It won't happen again.
Douglas McAllister.
Mr Deputy Speaker. Can I commend the Minister for the action contained within this statement to hold water companies to account, not least the new regulator and ombudsman. Scotland's widespread water pollution challenges are far greater than England's, particularly sewage-related pollution in our rivers and on our beaches. Scottish Water is publicly owned, but Scottish ministers are failing to take the problem seriously with inadequate monitoring. Does the Minister agree that Scotland needs to take similar urgent action, which only a new direction under Scottish Labour can deliver?
Well, I do agree with him. We had an example earlier during this session of the complacency with which the SNP treat these kind of issues. There is only one chance now in Scotland for a reset, and that is the election of a Scottish Labour government in Holyrood to work, as we are doing, to clean up pollution from our rivers, lakes and seas.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. My constituents of Bangor-upon-Conway have been hit by a massive rise in bills, which is a real kick in the teeth, given that thousands of them were without water after a major burst earlier this year. So can I warmly welcome the Secretary of State's commitment to devolving the economic regulation of water to Wales, which would allow the Welsh Government to move forward with the Commission's recommendation in terms of having an independent economic regulator from Wales. So would my honourable friend agree with me that this demonstrates the value of two Labour governments working together for the bill payers in Wales?
Secretary.
I do agree with her, and I understand that the Welsh Deputy First Minister will be laying a statement before the Senedd today, giving his comments on Sir John's report.
Nashaba Khan.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Can I thank the Secretary of State for everything he's doing to transform water companies across our country. My residents in Gillingham and Rainham have suffered astronomical hikes in their bills and have also been exposed to pollution and sewage dumps in our water. Yet the Chief Executive of Southern Water thinks he deserves a bonus of approximately £700,000 on top of his salary. Does he agree with me that this is an absolute disgrace, and will he ensure that any loophole that is used to bring forward these bonuses is shut down under his reforms?
Secretary of State.
I do agree with her. It is disgraceful, and I'm afraid these problems arose because the previous government instructed the regulators to apply only a light touch approach to regulation when what they really needed was to get an absolute grip on this failing sector. They failed to do that. This government will ensure that is what happens.
Sir Strathern.
Mr Deputy Speaker, many of my constituents share my utter disgust about the way in which water companies have been able to profit off degrading our rivers and chalk streams. So while it's fantastic to see bonuses already banned now at polluting Anglian water, to see that we're following up by taking action and sacking regulators that were asleep at the wheel. Absolutely. But as we start on really ambitious reforms to halve sewage spills over the coming years, how can we make sure we're tightening up some of those monitoring procedures to ensure that my constituents can see clearly and transparently whether we're feeling the benefits of that locally?
Secretary of State.
Thank you for his question. Monitoring will now be compulsory on every single outlet, not just some of them, and that data will be published in near real time so that consumers know exactly what is going into the waterways in the area where they live or where they're on holiday.
Under Martin.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I warmly welcome the statement and the work of the government. Portsmouth as an island city is well aware of the damage done. We see it, we smell it, and we feel it in our pockets every day. Over 100 of my constituents have raised the fury and disappointment at the way the Tories allowed these firms to extract billions and pump raw sewage. Abolishing Ofwat and an independent water commissioner is another brilliant step that will put real teeth to serve customers. Mr Deputy Speaker, will the Secretary of State confirm that this government will ensure action, so we don't just monitor, we take action, so there's no light touch, we take action, and so that our actions ensure fair water companies serve the public interest first? And will you meet with me and my resident, David Taylor, a brilliant campaigner and inventor, to explore how we don't just stop sewage pumping, but how we reduce leaks?
Secretary of State.
Yep, assuming he's not the honourable member for Hemel Hempstead, but another David Taylor, I would be happy to ensure that she gets that meeting. And can I take this opportunity to thank her for being such a champion for her residents and her constituency. I had the honour to visit a couple of times, and I've seen how strongly she fights for clean water in that community.
I very much welcome the focus that the Secretary of State is putting now on protecting water customers.
because my constituents in Early and Woodley constituency and I have seen our Thames water bills go up dramatically, and we'll want to know that those bill increases are going towards improving the infrastructure and customer service, as opposed to payouts to buses that happened so much under the regulator's watch previously. I have a meeting with Thames Water buses in their Reading headquarters next week, and following that meeting, I ask if the Secretary of State will agree to meet with me and fellow Labour MPs working on the issue to discuss how we can better hold Thames Water to account on behalf of all of our constituents.
Hear, hear.
I'm more than happy to make sure that she gets a meeting with an appropriate minister, and I'm sure she'll be pleased to know that this government has ring-fenced customers' money, so it can now only be spent on the purposes it was intended for, including upgrading broken and leaking pipes, no longer diverted to pay for bonuses and dividends, as used to happen under the previous government.
Speaker, what a pleasure it was to welcome the Secretary of State to the water meadows in Bury St Edmunds.
Lovely.
Now, the lark and the linnet in Bury St Edmunds and the gipping in Stowmarket are disgracefully neglected, and my own laboratory tests revealed dangerously high ammonia levels, for I too have become a citizen scientist. Now, I welcome the decision to scrap Ofwat, but will the Minister agree with me that our precious Suffolk chalk streams must be protected?
I absolutely agree with him on that point, and it was indeed a pleasure to visit Bury St Edmunds. He's very lucky indeed to represent such a beautiful part of the country, and in joining the citizen scientists, he's joined a very proud movement, and I'm sure he'll make a very important contribution to their work.
Josh Dean.
Mr Deputy Speaker, can I welcome the Secretary of State's statement today and these ambitious reforms. Around 10% of the UK's chalk streams run through Hertfordshire, and in Harth and Stortford we're lucky to be home to many of these, including the River Stort and the River Lee. So as the Secretary of State announces further action to clean up our water and clean up the water sector, will he reassure local residents in my community that this Labour government will protect our precious local chalk streams?
I'm happy to give him that reassurance. The changes that we're bringing about with this water revolution will reduce levels of pollution in the chalk streams, but also reduce the need for abstractions from those chalk streams, which has been one of the most damaging features of what has been causing such distress to residents in his constituencies across Hertfordshire and other parts of the country.
Coleman.
Mr Deputy Speaker, and I very much welcome the Secretary of State's announcement, which means that Thames Water will no longer, as under the previous Conservative government, be able to treat my constituents with contempt by diverting many millions from the bills paid by local residents to their shelling out dividends to shareholders and paying themselves bonuses, all the while pumping loads of sewage into our river. And the Secretary of State talks about ring fencing. I wonder if I might just clarify, what if Thames doesn't now invest enough of the income it receives in stopping the spills and clearing up the Thames, our river? Is it still fair to say that Thames Water and its directors are still drinking in the last chance saloon?
The new regulatory regime will have much closer supervision of the water companies and will be able to intervene much earlier if there is any sign of them failing to invest in the priorities which they have committed to invest in.
Louise Jones.
Mr Deputy Speaker, I was absolutely disgusted to see just this morning reports of a sewage leak in the River Hipper in my constituency of North East Derbyshire. So I welcome the Secretary of State's ambition to tackle this issue. But this is particularly galling because it comes after massive hikes to the bills of those like myself who live in North East Derbyshire. Can the Secretary of State explain how the new Water Ombudsman will help us when we seek to challenge unfair bills?
Well, people will have the right to go to the Ombudsman to take up complaints such as that one or any of the other complaints. Previously, there's been no statutory Ombudsman that water customers had recourse to when they had problems. We will be bringing one in that will operate along with the much increased levels of compensation that we have already brought in through the Water Special Measures Bill, which I know she supported.
Arthur.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And I do congratulate the Minister for the scale of ambition is shown today. There's many issues with the water sector in Scotland, not least the CSO discharges into Collington Dell, the water of Leith there. But one thing it does get right is that in Scotland we understand that to reduce CSO spills, what we have to do is reduce the amount of rainfall going into our combined pipes. And that is done through planning in Scotland. The Cunliffe report makes clear that it's time to enact Schedule 3 of the Flood and Water Management Act, so we do the same in England. Will they take forward that recommendation?
I mean, in my view, and Sir John Cunliffe makes this point, it's very important to align water infrastructure investment with spatial planning so we can tackle the kind of problems that he is referring to. We intend to go ahead with that in England. I've accepted in principle that recommendation already, even ahead of any consultation. The situation will be different in Scotland, of course, because they have an SNP government who hasn't really taken these issues seriously.
Mr Deputy Speaker, residents in my Redditch constituency often ask me how we got to a situation where water company CEOs can oversee record levels of sewage spillage, let our infrastructure crumble and charge hard-pressed customers even more, yet enjoy extortionate bonuses. If this is to be a moment where we draw a line and turn the page on 14 years of failure, would the Secretary of State agree with me? We must never abandon water-paying customers again, like the previous government did.
Yeah. Not only should we never abandon them, we never will abandon them. We are revolutionising the entire sector so that customers' interests are right at the heart of it in a way that they have never been before.
David Burton-Sampson.
Mr Deputy Speaker, and can I congratulate the Secretary of State and his team for their steadfast commitment to cleaning up our waterways and these announcements today, which are welcomed. My constituents in Southend Western Lee care greatly about this scourge after years of neglect by the party opposite pumping sewage into our waters, our beautiful estuary. I also see the government's commitment to banning wet wipes containing plastic, something we discussed recently at our water summit in Southend. Will he meet with me to discuss concerns raised on the actual flushability of some wipes marked as being flushable?
I share his concerns, and I know my honourable friend, the Water Minister, does too. We're happy to make sure he gets his meeting.
John Grady.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I welcome the Independent Water Commission report. It's a serious piece of work. Mr Speaker, the water companies were privatised with no debt, yet following years of dividends, excessive debt and opaque financial structures, the financial stability of the water sector is a cause of very serious concern. Recommendations 56 to 59 and other recommendations engage with this topic very seriously. Will the Secretary of State commit to reviewing very carefully whether many of these recommendations targeted at financial stability can be accelerated ahead of legislation so that resilience is protected along with bill payers?
I thank him for that. Yes, we are looking at what recommendations we can bring forward early. Others will be part of the consultation.
The ever-patient Peter Swallow.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Thames Water have spent thousands of hours dumping sewage into the River Blackwater in Sandhurst and the Cut in Bracknell. Under this government, they've been hit with the largest fine ever, and their bonuses have been blocked. But now Thames Water seem to think that they should be allowed to get away with giving their bosses bonuses. They should be allowed special rights not to have to pay those fines. Will the Secretary of State tell them to jog on?
I think my honourable friend has already done the job for me.
Order. That concludes that statement. Could I thank the Secretary of State and the Shadow Secretary of State for their presence throughout a lengthy session. We now change the casts, please. Foreign Secretary.
Well, with permission, Mr Deputy Speaker, I'd like to make a statement on the Middle East. I'll begin on Syria. We've been horrified by the recent violence in the south, including civilian deaths. Clashes between Druze and Bedouin militias have quickly escalated into intense fighting, with involvement from government forces and further Israeli strikes on the Syrian military. As I said directly to Foreign Minister Shabani, we want to see the fighting ended, civilians protected, and the rights of all Syrians upheld. The violence in Sawada must be investigated and those responsible held accountable. We want humanitarian access to be restored, aid delivered, and Syria's sovereignty must be respected. The UK can be proud of our support to the Syrian people over many, many years. And a stable Syria matters to the UK's national interests for terrorism, for irregular migration, for regional stability. We must work to prevent extremism, sectarianism, or lawlessness taking hold now that Assad is gone. That's why we're backing a sustainable ceasefire, and that is why we support an inclusive transition, and it's why I visited Damascus recently to support and to press the new government to meet its commitments. I'll now turn to the situation in the occupied Palestinian territories. It's 2.5 months since Prime Minister Netanyahu restarted offensive operations. The IDF has driven Palestinians out of 86% of Gaza, leaving around 2 million people trapped in an area scarcely over 20 square miles. Whatever this Israeli government might claim, repeated displacement of so many civilians is not keeping them safe. In fact, it's quite the reverse. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the new Israeli aid system is inhumane, it's dangerous, and it deprives Gazans of human dignity. It contradicts long-established humanitarian principles. It creates disorder Hamas is now exploiting, with distribution points reduced from 400 to just 4. It forces desperate civilians, children among them, to scramble unsafely for the essentials of life. It's a grotesque spectacle, wrecking a terrible human cost. Almost 1,000 civilians have been killed since May, seeking aid, including 100, Mr. Deputy Speaker, this weekend alone. There are near daily reports of Israeli troops opening fire on people to access food. Israeli jets have hit women and children waiting for a health clinic to open. An Israeli drone has struck down children filling water containers, which Israeli officials blamed on a technical error. Hamas is, of course, contributing to the chaos and taking advantage of it. But I utterly condemn the killing of civilians seeking to meet their basic needs. The Israeli government must answer what possible military justification can there be for strikes that have killed desperate, starving children? What immediate actions are they taking to stop this litany of horrors? And what will they do to hold those responsible to account? Mr. Deputy Speaker, I've said before, I'm a steadfast supporter of Israel's security and its right to exist. I treasure the many connections between our peoples, and the horrors of October the 7th must never be forgotten. But I firmly believe the Israeli government's action are doing untold damage to Israel's standing in the world and undermining Israel's long-term security. Netanyahu should listen to the Israeli people, 82% of whom desperately want a ceasefire, and to the hostage families, because they know it offers the best chance to bring their loved ones home. Those hostages may be hidden in cramped tunnels under the ruins of Gaza, but we will not forget them or Hamas's despicable actions, and we will continue to demand their unconditional release. This offensive puts them in grave danger, but still Netanyahu persists. Indeed, Minister Katz has gone further, proposing to drive Gaza's entire population into Rafah, imprisoning Palestinians unless persuaded to emigrate. Mr. Deputy Speaker, this is a cruel vision which must never come to pass, and I condemn it unequivocally. Permanent forced displacement is a violation of international humanitarian law. Many Israelis themselves are appalled. A former Israeli Prime Minister, Ehud Barak, said it marches us into an abyss. He was right. Mr. Speaker, today I join a statement of 31 foreign ministers as signatories with a simple, urgent message: the war in Gaza must end now. There is no military solution. Negotiations will secure the hostages, Further bloodshed serves no purpose. Hamas and Israel must both commit to a ceasefire now, and the next ceasefire must be the last ceasefire. I thank the United States, Qatar and Egypt for their tireless efforts, and I'm sure all members share my intense frustration that it has not happened. Until there is a breakthrough, we must keep doing all we can to relieve the suffering. UK aid has saved lives, reaching hundreds of thousands with food, water, hygiene and sanitation, and essential health care, and under the most appalling circumstances, our aid is saving lives today. That includes the almost £9 million the UK has provided to UK Med since we entered office, reaching 500,000 patients inside Gaza, 24,000 in the past fortnight alone. Like 3-year-old Razan, UK-funded medics removed a bullet from her neck after nearly 3 hours of surgery. These doctors and nurses working in the most extreme conditions are true heroes. They deserve the thanks and the admiration of the entire House. We're also working, of course, multilaterally. The 149 trucks from the World Food Programme and UNICEF entering Gaza in recent days included food supplies funded by the United Kingdom, and 1,000 more trucks laden with aid paid for by British taxpayers can enter the moment the Israeli government lets them in. Today I'm announcing an extra £40 million worth for humanitarian assistance in Gaza this year, including £7.5 million for UK Med to sustain their vital operations in Gaza and save more lives. Mr. Deputy Speaker, accompanying the horrors in Gaza, there is an accelerating campaign to prevent a further Palestinian state in the West Bank. It's embraced by Netanyahu, it's encouraged by his ministers, it's driven by an extremist ideology which wants to suffocate the two-state solution, the only route to a lasting peace and security. We see it in the unprecedented pace of settlement expansion, in the shocking levels of settler violence, even settler terrorism. For that is what the most egregious ideological attacks are, and it is the deliberate attempts to squeeze the Palestinian Authority, unjustly denying it access to its own funds, and it harms Israel's long-term interests in the process. Now the Israeli government is reintroducing plans to construct new units in the E1 area of occupied East Jerusalem. If built, this settlement would separate the West Bank north from its south, and Palestinians in the West Bank from East Jerusalem. These plans are wholly unacceptable, they are illegal, and they must not happen. Mr. Deputy Speaker, we are striving to keep open the prospects of a two-state solution. UK assistance has been preserving the Palestinian Authority, contributing to essential Palestinian workers' salaries and supporting them to progress critical reforms. Today I can confirm we are enhancing our support, providing £7 million to strengthen the Palestinian Authority and Palestinian governance, implementing the agreement signed by myself and PM Mustafa earlier this year, and we're delivering the reform plans that President Abbas has set out. I can also confirm that we're providing £20 million worth to support UNRWA's many services for Palestinian refugees. And alongside this support, we are leading diplomatic efforts to show that there must be a viable pathway to a Palestinian state involving the Palestinian Authority, not Hamas, in the security and governance of the area. Hamas can have no role in the governance of Gaza, nor use it as a launchpad for terrorism. Israeli ministers should support the Palestinian Authority, not actively undermine its economy, as Ministers Ben-Gvir and Smodrit are doing. The UK is co-leading with Egypt the humanitarian and reconstruction track for the forthcoming two-state solution conference, and we are pushing to agree plans for a credible next phase in Gaza with a responsible reform PA at their core. So we turn any temporary ceasefire into a lasting peace. Mr. Deputy Speaker, in our year in office, this Labour government has acted to address this horrendous conflict. We've restored funding to UNRWA after the Tories froze it. We suspended arms export licences when the Tories declined to act. We've provided nearly £250 million in humanitarian assistance this year and next, getting medical treatment and food to hundreds of thousands of civilians in Gaza. We stood with the hostage families at every stage. We've worked with Jordan to fly medicines into Gaza, with Egypt to treat medically evacuated civilians, with Kuwait and UNICEF to help children in Gaza. We've delivered 3 sanctions packages on violent settlers, suspended trade negotiations with the Israeli government, and sanctioned far-right Israeli ministers for incitement. We've defended the independence of the international courts. We've signed a landmark agreement with the Palestinian Authority and hosted the Palestinian Prime Minister in London, pushing for the reform it needs. We called for, worked for, voted for an immediate ceasefire and the release of the hostages at every possible opportunity, and we will keep doing so until this war is over. Hamas releases the hostages and we finally have a pathway to a two-state solution. I commend this statement to the House.
Shadow Secretary of State for Foreign Affairs, Priti Patel.
Mr. Speaker, and I'm grateful to the Foreign Secretary for advance sight of his statement. The violence, loss of life and conflicts that continue in the Middle East shock us all. The events in the Middle East have a direct impact upon our national interests and to people living in our own country, from the concerns about family members in the regions to demonstrations on our street, and from the threats from Iran to the rise of anti-Semitism. This side of the House is clear that we want to see an end of the conflict in Gaza, a return of the hostages, humanitarian support, which is so desperately needed, must get in, and an end to the terror inflicted by Hamas and Iran. But the reality of peace and a sustainable end to the conflict in Gaza seems to be drifting further away. What is Britain's role when it comes to workable outcomes and practical solutions to advance an end to this conflict? And what diplomatic action is being taken with regional allies and the US? Where is Britain's voice and action when it comes to putting new pressure on Hamas to agree the most recent US proposals to secure a ceasefire and release the hostages who've been in cruel captivity for more than 650 days? On the statement the Foreign Secretary signed earlier today, can he confirm or explain what an unconditional and permanent ceasefire means for Hamas and the Palestinian Authority? Last week I met with Keith and Ava Siegel, hearing their harrowing experience of being held in brutal captivity by Hamas. I paid tribute to their incredible bravery and their resilience and dedication to securing the freedom of the remaining hostages, from Gail to Ziv Berman to Matan Angras and Omi Moran, and all those being held in barbaric captivity. They must be returned to their loved ones. The hostages are denied humanitarian access by Hamas. What is the government doing about this? And when was his last intervention on this particular issue? On aid to Gaza, this situation has deteriorated beyond all rational comprehension. The daily reports of casualties seeking aid are appalling, and we utterly condemn these attacks. But our words and political statements of condemnation are not saving lives. So what practical solutions, proposals and options has the Foreign Secretary and the British government discussed with Israel on aid supplies into Gaza? What dialogue is there to find an agreement on getting aid supplies and access open that goes beyond the current dangerous approach that has been adopted? I remind the House that the last Conservative government, through Lord Cameron, secured new aid routes and better aid access to save lives. Surely, in light of the desperate urgency of the situation we all see, calls for such options have to be considered once again. On settlement, I reiterate our long-standing position that these are not helpful to achieving long-term peace. Israel should not take steps that could make a two-state solution more difficult, and it must use its legal system to clamp down on settler violence. We want a two-state solution that guarantees security and stability for both Israeli and Palestinians, and Palestinians, and I'm sure that he agrees it should only come at a time that is conducive to peace, and that it cannot be at the start of a process, and certainly not while Israeli hostages are still in captivity in Gaza. And does the Foreign Secretary agree that there needs to be a clear plan and international measures to see the exit of Hamas from Gaza? On Syria, the barbaric violence we have witnessed in recent days cannot continue. All groups and minorities in Syria must be protected, and the Foreign Secretary has mentioned his recent discussions with the transitional Syrian leadership. Did he convey to those in charge that they have a responsibility to end the armed conflict in their country and guarantee the protection of all minority groups in Syria before international community removes sanctions and normalises diplomatic relationships? What assurances has he received from the transitional government? And have these commitments been met in any way with measurable action? Will he update the House on whether any of the £64.5 million of money dedicated to Syria announced by the government earlier this month will be used to deal with the aftermath of these latest clashes, and how will it be spent? Can the Foreign Secretary also confirm whether he deems sufficient action has been taken by the interim government on the destruction of chemical weapons in Syria? Does he believe the HTS government is capable of securing Syria's borders? And can he also explain whether he intends to change the prescribed status of HTS? On sanctions, can he give us his assessment on the effect of the sanctions already lifted, and if they have had any unintended side effects? Syria's future still hangs in the balance, and we need to be wholly evidence-led on our approach. The Foreign Secretary did not mention Iran, but we understand from reports that Iran, Britain, France and Germany are due to hold nuclear talks in Istanbul on Friday. Can he confirm the purpose of these talks? Is he coordinating actions with the United States? And what is the content of the deal the Foreign Secretary would like to see going forward?
Well, I'm very grateful to the Shadow Foreign Secretary for the tone of her remark and the cross-party consensus that exists in this House that this war must come to an end, and the huge concern that we all have, not just in this House, but also in the international community, about the humanitarian suffering that we continue to see. And just on that point, she raises what more can be done and praise and aid the work of the former Foreign Secretary, Lord Cameron. She will recognise that Lord Cameron and, prior to that, former Foreign Secretary Cleverly, all raised with the Israelis the situation, the humanitarian situation. It has got steadily worse. It's now down to 4 aid points, and this new foundation offering aid, but people dying as they scramble for that aid. I note in her remarks she did not say that we should go back to the 400 aid points that we had in the past, and she will note that her government did not refund funding to UNRWA. But we believe the UN and its system are best placed to deliver aid to Gaza, and that is the position that we continue to maintain. She raises also, against that backdrop, what we are doing in terms of our multilateral and doing to work with others to bring this to an end. Can I ask her to read the statement that landed? 31 countries have now signed up to that statement, and of course we are pressing and working with colleagues. That's why I spoke to Minister Saar once again today, to urge him to do the right thing, to get a ceasefire, but to look now clearly at this aid system that's not working. And then on governance, she will know that we will participate in the two-state conference that's been organised by France in a couple of weeks' time, and she will know that that conference is now dedicated to looking closely at the governance arrangements that you've got to put in place. When Hamas leave, and they must go and they can't govern Gaza, how do we ensure that this is not a 60-day pause, but we bring an end to this and we move to the two-state solution? And she knows our commitment to recognition as set out in our manifesto, and the conversation that's going on internationally in relation to recognition. She rightly presses the case on Syria. And of course, when I met with al-Shara, I was absolutely clear that this government had to be inclusive. I pressed him on his former background as a terrorist and our concerns, the concerns that will exist in this chamber, but we must work with him to ensure that it's inclusive, to ensure that security is fundamental, and she'll understand we have much that we need to do to support them on counter-terrorism at this time. And in a country where 90% of people are living in poverty, to ensure that people get the aid and the support they need, and indeed the areas affected by the murders that we saw over the last few days.
Chair of the Select Committee, Dame Emily Thorne.
Deputy Speaker. Earlier today, then, 31 countries put out a powerful message. The war must end now. There must be aid going into Gaza, unrestricted. The hostages must be released, and all parties must uphold international law. It was sent to Israel, and by return, this powerful message was rejected. It was denounced by Israel as disconnected from reality.
Shocking.
So what now? So what now? In that statement, the 31 nations said we are prepared to take further action to support an immediate ceasefire and political pathways to security and peace for Israel, Palestine and the entire region. So what are we going to do, may I ask? Does that include the final recognition of Palestine?
Well, the Right Honourable Lady is right to call into question so quickly the Israeli government rejecting the advice of its friends and 31 countries coming together, horrified by those who are losing their life, simply reaching out to get aid and humanitarian care. She, of course, references the debate that exists in relation to recognition. Let me tell her that we will be working with our French colleagues who are focusing the upcoming conference, particularly on two states and how we get to two states. And as you would expect, the UK will play its part. On the broader issues, I hope and pray that we get a ceasefire, and of course that will lead to further activity as we head towards UNGA.
Liberal Democrat front bench spokesman Callum Mann.
Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Foreign Secretary for advance sight of his statement. I welcome his commitment to a diplomatic resolution in Syria and to holding the governments of Syria and Israel accountable for protecting all civilians and especially minorities. The Foreign Secretary is right to say that the situation in Gaza is inhumane and grotesque, and he is right that a ceasefire is desperately needed. I welcome the aid allocations that he has announced. But the problem is that the situation is not new. And the problem is that repeated expressions of regret by this government have not prevented further carnage being wrought by the Netanyahu government. The whole House saw the passion with which the Right Honourable Gentleman announced the British, French and Canadian joint position on the 20th of May, and with which the Minister for the Middle East sanctioned Ministers Smotrich and Ben-Gvir on the 10th of June. In those statements, ministers said that, and I quote, "we cannot stand by," and that they would respond, quote, "not just with words, but with actions." I think they meant it. And yet, 2 months later, the Secretary of State has only words, not actions. His joint statement with other countries today says once again only, quote, "we are prepared to take further action." And yet, children queuing for food or water are still being killed every single day as the Israeli cabinet maintains its grotesque blockade of humanitarian aid and now proposes an open-air prison for all Gazans, which, according to Ehud Olmert, would amount to ethnic cleansing. And yet I spoke today to the Oxfordshire doctors, Nick Maynard and Nada Al-Hadithi from Nasser Hospital in Gaza. They described the desperation of civilians facing the latest Israeli attack on Deir al-Balah, the deaths of patients for want of basic dressings, and that IDF snipers fired directly into the hospital compound. And yet, settlers in the West Bank continue illegally to occupy Palestinian homes and land. And yet, the remaining hostages held in Gaza now for over 650 days at the hands of Hamas terrorists are no closer to release. I've written to the Foreign Secretary frequently to set out the many more steps Liberal Democrats believe he should take. So I will simply ask, does the Foreign Secretary truly believe that his government is doing all it can to put an end to the terrible violence and starvation being visited in Gaza in clear contravention of international law? Can he explain why there have been so few consequences since he and the minister spoke so powerfully in the last 2 months? And can he dispel the widespread view that he is not setting the policy he would choose, but that he is instead being reined in by Number 10's desire not to upset President Trump by acting more boldly?
Well, can I say to the Honourable Gentleman that I would actually want to associate my remarks with much that he said. It is a source of great regret to me that we have not brought this most horrendous of wars and conflict to an end. The Right Honourable Lady who chairs the Select Committee raised the response I had not heard whilst I have been sat in this chamber the response of the Israeli government to the statement signed by 31. That ignoring of the international community is tarnishing greatly the reputation of Israel. I listed in my speech the action that this government has taken since coming to office in the last year. He knows that this government has led much of the multilateral effort, and that sits behind both the statement of the leaders a few weeks ago and the statement of foreign secretaries today. We will continue to press. We continue, of course, to look at what further we may need to do, as he would expect. But let me tell him that I wish I could say too that were we to recognise tomorrow it would bring this war to an end. I'm afraid I'm not sure that is the case. What is required now is painstaking diplomacy to get to that ceasefire, and my assessment is we will not see that ceasefire until the Knesset rises.
Order. Order. Once again, we have a very large number of honourable members who wish to take part in this discussion. And the intention is to try to accommodate everybody, but that will mean members exercising a degree of self-restraint that was not entirely evident in the previous session. I leave it to you, but if you want everybody to be called, then please, questions, not statements, and if I may say so, Foreign Secretary, relatively brief answers. Andy MacDonald. Andy MacDonald.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy. Sorry, I missed that. I mean, this statement we have from the 25 or 31 partners, it takes us no further forward. So we're prepared to take further action to support an immediate ceasefire. It's action that people are wanting, not more repetition of we call for, we demand, we urge. We want action, and this isn't action. We've had this so many times before. We've got this terrible humanitarian crisis, forcible transfer of civilians, the starvation by Israel, replacing... How can it be that we have a situation where IDF are firing at children, systematically going for head, stomach and testicles before their sport, and we have Rafah razed to the ground and this euphemistic humanitarian city being constructed, which the former Prime Minister of Israel called a concentration camp? When are we going to take the appropriate action to bring about comprehensive and full trade and arms embargo and concentrate the mind of Israel? Because nothing else is working. They're not listening. They're getting away with murder every single day.
The honourable gentleman clearly didn't listen to a word that I said, but I'm sure that the Foreign Secretary did.
I understand my honourable friend's frustration, and he has been consistent with that for a very long time. And as I've said, I regret that we are not at a place where we currently have a ceasefire, despite the international community that, calling for one and the pressure that exists. And he's right. What we are seeing at the moment is an abomination, and I would join him with those remarks.
Father of the House, Sir Edward Lee.
Of course, we all condemn the evil Hamas, but is not Prime Minister Netanyahu the biggest recruiting sergeant for Hamas? For every fighter he kills, he's radicalising the whole world against the state of Israel because of this appalling humanitarian solution. Now, I agree with everything the Foreign Secretary says, but I think we say to him that our word's enough. I just wonder whether he will oblige the House of Commons now and have a free vote, and I bet this motion will pass by an enormous majority in the House of Commons for further actions against the extreme right-wing actions of Prime Minister Netanyahu, sanctions and recognising the state of Palestine.
Well, I hope that the Israeli government is watching and notes what senior parliamentarians are saying on both sides of this House, and he will know that 83% of the population now want a ceasefire, and he will have seen the remarks of former prime ministers and all of the opposition in Israel who condemned the most recent proposals suggested by Minister Katz.
Paul Wall.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Earlier this month, I hosted in Parliament Dr Wasim Saeed, who's a British surgeon who'd returned from Gaza working in the Nasser hospital, where he treated children for severe burns, amputations and shrapnel wounds that were crawling with maggots. He showed us videos which would shock everybody in this House. Does the Foreign Secretary agree that Israel should face a reckoning in the courts for such injuries and deaths, and that the UK should force such a reckoning? And more importantly, does he agree that recognising a state of Palestine is really about recognising the humanity of the Palestinian people, and that their children deserve to have an equal worth of every child on this planet?
Well, I agree with my honourable friend that the Palestinian cause is a just cause. And I would ask the Israeli government to reflect again on international humanitarian law. I've got in front of me the practitioner's legal handbook, and I'm hugely concerned that there feel to be breaches as I read through it.
Sir John Whittingdale.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The deaths of those trying to access aid in Gaza is truly shocking. However, the Foreign Secretary will be aware that the number of civilians killed is being disputed by Israel and there are suggestions of disinformation. Does he agree that one way in which we could establish what is actually happening is that the international media organisations like the BBC and Reuters were allowed full access into Gaza?
Yes, 100%.
Uma Kumaran.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Each time members come together for a statement on the Middle East, there's a new horror to comment on, a new inhumanity unfolding, a new form of strong words from the dispatch box. Last week, IDF shells hit a church sheltering 600 civilians. Several people were killed. The Pope called it barbarity. Yesterday, a World Food Programme convoy came under fire from Israeli forces, despite numerous assurances that humanitarian operational conditions would improve. Innocent Palestinians who were queuing for desperately needed food were killed. According to MSF, we're witnessing in real time the creation of conditions for the eradication of Palestinian lives in Gaza. So I asked the Foreign Secretary, where is this government's red line? At what point does our basic humanity require us to take stronger action? Many of us in this House think the red line was passed a long time ago.
Well, can I remind my honourable friend of the action that this government have taken and how we have tried to lead in the international community on this issue. But can I also join her in condemning what we've seen in relation to civilians? Page 28 of the Practitioner's Handbook on Conflict, Hunger and International Humanitarian Law makes it clear that parties to armed conflict must take constant care in the conduct of military operations to spare the civilian population, civilians and civilian objects. Clearly, that is not happening.
Kit Malthouse.
Madam Deputy Speaker, like others in this House, I'm frankly astonished at the statement of the Foreign Secretary. At a time when we've got daily lynchings and expulsions on the West Bank, dozens being murdered as they beg for aid, I'm just beyond words, really, at his inaction and, frankly, complicity by inaction at what is going on. He himself said there's a massive prison camp being constructed in the south of Gaza. He knows that leading genocide scholars from across the world now are ringing the alarm bells, and yet he has the temerity to show up to this House and wave his chequebook as if it's going to salve his conscience. Can he not see that his inaction and, frankly, cowardice is making this country irrelevant? Can he also not see the personal risk to him, given our international obligations, that he may end up at The Hague because of his inaction? And finally, really frankly, an appeal to the Labour backbenchers. We can't get your leadership to change their minds. Only you can, if you organise and insist on change.
Before I bring in the Foreign Secretary, can I just remind members that we have got other business to proceed to tonight. So please keep questions and answers short. Foreign Secretary.
I understand the fury that the right honourable gentleman feels, but I have to tell him I have to tell him that it demeans his argument when he personalises it in the way that he does, and it is not, it's unbecoming and not something that the House expects, particularly of more senior members.
Alex Ballinger.
Deputy Speaker, we've seen again images of children dying of starvation and malnutrition, and this comes after months of warnings by the UN system about the catastrophic humanitarian situation in Gaza. I welcome the Foreign Secretary's announcement of more aid, but we know the GHF will not allow more UK aid in. He said to me 10 days ago at the Foreign Affairs Committee that if there was not a ceasefire, he would consider further action against Israel. As we've seen, the Israelis respond to calls for a ceasefire by launching a new offensive in Deir el-Balah. What further actions will we take to try and end this catastrophic situation?
Can I just say to my honourable friend that we have actually been able to get some further aid in with the World Food Programme, and of course that's important. And it is also right to say that with our funding of UK Med, we have been able to save lives. And of course we must endeavour every single day to make the humanitarian situation better.
Richard Ford.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the Foreign Secretary appeared before the Foreign Affairs Committee on the 8th of July and was asked what would happen if we do not see a ceasefire in Gaza in the coming weeks. He was further asked whether the British government would take further measures against Israel. The Foreign Secretary was pensive and said yes. The British government would be taking further measures if the abomination in Gaza continued. Can he tell the House what those further measures are, or at the very least, when we might see them?
Yeah. Well, can I say to the Honourable Gentleman, we are doing everything we can, supporting our Qatari, Egyptian and US friends to get a ceasefire, and he will understand that in looking closely at these issues, even if we are contemplating further measures, they work more effectively if you can coordinate allies.
Mr Gilbert.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The ground invasion of Deir el-Balah is the latest to add to the daily attacks of Gazans and further evidence that the conflict has gone too far. The Israeli foreign ministers have already rejected the joint statement signed by 31 countries, including our governments. Can the Foreign Secretary outline what additional specific steps he will take with others to bring about a ceasefire and secure aid to starving Gazans?
Well, can I say to honourable friend, I set out in my speech the action that this government has taken, and I stand by it. I regret that we have not brought a ceasefire. I have set out also the more aid that we are attempting to get in and how we're supporting the Palestinian people, including the Palestinian Authority, and I stand by that.
Stephen Flynn.
Madam Deputy Speaker, on the Foreign Secretary's watching in his statement today, he has refused to call it a genocide. He's refused to end all arms sales to Israel, and of course he continues to refuse to recognise the state of Palestine. So here's something he could do. On his watch, just 2 wee kids who've been bombed or shot by the Israeli forces have been evacuated to the UK for medical treatment. Now, the First Minister of Scotland wrote to the Prime Minister saying that we stand ready to provide hospital treatment to those children. Shamefully, the Prime Minister hasn't even bothered to respond. So will he do what his boss won't and commit the UK to making sure that children who've been bombed by Israel are treated?
Order, Foreign Secretary.
Can I say to the honourable gentleman that we have suspended arms sales that could be used in Gaza, and he should look closely at our export licensing regime, because much of it is not about arms. It's about, for example, equipment that we send to support NGOs and others who are in the area. And of course I'm happy to look with the Home Secretary at what more we can do for children who are suffering.
Tan Singh Sitty.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Ministers say it's for the courts to decide whether genocide has occurred in Gaza, but the Genocide Convention is aimed primarily at prevention. And the ICJ has already found that there is a plausible risk of genocide and advised that all states must act collectively to prevent it. while the occupying Israeli forces are accelerating the building of illegal settlements in the West Bank, the scenes in Gaza are horrific, with almost 1,000 people being killed by the IDF just while seeking aid. We're seeing the starvation being used as a weapon, forced displacement of Gazans, the mass civilian deaths, and senior Israeli officials are using dehumanizing language while proposing to concentrate Gazans into a mass detention camp. So, Foreign Secretary, when will the government take decisive action with international partners to prevent genocide?
What can I say to my honourable friend? And he prays and aid the law in terms of plausibility in breach of international humanitarian law. If he looks at my statement back in September, I assessed that there was a clear risk of breaching international humanitarian law, and it's for that reason that I suspended arms sales.
I am aiming to finish this statement around 7:45, so people will be able to see. I don't think I'll be able to get everybody in with the length of questions. David Mundell.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I mean, everybody condemns the deaths as people queue for aid. But this aid system that was enforced is only possible because of the support of the United States in its delivery. So what is the Foreign Secretary doing to persuade the United States that this is not the way to deliver aid into Gaza?
Well, I want to reassure him that I have made representations to Secretary of State Rubio about my concerns with the aid system, and I've done that alongside many European foreign ministers and members of the G7.
John Pearce.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I recently met with the mother of Oz Daniel, a 19-year-old who was murdered by Hamas on the 7th of October, and his dead body was dragged into Gaza. Oz loved to play music, he loved Guns N' Roses and was a brilliant guitar player. This is about a mum who just wants her dead son's body bringing home. A senior US official has said that Israel is bending over backwards to agree a ceasefire, and it is Hamas that is blocking it. Will the Foreign Secretary set out what pressure the government is applying to Hamas by Qatar and Egypt to agree a ceasefire and to bring the hostages home?
The honourable gentleman is right to the extent that the challenge faced on the ceasefire has been principally that Hamas do not want to pause, and the Israeli government has said that they do want to pause. There's also been discussion of what withdrawal we would see of the IDF within Israel, and of course changing the humanitarian aid system. That is why a ceasefire has remained stuck. But it is my hope that once the Knesset rises on the 22nd, we will move to a ceasefire.
Dame Harriet Baldwin.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And as the Foreign Secretary follows the diplomatic path, will he ensure that in the discussions of the two-state solution, it is borne in mind that not only does the state of Palestine exist in that two-state solution, but also Israel's neighbours do need to recognise Israel's right to exist?
Yes, I will.
Laura Kirk-Smith.
Madam Deputy Speaker. Najwa Ahmed Fati Radwan and Mohammed Hassan Yusuf Dawood are just two of the tens of thousands of Palestinian children who have been killed in Gaza. Many of their names were read out over the course of 12 hours at a really powerful vigil that I joined in Aylesbury Town Centre this weekend. Yet today that list of dead children has likely just got longer with Israel's assault on Deir al-Balah. Will the Foreign Secretary say to his Israeli counterparts, enough is enough?
Can I reassure my honourable friend that I said that this morning? to my Israeli foreign counterpart.
Before I call the next speaker, I heard some unacceptable comments directed at a member in this chamber, and I will not be having that. So until I find out from the clerks who said those words, we are investigating it. So please do be assured that I will investigate it. Dr. Andrew Morrison.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Foreign Secretary at the beginning of his remarks mentioned the savagery that's unfolding in southern Syria and said that he'd spoken to his Syrian interlocutor, Minister Shabani, about it. Has he spoken to Tel Aviv about it, since the only country that has visibly come to the assistance of the Druze for all the criticism that has been rightly aimed at it is Israel? And if he has, can he say what his assessment is of the wisdom or otherwise of the action that Israel has taken?
Well, can I say to the right honourable gentleman that the UK is clear that we expect Israel to adhere to their commitment that their presence in the area of separation in the south is both limited and temporary, and that I did press the foreign minister, the Israeli foreign minister, on their activity, which I worry destabilises the situation further.
Debbie Abrahams.
Madam Deputy Speaker, and I recognise the Foreign Secretary's labours to get as many international allies on board, and I recognise the importance of that. But clearly we must do more. This is not enough, given Israel's flaunting of international law and the devastating consequences of that, including, I understand, that Israeli soldiers are reporting being told to kill children, to point and shoot. It's completely unacceptable. So as a starting point, perhaps we could ensure that we are refusing entry to the Israeli Air Force Chief to visit the Royal International Air Tattoo, as well as others having said, how are we going to get children who need care over here?
Well, I said that I will look at the issue of what more we can do should children require medical aid in our own country. If what she has said is correct, then that would constitute a war crime, very clearly. We cannot have soldiers turning their guns on children, and it wouldn't be appropriate for me to comment on any decision that might come to me.
Bob Blackman.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Last week I hosted Keith and Aviva Siegel, both of whom were hostages and were released. The previous week I met families of hostages who all pleaded with all of us to get the hostages released. They've now been in captivity for 654 days without any access from the International Red Cross. So will the Foreign Secretary call out Hamas to enable the International Red Cross to go and see those hostages and to make sure they're being treated humanely?
Well, the honourable gentleman is right, and I did say in my statement that Hamas are making hay with the chaos that exists on the ground, and it is quite wrong to restrict the support of organisations like the Red Cross and the Red Crescent.
Andy Slaughter.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister responded to my questions on Gaza in Liaison Committee this afternoon by saying we need a ceasefire and we need it straight away. The situation on the ground is intolerable. How will we get that ceasefire when the Israeli government has already rejected the statement by Foreign Secretary and his allied ministers as disconnected from reality? The will of the House is clear on this matter, that it wants action, not words. Yes. Why is he not hearing that?
Yeah. Well, can I say to my honourable friend, and I thank him for his long-standing campaigning on these issues, of course I'm hearing the strength of feeling in the House. How could you not? And of course, the Israeli government can see the strength of feeling in the House. He knows the list of actions that the UK has taken. He knows the work that we're doing with close allies. He knows too that we have not brought this war to an end. And he will be familiar with the work that we're doing with countries like Qatar and Egypt and the United States to bring about a ceasefire.
Alison Bennett.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Yesterday, it was reported, as honourable members will be aware, that at least 93 Palestinians were shot and killed whilst queuing for GHF distributed food because they and their families are being starved to death. The fact that GHF stands for Gaza Humanitarian Foundation smacks of an Orwellian doublespeak which I find profoundly disturbing. The Foreign Secretary must surely agree that the current system of aid distribution headed by the GHF is both unsafe and grossly inadequate. Is the Secretary of State content that Britain is doing all it can to ensure it is not complicit in the grotesque use of starvation as a tool of war?
Well, I'd want to associate my remarks with what the Honourable Lady has said and to ensure her, not just on my behalf, but on behalf of everyone in this chamber, there will be no complicity of any of us in acts where there could be a clear risk of a breach of international humanitarian law.
Matthew Patrick.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Last week I heard from Keith and Aviva Siegel. They had been held hostage by Hamas, and there was a powerful reminder from them that until all hostages are released, no hostage is released. That's true for Avinatan Or and for his family. It's true for Gali and Zeev Berman and for their family too. And in fact, it's the families of hostages who are some of the loudest voices calling for an end to this war. Can the Secretary of State outline what steps he's taking to ensure that the next ceasefire is permanent, seeing hostages get out of Gaza and aid get in?
Well, I'm very grateful to the Honourable Gentleman for his question, and he's absolutely right to mention the hostages that he does, and he knows that I meet regularly with hostage families and did a few weeks ago in my office, and he's absolutely right that the overwhelming majority of the Israeli people, 83%, want a ceasefire so the hostages can get out, and they want it to be a sustained and enduring ceasefire, which is not currently the position of Benjamin Netanyahu.
Carly Dunier.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the UN Special Rapporteur on Violence Against Women has said that Palestinian mothers are repeatedly watching their children slowly starve to death, be maimed, be killed and be buried alive, and that this is deliberate, part of Israel's strategy to physically and psychologically destroy women and the continuity of the Palestinian people. She called this a femi-genocide. Madam Deputy Speaker, the Secretary of State has repeatedly said the situation is intolerable. Yet by failing to pull every single lever that this government could, it is tolerating it. So when will he stand on the right side of history and implement a full arms embargo, widespread sanctions, a ban on the import of settlement goods and funding evidence collection for prosecutions?
True.
What can I say, Honourable Lady? I stand by all the decisions that we've made as a government. I listed them and they're numerous in my statement. And I just say that on the full arms embargo, I am content that we're not sending arms that could be used in Gaza. I ask her to look closely at the export licensing regime because there are many things that are sent to Israel and actually they go and they're for use by NGOs in Israel. Sometimes it's so that they themselves are not injured in theatres of conflict.
Rachel Maskell.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. If not starved and emaciated children, doctors have told us that they walk into the emergency room and see little tiny bodies strewn across the floor with burns, blasts and bullets. Their job is to choose which child to save and which ones they will have to let go. That is decision making. And the Foreign Secretary has an option right before him to make a decision which could make a difference to those children. One, to protect all health facilities, and the means to do that at the UN, and I trust that he will. But secondly, if he doesn't recognise the state of Palestine, there will be no state left to recognise.
Foreign Secretary.
Well, I'm grateful to the Honourable Lady for the vision that she paints, and I'd want to associate myself with the remarks that she makes in relation to children, and particularly in starvation and the situation that they face. And of course, we are working closely with the UN system. I spoke to Tom Fletcher at the beginning of last week to get the latest on the aid situation, and we will continue to work with them.
Sir Julian Lewis.
The Foreign Secretary states that he believes in a two-state solution, as I have done since at least the 1973 Yom Kippur War, but that Hamas mustn't be a part of it. Does he agree with me that the best chance there ever was for the two-state solution was when Israel withdrew in 2005 from the Gaza Strip, but Hamas was then elected in January 2006 and has been in power there ever since and is still managing to hang on? So does he accept that if ever the government did recognise a Palestinian state, it would have to be the West Bank without the Gaza Strip, given the internecine slaughter between Hamas on the one hand and the PLO on the other, which followed the last withdrawal?
I agree with the Honourable Gentleman that Hamas cannot continue to govern in Gaza, and I suspect that everyone in this chamber agrees with that. I do believe that there are prospects beyond that. Indeed, when the IRA laid down their arms, that's a template for how you can demilitarise and how leaders, perhaps in this circumstance, can exit Gaza. But I do say to him that the continued undermining of the Palestinian Authority by the Israeli government, including the starvation now of their funds, is also trying an attempt to not get to that two-state solution, which all of us in this House want to see.
Dawn Butler.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Foreign Secretary, we watch families surveying the ruins of their homes being mocked by illegal settlers in the West Bank. A little boy looking at his dead relative, waiting for him to take another breath. I watched a mother whose baby had its leg amputated before it even got to take its first step. Where is our humanity? And I asked the Foreign Secretary, to have a two-state solution, we need two states. Let's just recognise Palestine. Or tell me what the words I need to say to the Foreign Secretary to get our government to make real, meaningful action. Tell me what to say and I'll say it.
Well, I'd say to my honourable friend that we do need humanity, and everything that this government has done has been to ensure that there is that humanity and to ensure the dignity of the Palestinian people and the hostages that are still underground. We will continue everything that we have. We'll throw everything at it to get that ceasefire. That is what we're doing. I sense her frustration, and many in the chamber. I'm as frustrated as she is, but it's not frustration alone will not deliver what we want to see.
Manuela Pertegala.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Does the Foreign Secretary agree that the Israeli government should bear heavy consequences should it decide to proceed with the approval of the illegal E1 settlement plan in occupied East Jerusalem, which will threaten the two-state solution?
Well, the last government, back in 2014, suggested there would be consequences if they move forward with E1. And so it's absolutely the case that there would be, not just from the UK, but from all international partners, if they made such a move.
Helen Hayes.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Our constituents are watching children being starved and shot in front of our eyes. They are watching illegal settlers systematically and strategically undermining the Palestinian state. Madam Deputy Speaker, this is not a risk of international humanitarian law being broken. It is international humanitarian law being broken in front of our eyes on an hourly and on a daily basis. So our constituents are asking,
what this government is doing to stop it, and they are asking that because it is unbearable. They can see that the current approach is not working. We were promised more action weeks ago, and today we are not seeing more action. So can I ask my right honourable friend, what is the government doing to secure accountability under international law? And when will the government recognise the state of Palestine?
Well, can I remind my honourable friend and thank her for the strength of her feeling and her campaigning and championing of this issue in her constituency. But can I remind her that we are supporting many groups that are on the ground in the West Bank, documenting expansion, documenting violence. That work assists the United Nations and it assists the global community.
Greg Smith.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. There is a narrative around aid, and we all want to see aid reach the innocent in Gaza, that Israel is blocking it. But over recent months, Israel has facilitated nearly 2 million tonnes of humanitarian aid into Gaza. And as of this morning, there were 700 trucks of aid that have passed from Israel and are sitting in Gaza undelivered. So will the Foreign Secretary agree with me that aid is getting through, and what needs to get better is the delivery?
I'm afraid I can't agree with that statement, and I don't recognise the numbers.
Marcus Campbell-Serviers.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. As I understand it, Hamas want Egypt and Qatar, and also the United States, empowered as legal guarantors, not only for a 60-day truce, but also up to a signatory date of any final agreement with Israel. Can't America be prevailed upon to act as a guarantor beyond the final settlement? Hamas could be forced to reconsider its objectives under pressure from a population desperately looking for long-term security.
Well, I can say to my honourable friend that we're working particularly with Arab partners on this issue. Hamas have got to exit. They've got to step away from the governance of Gaza. But he is right. We cannot have a pause for 60 days. We need an enduring, permanent ceasefire.
Danny Chambers.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Hundreds of thousands of people in Gaza are being deliberately starved to death. Aid convoys are coming under fire. Children are being shot by soldiers, and schools and hospitals are being bombed. Could the Foreign Secretary outline what further war crimes need to be taken place until the UK government will sanction the Israeli government and sanction Prime Minister Netanyahu himself?
Well, can I say to the honourable gentleman that he would struggle to point to any government of a major G7 or European state that has done as much as we have in office. We led the sanctioning of Smodrik and Ben-Gvir specifically because of their language and their behaviours in relation to the West Bank. And of course we have said that we keep sanctions under review, as he would expect.
Dame Chianwara.
I welcome the Secretary of State's statement with world leaders urging Israel to agree to a ceasefire in humanitarian aid. But I say to my right honourable friend, who as I know entirely sincere, that we have heard in this chamber, and indeed the British people have heard, urgings and demands and outrage, and yet the situation only gets worse, with more and more Palestinians dying, each life of incalculable value. In my adjournment debate in April, I asked what more we could do to help the Palestinian people. And when the Minister responded to me last week, he clarified, he made some useful clarifications, including that Israeli settlement goods should be labelled so British people can decide what they are spending their money on. But when it comes to the actions of the UK government, I have to ask my right honourable friend, is this it?
Well, in some senses, that is in the hands currently of those who continue to prosecute this conflict. But when she says that each life is of incalculable value, she is absolutely right. I have made more statements on this subject than any other minister has made statements in this House over the last year. And of course, my colleague, the Minister for the Middle East, has also made his lion's share of statements. The strength of feeling is well known, and I think it's reflected not just here, but across the globe. And Israel and the current course of the government is bringing the country into ill repute. That's what's happening.
Jeremy Corbyn.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Last week in Bogota, the Hague Group of Nations met, led by South Africa. Those nations pledged to support the ICC, to support the ICJ, to refuse all arms sales to Israel, to refuse the facilitation of arms to Israel, to refuse anything that enhances the occupation of Gaza and the West Bank. In short, global opinion supporting the Palestinian people. Will the British government also sign the Hague Declaration and support those group of nations determined to bring the world's attention to this, to end the genocide that's going on and the occupation that continues?
Well, I will speak to my South African counterpart about that issue, but can I say to him, we here in the UK support the ICC, and indeed it receives funding from British taxpayers and the ICJ. We also stand against what we are seeing in the West Bank and what we are seeing in Gaza. So much of what he has said, I would also say, is consistent with UK policy.
Jessica Marden.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. On Friday, the UN reported that 800 people had been killed near aid sites in Gaza over the last 6 weeks, and yet again on the weekend 100 people died just seeking food and water. Can I ask the Foreign Secretary again a question he's been asked twice before? He said to the Foreign Affairs Select Committee this month he would take further measures against Israel if there was no ceasefire and the intolerable situation in Gaza continued. What exactly did he mean by that? Constituents will want to know, specifically on trade and on recognition and more, what exactly he meant.
Well, can I say to her that all action is under review at this time, that we are pressing for a ceasefire. Our assessment is that we could see that ceasefire shortly after the Knesset rises, and she'll understand that that is our priority, to get a ceasefire, because it's the single act that would increase or would stop the suffering that we're seeing in Gaza. But of course, and she lists some of the actions that she would expect to be under consideration with international partners, and we must act internationally alongside partners if we're to have any effect.
Sammy Wilson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The disturbing images from Gaza, of course, lead us all to come to the conclusion that this war must end. But we must remember that it was started because terrorists raped, burnt, murdered, took captives and still abuse those captives today. And the war could finish tomorrow if they release those captives and agree to ceasefire. There's been much said today about Israel trying to starve the people of Palestine. The fact is that since the new arrangements went in place to stop Hamas stealing aid, 82 million meals have been supplied through the new arrangements to Gaza. And I think that our government should be, instead of talking about a two-state solution and talking about recognising a state which doesn't exist, and if it did exist, will be controlled by terrorists, we should be standing by the government which is seeking to have justice for its own citizens.
I can't agree with what the Honourable Gentleman has said, save for his remarks in relation to the hostages who must be released.
Florence Eshamale.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I just wanted to gently point out to the Foreign Secretary the reason there are so many of us in here is because we have been waiting a long time for this. The situation unfolding, as many colleagues have said, our constituents continue to write to us. Last week, Save the Children held a photo exhibition in Parliament in partnership with Choose Love and the photographer Mason Merriman. I should declare that he's the chair of the South Bank Centre, which is in my constituency. I just wanted to read a clip from one of those pictures. It said, "If you had a superpower, what would it be and why?" And it read from the young girl, "The ability to change events in order to help my country to become free and to help children live in a safe environment like the rest of the children in the world." If we are seeing children being killed for getting vital food and aid, we must ask ourselves, what more can we be doing? If we are seeing children being manipulated at malnutrition, if we are seeing children starving, Foreign Secretary, I ask, where is the real action from this government to stop this so that more children can live?
Well, I hear the strength of my honourable friend's conviction and views. When she asks for more action, we are taking action. We have taken action every single day in office. British taxpayers are funding the alleviation of suffering. Is it enough? No. Have we brought this war to an end? We have not brought this war to an end, and I have to tell her the UK will be unable to do that unilaterally. That is why we are working with partners internationally. I have done that every single day in office. Me raising my voice will not bring this war to an end, and I lament that and I regret that. But am I sure the UK government is doing everything in its power? Yes, I am.
Chris Law.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. 29 arms export controls were suspended in September due to possible break in international law. Yet between September and December, there was a further 34 licences. So can I explain that? Can I ask the Secretary to explain that decision? How many licences have been produced this year? And what's the UK government's red line for a total arms trade embargo?
Can I say to the Honourable Gentleman that most licences are not for military use, most do not go to Israeli authorities, many are for civilian use, like product testing or body armour for journalists and NGOs, and I'm quite sure he wouldn't want us to not support those organisations, and some are components going to Israeli companies that are then re-exported to third countries, including NATO allies.
Stella Creasy.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. My honourable friend is right. We have been waiting weeks for this statement because the truth is our constituents don't understand, and neither do we. They don't understand how we can track our mobile phones being stolen to China or Algeria, but we can't track F-35 components in the multi-million-pound arms trade. They don't understand why we haven't reported Israel directly to the ICC for what's been happening to aid workers. And they don't understand why, when this House voted in 2014 to recognise the state of Palestine, that hasn't been enacted. I hear the frustration of the Foreign Secretary. I don't doubt his frustration with his partners. But we now, here tonight, could say we don't need a conference. We will recognise the state of Palestine. Will he join us, yes or no?
Well, again, I understand the strength of feeling from the Honourable Lady. Can I say to her that she knows that there will be a two-state conference on the 28th of July, and of course we will participate, but she will also have detected that our French and Saudi Arabian colleagues are not talking about recognition at that conference. They're talking about how we get to two states and prolong and get an enduring ceasefire. And it may be, as we head to September and UNGA, that the issue of recognition is raised once more.
Cameron Thomas.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Since 2023, the Israel Defence Force has killed a record number of journalists. The Israel Defence Force has killed a record number of humanitarian workers. It continually murders starving children as they queue for aid. An Israeli soldier himself outed his commanders for their illegal orders to arbitrarily kill civilians. Not a sequence of coincidences, but war crime after war crime after war crime, and a clear message to the world: do not intervene. Do not observe what we are doing to the Palestinians. The Foreign Secretary said he wants a two-state solution. He can take a giant leap in that direction right now with a one-word answer:
Does the Foreign Secretary recognise the State of Palestine?
He's heard what I've said in terms of my commitment to two states. He knows that we have not yet got a ceasefire, and he knows that we are working with international partners to ensure that we get an enduring ceasefire. And he knows the debate around recognition, because I've talked about it not just in select committees but at this dispatch box on many occasions.
Marcia de Cordova.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. 17,921 children have been killed in this horrific war in Gaza. The Israeli army willingly opened fire on children collecting food and trying to access water. Children are literally being starved to death. And those children not killed are left with disabling injuries. Now, I agree with the Foreign Secretary, the war in Gaza must end, but we've seen the response from the Israeli Foreign Minister. They are ignoring what this government is saying. So I ask the Foreign Secretary, what will he do now? And is it not time for there to be an end to all arms sales, not just some, all, and a complete ban on all settlement goods? And he says he's going to be part of the conference next month, well, this month on the 28th of July. But what I will say, he doesn't need a conference to recognise the state of Palestine.
I just say to my honourable friend politely that there are countries, not this year but last year, who took a step to recognition. It did not change things on the ground. It did not change things on the ground. So she says with passion what is going on. My focus is what is going on and trying to alleviate the suffering, whilst I recognise the debate on recognition. But I do say to her politely, it is not my assessment, in all honesty, not that of course we must move to recognition at the appropriate point, but I do not believe in terms of this conflict it would change the situation on the ground.
Caroline Burden.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Every day we are seeing more and more reports of children being killed in cold blood while they queue for food. The horror cannot get any worse. Prime Minister Netanyahu has already rejected the statement signed by 31 countries. It didn't take him long, and it's very clear that he's not interested in stopping this horrific offensive. The time for words is over. This House wants to see actions, widespread sanctions, an end to all arms sales and recognition of Palestine as a state. Netanyahu deserves nothing less, and he might actually take notice if we take action. So will the Foreign Secretary consider doing more to taking more action to bring this horrific offensive to an end?
As I've said, yes to that last bit. I want to see a ceasefire in the coming days, but of course we continue to consider what further steps we can take with allies to bring this war to an end, as she would expect.
Ruth Cadbury.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Does the Foreign Secretary accept that Israel's plans to transfer control of the Ibrahimi Mosque from the Palestinian municipality of Hebron is highly inflammatory and a violation of international law? And will the government condemn any transfer of authority away from Palestinians and consider sanctions against the Kiryat Arba settlement municipality if it assumes such a role?
We are concerned at the statements and the language that have been made. We do believe that they're inflammatory. We do believe that they breach Israel's obligations, and we are looking closely at Israel's behaviour if that were to take place.
Ali Chams.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Foreign Secretary, words do matter, but actions speak louder. What MPs, members across this House cannot understand, what citizens of this country, our constituents cannot understand, is why he will not take the actions that are available to him to end UK complicity in this horror. A full arms embargo and an end to all military cooperation, a full ban on all settlement goods, sanctions on all those responsible for genocide, recognition of the State of Palestine. Why will he not take these concrete actions now?
Can I reassure the Honourable Lady, the UK government is not complicit in any actions that would breach international humanitarian law. I took that step back in September alongside restoring funding to UNRWA. She asked for a full embargo. She will note that there was a judicial review of that decision. The government's position was upheld because she doesn't want to see us weakened or our allies weakened in terms of other conflicts that exist that have a direct bearing on the safety and security of the people of Britain.
Rachel Hopkins.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome the Foreign Secretary reiterating this Labour government's total opposition to Israel's military operation. It's raised with me regularly by my constituents and our shared abhorrence at seeing the sight of children being shot at as they're seeking food. The Israeli Defence Minister announced his plans to forcibly transfer all Palestinian civilians in Gaza to a camp in the ruined city of Rafah, which the former Israeli Prime Minister Ehud Olmert has deemed as a concentration camp in all but name. Does the Foreign Secretary agree with me that this is completely unacceptable violation of international law which cannot go ignored, and will the government guarantee further action against Israel if it proceeds with this plan?
Yes, yes, yes. She talks about the statements of Edmund Olmert. It's also right to say that Yair Golan, that Yair Lapid, that Benny Gantz, that Ehud Barak, that the former IDF chief have all condemned what Minister Katz has suggested, and I condemn it wholeheartedly.
Shirkat Adam.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Last week, as a Minister of the State met with Yair Golan, shaking hands and smiling and taking photographs, a Palestinian mother was faced with a dilemma. Does she stay where she is and see the starvation of her children, or does she venture out and see the children being blown to pieces, adding to the 17,000 other children as a statistic, or 10 children a day whose limbs are blown off? These children do not need these empty words, Secretary of State. It will not stop their bleeding, it will not stop their killing, it will not nourish their bodies, and they won't stop the tears of their mothers. So I agree with the Minister, even recognising the state of Palestine today is not going to make any difference to the children on the ground. So I ask the Minister, will he take a tangible step and propose a British-led, internationally supported hospital in Gaza in partnership with a coalition of the willing to provide some remnants of humanity in this darkest of hours?
What can I say to the honourable gentleman that I am proud of, notwithstanding the huge humanitarian catastrophe that's taken place in Gaza, I am proud of the work of UK Med, the funding that we've been able to give them, the extra money I've announced today, and that aid, medical aid, is getting through to relieve some suffering. But he's absolutely right. Can we do more? We will continue to do more. And I want to reassure him that I'm working particularly with my Jordanian counterparts to see what more we can do to alleviate that suffering.
Alice MacDonald.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Aid should be a lifeline in humanitarian crises, yet it has become a death trap for Gazans. People are starving, yet one of the only ways they can get food is risking their lives going to an aid distribution point run by the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation. So does the Secretary of State agree that we are seeing the militarisation of aid, that we cannot let this set a precedent, and can I press him further on the conversations with both the Israeli government and the US government on bringing the operations of the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation to an end?
Well, I'm grateful to my honourable friend for raising the issue of aid workers. The widespread loss of life of aid workers is just a travesty. It's unprecedented. And I would remind colleagues of Chapter 2 of the Conduct of Hostilities of the Legal Practitioners on Humanitarian Law, and it says distinctions lie at the heart of international humanitarian law. It requires parties to armed conflict to distinguish at all times between civilians and combatants, and of course that includes aid workers. And it is a travesty what we have seen take place over this last 2.5 years.
Jim Shannon.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I, first of all, thank the Foreign Secretary for his statement and for his thoughtful use of words in what's a very contentious issue. With the latest reports of the attacks on the Jewish people, where hundreds of Jewish civilians, including women and children, were being kidnapped, tortured, raped, executed, mutilated, with Christians suffering at their side despite the fact that they are fighting back, there is, I believe, a real and valid fear of genocide of those people who have a strong faith and who, as such, are worthy of our protection. What can government and the Secretary of State, the Foreign Secretary, do to secure peace and hope for these people who are currently being targeted and need aid urgently? Thank you so much.
Well, I'm very grateful to the Honourable Gentleman for naming the Druze and the awful atrocities that they have seen visited on them in the last few days, and the positions of minorities in Syria. I saw the Pope comment unusually in the strongest terms at what he has seen. Can I reassure him that I raised these issues with the Syrian leader myself, that I urged him to act. There must be accountability as he grips the entirety of his countries. Of course, these incidents were also taking place under the Assad regime, and in some ways have been going on for much time. But it is totally unacceptable, the suffering that is being wrought on minorities in Syria at this time.
Gregor Poynton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The situation facing Gazans is truly catastrophic, and we must secure a ceasefire as soon as possible, with all hostages being freed and unhindered access to aid. Now, our experience in Northern Ireland shows that to build a long-term sustainable peace, we need to invest in civil society and peace builders to create a consensus and to change opinions for the better. Will, therefore, my right honourable friend tell us what this UK government is doing to support the International Fund for Israeli-Palestinian Peace?
Well, can I reassure my honourable friend that we are, British taxpayers are funding NGOs that work across communities. We're supporting that work on the West Bank, we're supporting that work on Gaza, we're supporting accountability because that is number one when we look at some of the injustice that is being wrought, and we will continue to do that work, including the International Humanitarian Fund.
Ayub Khan.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. There are no red lines. Every single allegation made by the Israeli government of the crimes committed by Hamas have been reacted or reenacted and executed. For example, killing of innocent people, beheading of babies, burning of babies alive, rape, hostage taking, including many hundreds of doctors. And now we are actually seeing children being shot in the genitals. There are games being played by the IDF. There are no red lines. Will the Foreign Secretary say from that dispatch box, please, what are the red lines? What will cause this government to take proactive steps?
What the Honourable Gentleman mentions fall into that category of the assessment that I made back in September of last year, that there was a clear risk of a breach of international humanitarian law. And it was on that legal advice and the quasi-legal position that I took that I made sure that nothing we did in this country could be complicit in such action. I'd want to give him that reassurance. He paints a vivid picture that's unimaginable, that the suffering has gone on for as long as it has.
Alex Baker.
Speaker, the suffering of civilians in Gaza has reached horrific levels. Israel's aid delivery model has failed to meet humanitarian needs. As a mother, I can't bear to watch children being murdered. My constituents can't bear to watch. I welcome the statement today But what is the government doing to deliver the 3 actions that my constituents want to see this government deliver? A UN-led ceasefire, the release of hostages, and a credible pathway to a 2-state solution.
Well, I'm very grateful for my honourable friend mentioning all 3 of those things. We are working for a ceasefire. It's my assessment that we probably won't get one now before the Knesset rises. We are absolutely working to get those hostages out, and I've called to mind opinion in Israel that wants to see a ceasefire to get those hostages out, reminded the Israeli government of that, and I did that again when I spoke to the minister. The aid situation is abominable. That there are trucks waiting at the border is totally reprehensible. And as I say, I'm guided by the practitioner's handbook on breaches of international humanitarian law, war crimes, the duty of care, proportionality and distinction, particularly in theatres of conflict, and I am deeply troubled that these seem to be being breached.
Iqbal Mohammed.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome this Foreign Secretary's announcement of additional aid to help the people of Gaza. But this is aid that will join the millions of dollars and thousands of trucks of aid that is stood outside the border, not being allowed in to Gaza. There are 1 million children in Gaza starving to death. Palestinian children are our children. We must do everything in our power to get food to them. 85% of the population is facing a level 5 of the starvation assessment. So what steps, please, what steps will the UK government and the Foreign Secretary take to feed our children in Palestine?
I'm very grateful to the way in which the honourable gentleman has put his remarks. And he knows that in the occupied territories, Israel controls who gets in and who gets out. He knows that the last time we saw a ceasefire, we saw a rapid escalation of humanitarian aid to the people of Gaza. That is far from the situation today. We were able, working with the UN system, to get some WPF trucks in, an increase over the last few weeks. And our EU colleagues have been doing a considerable amount also with the Israeli government to increase the amount of trucks. But is it sufficient? No, it is not. And therefore we remain deeply worried about malnourished children, notwithstanding the statements that have been made in this chamber about children whose life has been taken away from them as they've waited for aid because of the system that's been put in place.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The situation in Gaza, as the honourable gentleman before me touched on, is all the more infuriating when we hear that the UN has 3 months' worth of food waiting in warehouses on the border, while it's reported that 19 people died of starvation just in the last 24 hours. I'm grateful for all the Foreign Secretary has done so far on this issue, and I know that he agrees with me that the war must end now. But what are the next actions that we need to do to make that a reality?
We have to bring about that ceasefire, and we have to do all we can to alleviate the suffering, and that's what I set out in my statement today. But I remain as frustrated as she is that this war is not over.
Sabir Ahmed.
He's been kind enough to meet me a number of times over this year, so he knows the feelings of my constituents of Glasgow South West well over this conflict. They're concerned and they're disgusted at the sight of the mass killings and starvation of the Gazan people. But they're also frustrated at the lack of medical care and humanitarian aid. The Foreign Secretary knows I have many surgical colleagues working in Gaza and who have worked in Gaza, including Dr. Mohammed Mustafa, who alongside the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan and the Australian government desperately are seeking to get a maternity hospital caring for women and children into Gaza. Will the Foreign Secretary lend his support and the support of his office to this endeavour?
Yes, absolutely. And I'm grateful for all the work that the honourable member has done, and his background in medicine helps, of course, bring these issues to public attention.
Calvin Bailey.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. According to the UN, nearly 800 Palestinians have been killed near the GHF aid points. And despite the UK sending £129 million in aid, this is nearly pointless as the denial of the UN's aid system and Israel's cruel and blockade is choking off supplies for the people who need it and looks very much like starvation as a weapon of war. Yeah. The RAF broke a previous blockade with airdrops months ago, and while we welcome the additional medical aid that has been promised today of 40 million and today's international statement, Israel has rejected such appeals. So I ask again, please, what are the additional steps that he told the Foreign Affairs Committee that we will take to break this cruel blockade and get aid to those desperately in need?
Well, my honourable friend will have heard the statement that I've made today and the extra steps that we are taking in terms of humanitarian aid, and he will have seen the statement alongside 31 international partners on the fact that this war must come to an end and that aid must get in. And he's right to condemn the aid system. We warned Israel about reducing the aid points to 4. And now we're seeing the horrors in front of our eyes. And I remind them again about their obligations to international humanitarian law and my worry that they are being breached.
Rupert Hook.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We rightly refunded UNRWA, but since then, aid has become a daily death trap and starvation widespread. Yeah. Our calls for a ceasefire only saw the last one get broken, and now, as he pointed out, the chilling order to forcibly displace an entire population of 2 million people, condemned by ex-Israeli PN Ehud Barak. What more concrete are we doing to stop the man-made destruction of Gaza, 35 hospitals, hostages, soldiers and civilians before our very eyes? Because history will not judge this well, and words are not working.
Well, can I say we stand with the international community in all of our efforts, and in terms of what comes next, we support the Arab plan. We're working with Arab partners to improve that plan and to get to a day after, which we can get to if we get that ceasefire.
Ambos Sharambos.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Gaza's facing a catastrophic famine-like conditions and people are dying in appalling circumstances. The Gaza Humanitarian Foundation is fundamentally failing to properly distribute adequate humanitarian aid and is turning distribution into another front line in Gaza. So I ask the Foreign Secretary, what actions is he taking to ensure that UN NGOs can get into Gaza and deliver humanitarian aid that Gazans desperately need?
Well, can I reassure my honourable friend that I spoke to the UN about this last week. We're working with the UN, and I was pleased that they saw the World Food Programme able to get some extra trucks in. We will continue to work closely with them. We believe that they must be a fundamental part of a system that distributes aid to the people of Gaza.
Pamela Ferguson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I thank my right honourable friend for his statement this afternoon, and I note the agreement reached with the 30 other nations. However, as we know, Israel has already rejected it. It seems to me that Israel is becoming more and more emboldened by the lack of concrete action by the international community. And while people starve or are killed while they're queuing for food, while those sheltering in the Caritas Jerusalem shelter were bombed at the weekend, it really does begin to look as though there is genocide unfolding before our eyes. I realise that the Foreign Secretary will want to take a legalistic view of that, but to those of us looking at it from a moral and a logical point of view, there can be no other words for it. And while I understand and I agree with the Foreign Secretary that recognising the state of Palestine will not bring this to an end, it would at least give the people of Palestine something to cling on to and some hope. So can we please not discount the opportunities to raise that issue and to advocate for that issue and to declare that we regard Palestine as a state?
Can I reassure the Honourable Lady. And the Honourable Lady is in my experience, uses her words carefully. And the whole House will have heard what she said this afternoon. But can I reassure her that in my discussions with the Jordanians, with the Saudi Arabians, with the Qataris, with the Emiratis, with the Egyptians, and indeed with Prime Minister Mustafa, of course we discuss the recognition issue, as we have been doing with our French colleagues.
Jazz Afrov.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Israeli government's denial of aid to civilians is turning an entire population of Palestinians to just skin and bones, starving them to death. As kids die, the Israeli government is pushing ahead in defiance with their humanitarian plan for Gaza. A plan that has been described as a concentration camp by the former Israeli Prime Minister. Can I press the Foreign Secretary to enforce further sanctions, and can he lay out what tangible pressure the government is putting on Israel to stop using hunger as a weapon of war?
Well, can I reassure the Honourable Gentleman that, as he would expect, I raise these issues with Israel on a regular basis, and I raised that issue with Israel this morning.
Tahir Ali.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Inhumanity is a red line drawn by international law, underwritten by universal human rights. In Gaza, that red line has not just been broken, it has been ignored, it has been betrayed, it has been erased. Foreign Secretary tells us Netanyahu is not listening. In fact, he's putting his middle finger up to the UK government. Will the Foreign Secretary send military personnel to protect Palestinians from the genocide that is being committed by the IDF?
Well, I recognise the strength of feeling that the Honourable Member is conveying to this chamber. I listed all the things that we are doing, and I think the most important thing that the UK government can do is press to get that ceasefire and press to get an alleviation of suffering, and of course to do everything we can to see the hostages return.
John McDonnell.
I just want to be clear the government's legal position, if I can. On the 11th of June last year, the government reported that it saw no serious risk of genocide in Gaza. All this time on, and the statements that this Foreign Secretary has made, can I be clear? Is he saying tonight that the government accepts there's a plausible risk of genocide? If he isn't, can he instruct his officials to undertake an immediate review and report to members as rapidly as possible? Because this does, therefore, if it is a plausible risk of genocide, it places legal duties upon the government and all of us, I believe, to act accordingly. And one of the things that could be done, as we've seen in the past when we've had rogue states like South Africa, etc., is the best form of bringing them to heel is financial sanctions. And if he met the financial houses in this country and the banks, and they denied credit lines to Israeli banks, I believe that would be probably the most effective thing that we could do to bring the Israeli government to its senses.
Well, can I say to the Right Honourable Gentleman that I'd refer him to the statement I made back in September and the addendum to that statement, which set out the basis on which I had judged that there was a clear risk of international humanitarian law. He knows the long-standing position that it is for the international courts to make any determination of genocide. Our assessment is that there is a clear risk of a breach of international humanitarian law.
Cat Eccles.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Order. Cat Eccles.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. People of Gaza are being starved to death despite UNRWA having enough supplies to feed the population for 3 months. It is not a matter of logistics, it is sheer cruelty. GHF ration centres are purposely located in the south in militarised zones with sporadic opening hours and sudden closures, leaving people with no option but to make that long journey on foot and wait many hours on the off chance that supplies may become available or they may be killed while trying.
This is not just a genocide, it is now ethnic cleansing. But when Israel's government is ignoring calls from 31 countries, what further action can we take?
Well, as the Honourable Lady has heard, of course what we're seeing is inhumane, it's deadly, and it's depriving Gazans of human dignity. And of course, as she would expect, the government, working with its partners, keeps everything under further consideration.
And the final question, Jeevan Sandar.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. We see the brutality and bloodshed in Gaza every single night on our screens. It's disproportionate, it's horrific, and it's gone on for far too long. Bombs, bullets, and now, of course, the blockades as well. And there can never be any justification, no justification for shooting people whilst they're waiting and queuing for aid. I know the Secretary of State shares my desire for peace, a two-state solution, an immediate ceasefire and the flowing of aid into Gaza. Can the Secretary of State share what he is doing to help achieve that?
Well, he's right. There can be no justification for shooting people as they are queuing for food. None whatsoever. And can I reassure him that we continue to work with the UN system and we continue to work with close partners like Jordan to do all we can to alleviate the suffering.
That concludes the statement, and if I can just give the front benches a few moments to swap over. Statement, Nick Thomas-Symonds.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Infected Blood Inquiry's additional report was published on 9th of July, and today I'd like to provide the House with an initial response. I'm grateful to Sir Brian Langstaff for seeking justice for victims and for the inquiry's constructive additional report. His ambition was to ensure that fair compensation is provided to every person that is eligible without delay, and that resonates across the country. Before considering the detail of the report, I want to share the latest delivery figures from the Infected Blood Compensation Authority. As of the 15th of July, IBCA has contacted 2,215 people to begin their claim, with 1,934 having started the claim process. 808 offers have been made, with a total value of over 602 million. 587 people have accepted their offer, with over £411 million paid in compensation, meaning approximately 60% of infected people registered with a support scheme have been contacted to begin their claim. I'm pleased that progress is being made, but I acknowledge the calls from the community for faster payment. That is why the government wrote to the Public Accounts and the Public Administration and Constitutional Affairs Committees last month, outlining the steps we are taking to remove administrative barriers to IBCA speeding up payments. I'm also pleased to announce, Madam Deputy Speaker, further interim payments of £210,000 to the estates of infected people who are registered to an infected blood support scheme and have sadly passed away. This is in addition to the over 500 interim payments already paid, and I will provide further information on this as soon as I am able to. Madam Deputy Speaker, the Government is committed to providing fair compensation to victims of the infected blood scandal. And in the autumn budget, we have set aside £11.8 billion to do that. The inquiry has recognised the Government's commitment, saying there can be no doubt that the Government has done right in ways which powerfully signal its intent. However, I agree with Sir Brian's statement that there is still more to be done to ensure that the detail and operation of the scheme matches up to its intent. Sir Brian has made a number of recommendations on ways the compensation scheme could be amended to achieve a scheme which works for everyone. We will publish an update on gov.uk today, setting out the Government's approach to the inquiry's further recommendation. I will deposit a copy of that update in the House libraries. We will also provide a comprehensive response to all the recommendations in due course. The report includes several recommendations for IBCA on speed and transparency.
I want to first reiterate that the Government still expects IBCA to contact all registered infected people to begin a claim and open the service for affected people by the end of this year. And the announcements I'm about to make do not change that position. Now, on Friday, Sir Robert Francis and David Foley confirmed they will be accepting the recommendations the inquiry made to IBCA, and they have committed to working with the community to develop plans for designing and implementing those recommendations. IBCA will design and introduce a process for registration. They will also update their sequencing in line with the inquiry's recommendation, noting this will inform the order in which they open up to cohorts this year. IBCA will introduce a process for prioritisation, recognising that community involvement is needed in tackling any uncertainty which this may introduce. Alongside this, I have asked for a review of IBCA's delivery of the scheme to ensure that it is progressing as quickly as possible. This will be supported by the National Infrastructure and Service Transformation Authority, NISTA, and led by an independent reviewer, and I expect the review to begin in August. Now, the inquiry has made recommendations across 9 key areas to ensure that infected and affected people feel that they have overall been compensated fairly by a scheme that is designed and delivered with their input. Separate to the delivery of compensation by IBCA, the inquiry has made recommendations relating to the design and structure of the scheme. 7 of these sub-recommendations the Government will accept and implement as soon as we can, so that IBCA can get on with paying compensation. Others will require engagement with the community before the changes are made, in line with the spirit of the inquiry's report. Now, when I gave evidence to the inquiry in May, I said I would take a constructive approach and I would look at the issues which had been put to me. The inquiry has made 8 sub-recommendations in these areas, and I'm pleased to confirm to the House that I'm either accepting these or agreeing with the inquiry that the community should be consulted on next steps. So I can confirm we will remove the 1982 start date for HIV infection to ensure anyone infected due to infected blood or infected blood products with HIV is eligible for the scheme regardless of the infection date. We accept the inquiry's recommendation on affected estates. In fact, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm actually going to go further than the inquiry's recommendation. The inquiry recommended that where someone who would be an eligible affected person sadly died or dies between the 21st of May 2024 and 31st of December 2029, their claim will not die with them, but becomes part of the estate. I'm actually going to extend that by a further 2 years to the 31st of December 2031. The special category mechanism, I know, has been a concern for members of the community and this House. Again, I promised the House previously I would look at this, and I'm pleased to say we accept change is needed to acknowledge the special category mechanism as part of the supplementary route Severe Health Condition Award, and we'll be engaging with the community on how best to realise these changes. Another area I committed to consider was to reinstate support payments to partners bereaved after the 31st of March 2025 until they receive compensation. Again, I'm accepting this recommendation, and I will ensure that those impacted will also be able to continue receiving those payments as part of their compensation package. The issue of unethical research is one of the most shocking aspects of this scandal. I can also confirm to the House today we will consult on revising the approach for the additional autonomy award on unethical research, including the scope and value of the award, and I know that's something that a number of honourable members have raised to me. The final area I said I would consider was whether further supplementary routes for affected people could be introduced. The inquiry recommended we consult to understand the feasibility of how these could be implemented, alongside changes regarding the Exceptional Financial Loss Award. I agree with the inquiry that consideration should be given to these issues, and consideration rightly involves those impacted. In addition, we're accepting further inquiry recommendations to remove the requirement for evidence of the date of diagnosis for hepatitis B or C, which we hope may allow claims for those mono-infected with hepatitis to be processed more quickly. And by accepting these recommendations today, we can start to implement the necessary changes as soon as possible. Now, there are several recommendations on areas where changes to the scheme are needed. We intend to engage the community on how best to achieve them. The inquiry is clear. People impacted by decisions need to be involved in them, and that is what we will seek to do before implementing these changes in the scheme. This includes acting on recommendations regarding compensation for the impacts of interferon. We will introduce a new core route infection severity band for those who received interferon treatment and consult on the evidence requirements and threshold for a supplementary route award for severe psychological harm. Additionally, we will work with IBCA to introduce a mechanism that individuals can use to raise concerns to aid continuous improvement of the scheme. Now, I'm sure honourable members will understand that to do this, the government will need to make further regulations. Our top priority is to move quickly, and so to make some of the simpler changes, we will bring forward a set of regulations as soon as parliamentary time allows. These regulations will not implement all the policy changes recommended by the inquiry. In the evidence of the inquiry in May, I said I was open to changes that do not lead to further delays. I believe that by making these changes recommended to the inquiry, it will not delay the speed at which offers are currently being made. Now, a further set of regulations will be needed to implement the more substantial changes, particularly those, Madam Deputy Speaker, where we are taking time to engage the community on how those updates can be realised. So therefore, I would accept this second, more substantial set of regulations to be brought before Parliament in 2026. But we do not expect, and I really emphasise this to honourable members, this engagement causing delays to the rollout of the scheme as it currently stands, which is absolutely crucial, as I said, to the inquiry. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, we are responding swiftly and constructively to Sir Brian and putting the voices and needs of the community first. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'd also like to provide a further update on the Government's response to the 2024 report. I have continued to engage with the charities that are named by the inquiry in Recommendation 10. I recognise their concerns about the allocated funding and can confirm that the Department for Health and Social Care is re-examining funding for this year and will look at options for the future. With regard to Recommendation 2 on memorialisation, I'm pleased to announce that following engagement with the community, Clive Smith has been appointed the chair of the Memorial Committee. I'm delighted to be able to appoint a chair with his wealth of experience, and I'm confident he will be able to bring the community together to make great progress on this work. Madam Deputy Speaker, this government has made progress on implementing the recommendations, but progress is never a foregone conclusion. Sir Brian is clear about the importance of scrutinising progress in delivering what the government has committed to, and I agree. And I'm pleased to confirm I have asked PACAC to take on the role of scrutinising implementation of the inquiry's recommendations in both the May 2024 and July 2025 reports. It's for the committee to outline how they approach this work, but I trust they will see fit to follow the example of the inquiry through scrutiny of the design and delivery of compensation. In addition, today, I am publishing a record of inquiry recommendations and the government response on gov.uk, as promised in our response to the recommendation of the Grenfell Tower inquiry. These records will be periodically updated to show implementation progress and will include all recommendations of future inquiries. Madam Deputy Speaker, to conclude, I would like to quote directly from Sir Brian's report, where he ends by stating that truly involving people, infected and affected, in how the state recognises their losses would start to turn the page on the past. He is absolutely right. Our focus as we move forward must be working together with the community, with IBCA and indeed with each other in this House, to not only deliver justice to all those impacted, but essentially to restore trust in the state to people who have been let down too many times. I commend this statement to the House.
Shadow Minister Mike Wood.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Right Honourable Gentleman for his statement and for advance sight of it. On behalf of His Majesty's loyal opposition, I would like to thank Sir Brian Langstaff for his initial work on the inquiry and for all the follow-up work he has done. This additional report, focusing on compensation, is a significant and very thorough piece of work which has been done in good time. And our thanks also go to those working at the Infected Blood Compensation Authority to get the money out to those who desperately need it. I know that my right honourable friend, the member for Basildon and Billericay, welcomed the valuable insight that he gained from his recent visit to the team on the ground in Tyneside. But above all, we pay tribute to the victims, the families and the campaigners who have fought relentlessly and bravely on this issue. I previously raised in this House the concerns the victims and their families have had about the speed and structure of the compensation scheme. They've been repeatedly frustrated by a failure to speed up payments. While there are signs that the pace is finally starting to increase, I know that the frustrations remain and we share them. This scandal happened over decades, under successive governments of different parties, but we all have a responsibility to do what we can to right the wrongs of the past as quickly as possible, and the opposition will support the government when it is doing the right thing to do so. I also previously raised the issue of engagement and called on the government to further solidify ongoing consultation and communication with victims and their families. And it was disappointing to see, as laid out in Sir Brian's additional report, that sufficient progress has not yet been made on this issue, but I do welcome the government's response on this matter, but would urge the government to ensure that this engagement work is carried out rapidly and urgently. Because victims and their families deserve real action on this. And as the additional report makes clear, they have had far too many assurances, but not yet enough substantial engagement. I'm pleased that the government is now taking action on some of the issues around atypical personal or health impacts and on supplementary routes, which I raised when we discussed the infected blood compensation scheme regulations in March. I know that it will bring great comfort to many of those that have been infected with the diseases that have been mentioned. I appreciate that the government is taking forward Sir Brian's recommendation on a grievances mechanism. And on all sides of this House, I'm certain that we're all hope that implementation of this recommendation and the others from the report will meet Sir Brian's inquiry's terms of reference and complete the compensation and resolution process. However, the government must ensure that this mechanism is an active one, not simply a recording device. While it is incredibly important that lessons are continuously learned from this tragedy, it is also really important that those cases, of which we know that there are a significant proportion, that contain difficulties in regard to compensation eligibility, are addressed as a matter of urgency. And that all such cases, many of which will probably come through this new mechanism, are considered carefully, and that all information on the claim status and decisions made on it are communicated clearly and frequently to the complainant. But above all, it is essential that learning those lessons must not come at the cost of delayed payments to those who simply cannot afford to wait any longer. And to that end, I would appreciate the Minister's clarity on the number of personnel that he expects to be tasked with the grievances mechanism and the oversight structure which will be put in place over it. Will that be the advisory board being established? And if so, what specific oversight powers will the advisory board have? We support the government in taking these measures forward, and we will do what we can as the official opposition to help these actions to be implemented. But it is incredibly important that the government is clear to this House what measures it is putting in place to ensure that the steps announced here today are carried through and enacted efficiently and effectively. Because, Madam Deputy Speaker, no amount of money can undo the harm that was tragically inflicted on so many. But a comprehensive and effective compensation scheme can offer a lifeline to victims and to their families who have suffered for far too much, for far too long.
Minister.
I thank the Shadow Minister for his contribution, and in particular the tone of it, and I do think that the cross-party way in which this has been approached has been crucial. It's something I did in opposition. I also, as well, pay tribute to my predecessor as Paymaster General, the Honourable Member for Salisbury, for the work that he did driving this forward. I agree with the Honourable Gentleman that this additional report is a very significant piece of work, and I echo his thanks to IBCA's staff. On speed of payments, he referred to the number of payments. Of course, IBCA has used that test and learn approach. But I want to say to him, and indeed to the House, I've announced today a substantial number of changes to this scheme. But it has to be on the basis that that will not affect the current speed of rollout of payments. And that is why I still expect IBCA to contact all registered infected people to begin a claim before the end of the year, and indeed to open the service to affected people by the end of the year as well. I agree also with the Honourable Gentleman about the need for an active consultation mechanism, and I entirely agree with him as well about clarity of communication. I very much hope that we can continue this cross-party spirit into the delivery phase that's so important.
Kim Johnson. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Victims, survivors and campaigners have been fighting for decades for truth and justice due to cover-ups of public servants. And last year, the Prime Minister called for a duty of candour law to prevent future cover-ups, like the infected blood and post office scandals. And I could not agree with him more. But if we are to restore trust in state, does the Minister agree that it's high time for Hillsborough Law to be implemented in full, as promised by the Prime Minister last September?
Madam Deputy Speaker, I entirely agree on the need for a Hillsborough Law, and I say to my honourable friend that this government moving forward is absolutely determined to get it right and to lead that culture of change we need across public service, so that people are not putting their own reputations or the reputation of institutions above public service, and we are determined to lead that change.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson Sarah Olney.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Can I thank the Minister for his statement, and we would also like to pay tribute to the ongoing work of Sir Brian Langstaff and his team as they continue to investigate this appalling scandal. Liberal Democrats know that victims of the infected blood scandal deserve compensation. They and their families have been mistreated and have been waiting decades to see justice. We've welcomed the establishment of this scheme in August 2024 and the commitment shown by governments from both sides of the House to justice for these victims. However, Sir Brian Langstaff's additional report has been excoriating about both the glacial pace of payments and the abject failure to listen to victims. And one of the most scathing findings in the report stated that victims of the scandal had not been listened to. As reported by Sir Brian, the experts who were responsible for the design of the compensation scheme were forbidden to talk with victims and their families. After so many years of secrecy, deceit and delays, excluding victims and their families was wholly unacceptable. This report has been welcomed by many victims, including many of the 122 haemophiliac boys that attended the Lord Mayor Treloar College in Hampshire. And my honourable friend, the member for Eastleigh, has been a powerful advocate for these victims. And I thank her for her work advocating for constituents like Gary, who welcomed the findings of this report. But that's why we are urging the government to set out clearly and in detail the timelines for delivering compensation. And we're calling for the government to properly engage with victims and their families. And I ask the Minister if he agrees that it's entirely unacceptable that victims were not involved in the original design of the scheme and that they'd been consistently ignored. And can I ask when victims of the scandal can expect the implementation of Sir Brian Langstaff's recommendation to introduce a formal advisory body of victims for the Infected Blood Compensation Authority? Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Minister.
Thank you. And first of all, Madam Deputy Speaker, in terms of transparency around the expert group that was established under my predecessor, I entirely acknowledge Sir Brian Langstaff's criticisms and points that he's made on that. But in creating, which the government's now going to have to, new sets of regulation, clearly I'm going to have to reconstitute an expert group, but I undertake to the House I will put transparency at the heart of that group, including publication of its work and its minutes, because I think that is essential to regain trust. The Honourable Lady is absolutely right too about how essential it is to put the voice of victims at the heart of what we're doing, but I would also say to the House in relation to today. At the autumn budget last year, the Chancellor set aside £11.8 billion of funding to the end of the Parliament to pay compensation for victims. The policy decisions I am announcing today are currently estimated to cost around £1 billion in further compensation payments. The total cost depends on what is agreed following consultation with the community, but the Government has said, and it will stand by, paying what it takes to fund the scheme, and we will update the forecast cost at the autumn budget of 2025, but victims should be in no doubt of the Government's determination to seek justice.
Ms Webb.
Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank my right honourable friend for his statement this evening. Following the inquiry's report, will the Government now speed up the current timelines to 2027 and 2029 for the payment of compensation to those victims?
Minister.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the 2027 and 29 dates were backstops. My determination was for payments to be made as soon as possible. I hope what I've said to the House in terms of offers of payment and indeed payments starting to affect people this year is an indication of that speeding up.
Damien Hines.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. And can I welcome what the Paymaster General has said about removing administrative burdens to payment, accepting the recommendations and his commitment to working with the community and doing so in a timely way. And I know he will continue to devote his considerable energies to those things. Could he also say a word more about memorials? And I'm thinking particularly of the young victims from Trelaws. And I welcome what he said about the appointment of a chair to that committee. But is there a timeline for that? Obviously, there are sensitive matters to deal with, but with the passage of time, does he have a time frame in mind for its completion?
Minister.
The honourable gentleman, I know, raises the issue of Trelaws because it's in his constituency, and he speaks very powerfully. I've also spoken in recent weeks to, indeed, a former Trelaws student, and hearing about the experiences there never fails to move people when they hear about it. Now, I'm pleased. I've made the appointment of Clive Smith. That is already done. Now, I'm asking him now to progress that memorialisation work, firstly, quickly, because the honourable gentleman is absolutely right about the passage of time, but also in a way that brings the whole community together. And I know Clive has set out his intention to appoint a vice-chair to represent the whole blood transfusion community, and I welcome that effort to bring the community together in what's going to be very emotional memorialisation.
Ian Byrne.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I thank the Minister for his statements, but the infected blood scandal is the worst treatment disaster in NHS history. But as the inquiry's chair said, this disaster was not an accident. Institutional reputation was put above truth and ordinary people paid the price. It's far from alone. Horizon, nuclear test veterans, Grenfell, Hillsborough. The Hillsborough Law Minister would end this culture of cover-up, which is why victims and families, including those of the infected blood scandal, fully support it. The Prime Minister promised one of his first acts would be to introduce this legislation. More than a year on, we're still waiting. So does the Minister recognise the importance of fulfilling this pledge before Labour returns to Liverpool for party conference in September?
Yeah.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I absolutely understand the importance of introducing the duty of candour. As I indicated in my answer to my honourable friend a moment or two ago, and to which my honourable friend refers, Sir Brian Langstaff talked about what he called this pervasive culture, this concept of people putting their own or institutional reputations above the public interest. The government is determined to change that, and is determined as well to get the duty of candour right, working with the families, which I think is absolutely crucial.
David Mundell.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. As co-chair of the all-party group on HIV/AIDS, I obviously very much welcome the removal of the 1982 start date. Coincidentally, today is Zero HIV Stigma Day, and I think it is important that we recognise the stigma that so many people suffered as a result of contracting HIV through infected blood. And can I say to the Minister the hope that one of the supplementary routes to compensation might be to those who did suffer extreme stigma, discrimination, or severe psychiatric consequences of the contraction of HIV.
General.
I thank the honourable gentleman for his comments about the removal of the 1982 date. It was something I promised in my evidence of the inquiry to look at, and I'm pleased to be able to remove that date today. With regard to stigma, he is absolutely right. I visited the Terence Higgins Trust only in recent weeks, and listening to the terrible stigma that people suffered is extraordinarily moving. And he is absolutely right to remind us about that. And I think as we move forward with trying to deliver justice, that is something we should all keep at the forefront of our minds.
Clive Efford.
Deputy Speaker, I welcome my right honourable friend's statement on behalf of the all-party parliamentary group. It is a major step forwards, as he knows the issue about engagement with the community that's affected and infected has been a major bone of contention since the expert group set the tariff. Now, for over 40 years, they've been ignored and lied to by the state that should have been there and been on their side. At the time of that he published his recent report, Sir Brian Langstaff said, for decades, people who suffered because of infected blood have not been listened to. Once again, decisions have been made behind closed doors, leading to obvious injustices. Now, my honourable friend has said he's going to accept most of the recommendations, but if he's going to consult, it's got to be the community that he consults with. So would he give that guarantee that it will set up a proper mechanism that will be approved by the community, and also to provide financial support to those organisations that are giving advice to the victims that are making claims?
On the points raised by my honourable friend, first of all, on consultation, he's absolutely right. I'm determined that we are going to get this right moving forward. Secondly, as I indicated in my statement with regard to the organisations and recommendation 10 of Sir Brian Langstaff's May 2024 report, the DHSC is looking not only at this year again, but also looking to the future as well, because my work in recent weeks speaking to charities has made clear that they want to look beyond this financial year, and I agree.
Ian Sollom.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I would also thank the Minister for his statement, and in particular his statement that IBCA will design and introduce a process for registration. Sir Brian Langstaff did conclude that the current approach to compensation perpetuates harm by creating different treatment for registered and unregistered victims. I wonder if the Minister could confirm whether that also includes interim payments for unregistered victims. That was another recommendation in Brian Langstaff's additional report. Thank you.
Minister.
Madam Deputy Speaker, firstly, in relation to the registration, as the honourable gentleman will have seen, IBCA has accepted all the recommendations Sir Brian Langstaff has made, including that. I've also, with regard to the estates of those who sadly passed away, just obviously at the dispatch box, extended interim payments as well, and I hope to be able to announce very soon the timetable for that.
Ian Lavery.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The very fact that Sir Brian Langstaff reopened the scheme for the additional report bears testimony that there's something sadly wrong with the initial scheme. And I'm wondering tonight whether the infected blood victims will be warmly welcoming the statement from my right honourable friend. I wonder whether they're a little bit apprehensive, whether they're frustrated, whether they're disappointed, because the government have said that they'll only accept, at this point, 7 out of 9 of the recommendations. Because, you know, there's been only 460 victims settled to date, whilst many others have sadly passed on. I wonder if my right honourable friend can clarify what will happen to those waiting to start their claim. These are the Tuesday night lottery club. These are the people who've been waiting for months for a phone call to tell them that they'll get an invitation to apply for compensation. Will the new invoice be put on hold while they revisit the settled claims? And is it still a priority of starting all living infected claims by the end of the year?
Yeah, the answer is yes, absolutely, and I wouldn't have made such a substantial number of changes without assurance that it wouldn't delay the ongoing payment. So to my honourable friend's question, the living registered infected, the IBCA have said that there will be offers to all those by the end of the year, and that is unchanged by the changes I've made to the scheme today. And secondly, the promise we've made to start the affected by the end of the year stands as well. In terms of all the, as I just said a moment or two ago, there will now be the IBCA will and has accepted the recommendation of registration. IBCA is also looking as well and has accepted the recommendation about cohort prioritisation that's been made with Sir Brian Langstaff. But I hope as well my honourable friend, who is a very powerful advocate on these matters, will also see that when I went to the inquiry and said I would look constructively at this, that's precisely what I've done. And on those recommendations where we're consulting, it's precisely because I want the voice of the community to be heard.
Sir Julian Lewis.
It was in 2015 that I first raised the case of my constituent Leslie Hughes, who was infected with contaminated blood in 1970 and only discovered the reason for 4 decades of ill health in about 2010. So it's great that this progress has been made. Very large sums of money are going to be paid in compensation. So can the Minister outline what provision there will be for the recipients to receive financial advice to make sure that they're not taken advantage of by unscrupulous people, for example, people trying to tell them how to make a claim that they can make directly?
Minister.
Yes, I agree entirely with the Honourable Gentleman when he talks about that risk. Is something I've been very conscious of, and that is why the government has signed off both financial support for legal advice, but also financial support for financial advice as well. And I agree with the Honourable Gentleman for the reason he says it's absolutely crucial.
Alex Baker.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Minister has heard me talk about my constituent Brendan West, a veteran who lived unknowingly with hepatitis C for decades after being infected through a military blood transfusion. Brendan talks about how he feels lucky to be alive, but his view is that successive governments continue to delay justice for him by design. So I welcome that Brendan has just received an invite to start the process for compensation, but how long can Brendan expect that process to take? He has served our country, suffered a horrific injustice in the process, and now deserves to be able to not waste a single further day in living out the next chapter of his life.
Minister.
And I say to my honourable friend, I know she's raised her constituent before, IBCA is operationally independent, but I stand ready to give any support that is required to speed up claims, which I think is absolutely crucial. But in terms of money, there is absolutely no deliberate delay from the government in terms of the money being paid. There was £11.8 billion allocated to this in the autumn budget. I have just announced a series of measures of around £1 billion of worth. That is the commitment of this government to securing justice, and I will continue to do all I can to speed up payments.
Robin Swan.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. In regards to the announcement today made by the Paymaster General, as far as I can see, some of his announcements and the acceptance of some of the recommendations and sub-recommendations will actually cause those devolved administrative bodies to have to stay open for a longer period of time. They were initially scheduled to close, I believe, on the 1st of February 2026, but will now have to stay longer than that. Can I seek a reassurance from the Paymaster General that he will ensure that all those costs will be met by the Treasury and that there will be no divergence between the supports given to those infected or affected anywhere across the United Kingdom, as there was previously due to the work that started by the inquiry?
Minister.
The Honourable Gentleman raises a perfectly reasonable point, and I spoke yesterday to the, rather last week, rather on Thursday, to the health ministers of all three of the devolved administrations, including Minister Nesbitt in the Northern Ireland Executive. He is right that the schemes for Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland will stay for a further year. That has been done to make sure we can keep up the pace of payments at IBCA, but I can give him the reassurance, as I gave to the health ministers, that it will be funded by the UK government. We're not asking the devolved administrations to bear the cost of that.
Jessica Tarl.
The Minister knows I've raised the case of the affected in my constituent Ronan, whose mother Jane died from hepatitis C after a blood transfusion she was recommended following an ectopic pregnancy. Now, while I welcome the announcement of the affected estates, can I ask when the affected, and particularly parents and partners, will be invited to start their claims? Many have been waiting decades for justice and are concerned they won't see it in their lifetimes.
Minister.
Again, my honourable friend makes a very good point. I think in the first instance, as I've said, the affected payments will start by the end of the year, and that remains the case. There has been this concern about the affected estates, and I hope that my honourable friend will have seen I not only accepted the recommendation, I actually extended it by a further 2 years as well to try to give that reassurance.
Jim Shannon.
Madam Deputy Speaker, can I thank the Minister very much for his statement. No one can doubt the Minister's commitment, and we thank him very much for that, and government as well, by the way, because ultimately that's who he's doing on behalf of. It's always great to hear that movement has been made in compensation and to make it as fast as possible. Can I ask, would the Minister reconsider the rejection of the recommendation by Sir Robert Francis for an enhanced award for people with extra hepatic disorders resulting in long-term severe disability, including people currently included within the special category mechanism and its equivalents in Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland? And secondly, I could just ask this, in relation to the referred to substantial regulations in 2026, could I ask them to come forward in 2025?
Minister.
In terms of the first point, I mean, obviously, as I've just said, we have acknowledged Sir Brian Langstaff's criticisms around the special category mechanism. That's why I'm taking action on that, and I'm announcing that today. In relation to the very specific condition that he is talking about, and he's referring back, I think, to Sir Robert Francis' previous report, I'm certainly happy to write to him on that particular detail. In terms of bringing forward the first set of regulations that I have spoken about, yes, it will be before the end of the year.
Tracy Gilbert.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and can I thank the right honourable gentleman for his statement tonight. One of my constituents, now in her 80s, cared for her husband, who was a victim of unethical research in Edinburgh. Her son now fears that she will die before receiving recognition or redress for what she endured. Does my right honourable friend recognise that there's a real fear that carers of infected people will die waiting for their compensation? And if so, what steps will this government take to ensure that carers reaching the end of their lives can be prioritised for compensation?
My honourable friend is absolutely right, and that's why I've changed the scheme in respect of affected estates. Sir Brian Langstaff's recommendation was for those who sadly pass away between May of 2024 and 2029. I've actually extended that by 2 years to 2031 precisely for the reason that my honourable friend raises.
Speaker, can I thank the Minister for his statement, the right response to a very thorough report that yet again details the significant size of the scandal that we are trying to undo. Can I ask the Minister, he mentioned the level of increased payments that these measures will lead to. I think he mentioned the £1 billion figure. Can he tell us if there will be any additional resources given to deliver these recommendations in addition to extra payments?
Minister.
I just give my honourable friend the reassurance. The government has said that it will pay what it takes to fund the scheme, and we will then update the forecast costs at the autumn budget this year.
Final question, Chris Vince.
Thank you, and I thank the Paymaster General for his statement. And I think for all of us across the House, our hearts go out to the victims and their families of this terrible scandal. As somebody who saw a family member die of AIDS, I know how incredibly difficult that must have been for many of them. Would the Minister agree with me that the common thread in the affected blood scandal, the post office scandal, Hillsborough, and the one that comes across my desk the most, the pelvic mess scandal, is that victims were not listened to? The Paymaster General mentioned the need to consult on these recommendations. Can I ask how he's going to go about that consultation, and can he assure me that it will be thorough?
Minister.
Yeah, my honourable friend speaks very powerfully about his own personal experience, and he's entirely right about a consistent failure on behalf of the state over many decades, many scandals that have been debated in this House to listen to victims, and absolutely getting the consultation right, ensuring that we hear the voice of victims and the voice of the community is absolutely crucial to the government going forward.
That is the end of the statement on infected blood inquiry additional report. Point of order, John McDonnell.
If I may, Deputy Speaker, on the 8th of July, I wrote to the Home Secretary. It was with regard to the implementation of the prescription order against Palestine Action. And I wrote to her asking whether any guidance is being issued to the police on the implementation of the prescription. In particular, the guidance with regard to whether or not the expression in opposition to the prescription falls foul of the prescription order itself. And that includes both reporters reporting those who are opposed to the prescription, or indeed any member of Parliament expressing opposition to the prescription issue, and whether that be construed as support for Palestine Action and therefore actionable. I've received no response, so through you, maybe to the Treasury bench, it would be helpful to urge the Home Secretary to reply or issue a statement.
I am grateful to the Right Honourable Member for giving notice of this point of order. It is important that members receive timely answers to their correspondence, and I'm sure that the Treasury front bench will have noted the Honourable Member's remarks and will no doubt be responding forthwith. I must now continue with business. We now, unless the front bench want to quickly shuffle over, because we're just about to go on to presentation of bills. A presentation of Bill. Andrew Rosindale.
Transport for London Extension of Concessions Bill.
Second reading what day?
Friday the 31st of October 2025.
Friday the 31st of October 2025. We now come to the general debate on the 80th anniversary of victory over Japan. And before I call the Minister, colleagues will note that this is a very time-limited debate, so brevity on front and back benches, please. I call the Minister to move. Minister Stephanie Peacock.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I beg to move that this House has considered victory over Japan. It is an honour to be opening today's debate as we come together as a House and a country to mark 80 years since victory over Japan, bringing an end to fighting in the Far East, which will be commemorated on the 15th of August. On the 15th of August 1945, King George VI delivered a speech to the nation and Commonwealth. He said, and I quote, "Now we shall have to work hard to restore what has been lost and to establish peace on the unshakable foundations." 80 years on, we remember the British, Northern Irish and Commonwealth veterans, the Second World War generation who gave so much, and those who paid the ultimate sacrifice to secure our freedom and our peace. We say thank you. VE Day 1945 marked the end of the Second World War in Europe. Thousands of British, Northern Irish and Commonwealth troops continued to battle against Japanese forces in Asia and the Pacific. 3 months later, victory over Japan was declared on the 15th of August, following the Japanese agreement to surrender unconditionally to the Allies. The Prime Minister of the day, Clement Attlee, gave a radio broadcast to announce the end of hostilities, declaring, and I quote, "Japan has today surrendered. The last of our enemies is laid low." 80 years on, this government recognises the huge importance of commemorating this anniversary. VJ Day is a moment to reflect on the remarkable perseverance and bravery shown by those who fought or endured the war in the Far East. The human cost of the Second World War was overwhelming, leading to death and destruction for millions of people. The dropping of 2 atomic bombs on Japanese cities, one in Hiroshima on the 6th of August and the other 3 days later on Nagasaki, resulted in enormous devastation, bringing the 6-year global conflict to a rapid end and introducing the atomic age. The end of the war brought sadness, relief and renewed hope that families and soldiers, long separated, would soon be reunited. But it would take months and much effort to bring British service personnel back home. Shortly after VE Day, we saw the liberation of Jersey and Guernsey on the 9th of May and Alderney on the 16th of May. It was a huge honour to visit Jersey and Sark this year for the 80th anniversary of the Liberation Day celebrations. Their story is one of perseverance, which I was grateful to hear more about when I attended a number of commemoration events on the islands. But the period of time from May 1945 through to VJ Day on August the 15th, of course, marks one of suffering. Tens of thousands of service personnel from the UK, Northern Ireland and the Commonwealth fought and gave their lives, including thousands of Allied troops who were taken as prisoners of war and forced into hard labour. Many Allied prisoners of war in Japanese captivity died before liberation in August 1945. These individuals experienced unimaginable suffering, including starvation and disease. Their memory and their sacrifice must not be forgotten. Alongside British Armed Forces, hundreds of thousands more served in the Far East from countries including pre-partition India, Australia, New Zealand, Canada, Nepal and East and West Africa. The British Pacific Fleet worked in parallel with our US allies, making the Second World War an international effort. Now, commemorations this year to mark VJ Day have been and will continue to be led by those with first-hand experience of the war. We acknowledge the importance of this, as it is likely to be the last significant anniversary when veterans who served during the Second World War are present. The government is honoured to be working closely with the Royal British Legion to put veterans front and centre of the VJ Day commemorations. I take this opportunity to thank partners who have worked with us throughout this commemorative year, including the Royal British Legion, Imperial War Museums, Commonwealth War Graves Commission, the National Theatre, Arts Council England, Historic Royal Palaces, the Together Coalition, the Big Lunch, Atlantic Productions, the BBC and the National Lottery Community Fund, officials from both the DCMS, MOD and of course working across government, in particular with the Ministry of Defence, and I of course joined by the Minister for the Armed Forces, and I have worked really closely with the noble Lord Coker who is with us this evening. As living history fades into the past, it is more important than ever that we listen to the stories of the remaining veterans who fought for their country in that conflict. The diverse armies that fought together for our freedom reflect the very fabric of modern Britain. The national commemorations will commence with a government reception to celebrate and commemorate VJ Day with veterans. On Friday the 15th of August, the Royal British Legion will lead the nation in honouring and remembering those who fought and died during the war in the Far East, with a service marking the 80th anniversary of VJ Day. This will take place at the National Memorial Arboretum in Staffordshire and will be broadcast live on BBC One from midday. It will pay tribute to British, Northern Irish, Commonwealth and Allied veterans who served in the Far East theatres of war, the Pacific and Indian Ocean territories. With veterans in attendance, the VJ service will be a tribute to them, involving 400 members of the Armed Forces and the Red Arrows. The event will feature a Guard of Honour of the Royal Navy, British Army and Royal Air Force. Music will be provided by military bands and the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight will lead a breathtaking fly past. The national 2-minute silence will be held on Friday the 15th of August at midday to remember and thank those who fought for our freedom. The silence will be marked by all UK government departments, which will also fly the Union flag at full mast. The government continues to support and promote a range of initiatives to commemorate the 80th anniversary of the ending of the Second World War throughout the year to Remembrance Sunday and beyond. To mark VJ Day specifically, the Imperial War Museum will screen a short film, I Saw the World End, produced by E.S. Devlin to commemorate the dropping of the atomic bombs. There is a new augmented reality experience offering a deeper exploration of the Second World War in Asia and the Pacific. Children and families will be welcomed to their sites in both London and the North to participate in paper crane making as a symbol of peace. We continue to promote a range of educational and cultural activities to help schools and communities to engage with the 80th commemorations designed to mark both VE and VJ Day, including Our Shared Story, a collection of educational resources. Letters to Loved Ones, a project encouraging people to share family letters from the war to illustrate what everyday life was like. And it was lovely to discover some of my grandparents' letters, while my granddad Bobby, who I'm very proud of, was serving in the RAF during the war. And the next morning, welcoming a new production written by James Graham, which focuses on the hopes, dreams and ambitions of young people after the Second World War. The government has provided funding to support art centres, libraries and museums across the country to work with their local communities to develop activities that commemorate and reflect the VE and VJ Day anniversaries. I look forward to visiting one such project in my own area, taking place at the Barnsley Civic, to hear more about their work exploring community solidarity in Barnsley from the 1940s to the present day. My department has been working with the Commonwealth War Graves Commission on the For Evermore tour, which is travelling across the UK and global sites, including cemeteries in Kenya, Hong Kong, Singapore, Thailand and Japan. The tour will honour and shine a light on the stories from those across the world who fought in the Second World War, and I was grateful for the opportunity to visit the tour in May to see it firsthand. UK landmarks, high commissions in the Commonwealth countries and prominent memorials will be lit up in white on August the 15th as beacons of strength and national unity as they were 80 years ago. Now, I will give way, yes.
Minister, for giving way. We've just been through the centenary of the Great War, which you agree with me, the difference between 80 years and 100 is, of course, we still have veterans among us. Sadly, when we come to the centenary of the events we're commemorating this year, that will not be the case. Will she therefore make absolutely sure that it is the veterans who are centre stage during this commemoration?
He makes an incredibly important point. I hope I've outlined how in my contribution, but I can absolutely reiterate that we do want veterans to be front and centre of these commemorations. Because it is important that commemorative activity is taking place across the UK, with each of the devolved governments marking VJ Day 80. The Scottish Government will be leading a concert at Edinburgh Castle, where I recently visited the National War Memorial. In Northern Ireland, a charity concert in Lurgan will take place, and I was pleased to visit the area a few months ago when I was invited by the member for Upper Bann. I recently visited Catcay Cemetery in Cardiff to see the work they carry out to honour the Commonwealth war graves. A national wreath laying at the Wales National War Memorial will lead a programme in Wales centred on peace and reconciliation. These are just some of the events taking place across our devolved nations, and together these events reflect a shared commitment to remembrance and recognition across the UK. Over 144 commemorations are taking place across the nation throughout August to mark VJ Day, from those I have already mentioned to services at Lichfield and Norwich cathedrals, which the public are encouraged to join. We commemorate the end of the Second World War throughout this year, not only on VE Day on the 8th of May or VJ Day on the 15th of August, but as troops returned home gradually throughout the year until Alderney's Homecoming Day on the 15th of December. The strength and courage of those that fought is truly unmatched, and the horror they suffered as prisoners of war in the Far East was unimaginable. Strength is what we remember about VJ veterans, their unshakable resilience, determination, service and sacrifice under unimaginable circumstances, and how they came together to support one another long after the war had ended. I am sure I speak for members across the House today in expressing our deep gratitude to our great Second World War generation. We come together in this House in a moment of unity today to mark 80 years since victory over Japan, in awe of those who gave more than many of us will ever have to give.
The question is that this House has considered the 80th anniversary of the victory of Japan, and before I call the Shadow Minister, there are far too many members for me to squeeze in before this debate can conclude. So there will be a sharp speaking limit of 4 minutes to begin with for backbenchers, but please notice many colleagues will be disappointed. I call the Shadow Minister Sakib Bhatti.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I'd like to start by thanking the Minister for her speech and all that she announced. And we, of course, support the government's agenda in celebrating VJ Day. And I also want to put on record what a privilege it is to open this debate or respond on behalf of His Majesty's loyal opposition. The 80th anniversary of the end of the Second World War is undoubtedly a cause for huge celebration. In May, the whole nation came together to celebrate the end of the war in Europe in VE Day. A special day with celebrations across the country, including many in my own constituency of Meriden and Solihull East. On TV, when we watched the national celebrations as a family, my 2 young boys took a particular liking to the red arrows flying over Buckingham Palace. And I hope in time that they will begin to properly understand why we celebrate that important day and what it means. for it symbolises victory of good over evil after nearly 6 years of unimaginable suffering with a whole nation, young and old, male or female, rich or poor, came together to fight Nazi Germany, defeat fascism and liberate Europe 80 years ago. But as the nation 80 years ago danced into the night, celebrating the end of fighting close to home, thousands of British and Commonwealth soldiers were locked in the struggle against Imperial Japan. It took until 15th of August, after the United States had dropped nuclear bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki, for the fighting to end in the Far East. The campaign, which began in 1941, beginning with a surprise Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor, was a vast campaign. Fighting took place from Hawaii to the northeast borders of India and from Papua New Guinea in the south to Manchuria in northern China on the border of the Soviet Union. By 1945, across Asia and the Pacific, there were 365,000 British and 1.5 million Commonwealth troops who were deployed, including the largest volunteer army in history, the pre-partition Indian Army of 2.5 million soldiers. Despite the scope of this campaign, these brave soldiers, who often fought in horrific conditions against a formidable enemy, are often known as the Forgotten Army, to acknowledge the lack of reporting of this campaign in the mainstream media at the time. And yet stories of heroic actions remain. Just last night, as I discussed the campaign in the Far East with my parents, my mum told me about one of her uncles who'd been a prisoner of war in that conflict in the Far East. Or my 2 Westminster staff members who proudly told me about their great-grandfather and great-uncles, both of whom earned the Burma Star. Field Marshal Slim's 14th Army was thought to be the most diverse in the world. Over 40 languages were spoken by troops who were united in one ambition: to stand up and defend civilization from barbarism and tyranny. Many people associate the fall of France in 1940 as Britain's low point in the war, but the crushing surrender of Malaya and Singapore are at least equally as devastating. 9,000 British, pre-partition Indian and Commonwealth troops were lost, and around 130,000 were taken as prisoners of war. The famous films The Bridge Over the River Kwai and the more recent Railwayman show the brutal conditions that those taken prisoner faced. It's a stark reminder of the reason we had to stand up and defeat Imperial Japan. Absolutely.
May I say how important it is that both front benches have emphasised the atrocities that were committed against prisoners of war. And it is also the case that just as we remember the Nuremberg trials, we remember the Tokyo trials, at which many war criminals were convicted and subsequently executed. And is it not a measure of the importance of unconditional surrender that at least removed the aura of divinity from the emperor, so that at least the fanaticism of religion was excised from Japanese society?
I thank my honourable friend for that intervention. He said that so eloquently, and he's clearly a very learned individual. I couldn't agree with him even more. And whilst we're all regularly reminded of the heroic invasion of Normandy, a 2013 poll of the British public by the National Army Museum in Chelsea ranks the battles of Kohima and Impal as Britain's greatest ever battle. So as we commemorate the 80th anniversary of VJ Day, I hope we will reflect on some of the lessons of the Second World War. I'm proud to remind the House that soldiers from all over the Commonwealth, from Australia, New Zealand, Canada, India, South Africa, Africa and all other countries fought alongside, and many other countries fought alongside British troops. Absolutely.
Can I commend him first of all what he's putting forward? And he's right, the 14th Army had 40 languages were spoken amongst them, gives an idea of the importance and the diversity of that. He also mentioned about the 2 greatest battles over the Japanese. One was Kohima and Impal, and that was the greatest defeat the Japanese army ever had. Does he agree that what we see and did see in the VE and VJ the day we're commemorating was one of the greatest armies in the world, doing one of the greatest battles and defeating the Japanese? Even though the atom bombs were a part of that, the armies and the soldiers on the ground made the difference.
Thank you, and Madam Deputy Speaker, it's always a great privilege to be intervened on by my honourable friend, and I couldn't agree with him any more on that either, and I thank him for that intervention. In the Far East in particular, there were troops from all different faiths: Christian, Muslim, Sikh, Jewish, Buddhist and many others, all alongside each other, all who fought as one to defeat Japan. My wife's own grandfather, I learned, received the Indian Distinguished Service Medal as part of the 7th Battalion, the 16th Punjab Regiment, while moving through the Burmese coastline, was suddenly surrounded by Japanese soldiers. My wife's grandfather, Lance Corporal Samunda Khan, his platoon was ordered to attack uphill so that the lead platoon could retreat. Carrying a Bren gun, Lance Corporal Khan led his men up the steep slope as heavy Japanese grenades rained down on them. With the gun at his hip, and despite being seriously wounded in the chest, he led the charge and drove the Japanese from the top. Khan, who was 18, who lied about his age so he could enlist, so he could fight and defend our nation, was wounded 3 times in 2 months. And Madam Deputy Speaker, Khan's story of bravery and heroism, while special, was not unique. So for all those that fought against tyranny to defend democracy so that we can stand here today in the mother of all parliaments, I say thank you. And as we look at increased instability in the world, we should remember those brave soldiers who fought for our liberty and our freedom. And those principles and freedoms that were underpinned in the Atlantic Charter, freedom of speech and expression, freedom of worship, freedom from want and freedom from fear, all matter today as they did then. These principles set a new world order. Because while there are those today that seek to divide us, who try to prey on our differences, we must draw inspiration from those heroes who sacrificed everything, who gave their lives for us for a better world. They rejected populism, they rejected tyranny, and they rejected the politics of hate. Madam Deputy Speaker, those that fought and died in the Second World War truly were our greatest generation. So I urge the Minister, on top of everything else the Government is doing, can she encourage her colleagues in the Department for Education to ensure that those stories and lessons from the war, including the struggle against Japan, are never forgotten. And I also ask that the Government build on those deep-rooted relationships with our allies who stood with us then, so we can then stand up to those who would divide us today. And as we all sit here and reflect on the war's conclusion, I look forward to colleagues' contributions so that we must remind ourselves that our right to be here and represent our constituents is only possible because of the brave men and women from across the world who have laid down their lives for this country. Once again, I say thank you.
I call the Chair of the Select Committee, Mr Dessy, 4 minutes time limit.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. 80 years ago, the guns finally fell silent across the Asia-Pacific. Imperial Japan surrendered, and the most devastating conflict in human history came to an end. Today, we remember not just the victory, but the immense courage and sacrifice that made it possible. Just 2 months ago, I stood in this House to mark the 80th anniversary of Victory in Europe Day. Across my Slough constituency, communities of different backgrounds came together to reflect on that milestone. But while Europe celebrated peace in May 1945, the war raged on in the East. By then, hundreds of thousands of British troops remained in combat across Asia and the Pacific. Alongside them, millions of Commonwealth soldiers, the largest volunteer army in history, who bore the burden of war with extraordinary resolve. Their service reminds us that victory was never the triumph of one nation alone. Yes, I will give way.
I thank the Chair of the Select Committee for giving way very briefly. May I also ask him to mention some of the many diverse groups from across Berkshire who I know he's thinking of at this very difficult time, including our local Nepalese and Gurkha communities.
I thank my honourable friend and Berkshire colleague, the member for Reading Central, for making that intervention, and he is so right in what he says. We must remember them, and as we mark this solemn anniversary, we must shine a light on those whose sacrifices have too often been overlooked. Their names, Madam Deputy Speaker, may not appear in our history books, but their courage shaped the world that we live in. At the time of my VE Day contributions to the House in May, it was my understanding that there were only 2 British-based veterans still with us who served in the pre-partitioned Indian Army. It is with deep regret that I inform the House today that both veterans have sadly since passed away. So I would like to pay tribute to Havaldar Major Rajinder Singh Tat, MBE, and the Father Muhammad Hussain, who was a local Slough resident. These 2 formidable Commonwealth ex-servicemen, whom I had the honour and privilege of meeting on several occasions, served with distinction and dedicated their lives to preserving the legacy of those who served. I'm sure the House will join me in sending condolences to their family and friends. Their stories are a powerful reminder, Madam Deputy Speaker, of the global nature of this conflict and the enduring bonds of service. As a proud Sikh, I carry this legacy personally. My great-grandfather lost a leg fighting in the First World War, my grandmother's brother and other family members who served in the Second World War. And as I discussed with my staff members, Isabella, Ellie and Lewis Rantoul, their stories are echoed in families across Britain and the Commonwealth, like the story of Patrick McAnulty, one of the thousands of British and Allied prisoners of war who endured unimaginable suffering in captivity. Subjected to forced labour, starvation and brutal treatment, many POWs did not survive. Those who did carried the physical and emotional scars for the rest of their lives. Their resilience in the face of such cruelty is a testament to the human spirit, and their sacrifice must never be forgotten. Madam Deputy Speaker, as we reflect on the past, we must also celebrate how far we have come. The United Kingdom and Japan, once wartime enemies, are now very close allies. Today, we stand together in defence of peace and democracy. And as our Defence Committee noted with its report into its inquiry into the Global Combat Air Programme, that partnership is a cutting-edge collaboration between the UK, Japan and Italy to develop the next generation of fighter jets. It is a powerful symbol of reconciliation and shared purpose. As veterans share their stories during this 80th anniversary, we are reminded that remembrance must be more than ceremonial. It must inspire action. The lessons of history are clear, Madam Deputy Speaker, yet conflict persists from Ukraine to Gaza, Sudan, the Congo and more. These are not distant tragedies, Madam Deputy Speaker. They are urgent reminders of the fragility of peace. And in my role as Chair of the Defence Select Committee, I'm regularly reminded of the vital role our current brave servicemen and women play in keeping our country safe. And I would like to recognise their contributions too. But recognition must be more than symbolic. It must be matched by action and support. So in conclusion, Madam Deputy Speaker, let us remember, let us reflect, but above all, let us ensure that the sacrifices of the past are never in vain and the peace they secured is never taken for granted.
I call the Liberal Democrat spokesperson Helen Maguire, after which backbenchers will be on a 3-minute speaking limit. Helen Maguire.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's an absolute privilege to speak today as we mark the 80th anniversary of victory over Japan. An occasion for national reflection, remembrance and gratitude. We in the Liberal Democrats are proud that so many of our colleagues have served in the armed forces. They, together with veterans and serving personnel across the UK, carry the torch of service passed down from that greatest generation. Those who fought to preserve freedom and democracy in the face of fascism and tyranny. This anniversary is not just a historical milestone, it's a vital opportunity to honour those who served, fought and in so many cases made the ultimate sacrifice. Their courage shaped the world we live in. It secured peace, it secured democracy, and it left a legacy of international cooperation that we must never take for granted. In the Far East, where the war continued long after peace had been declared in Europe, tens of thousands of British and Commonwealth troops, including the legendary 14th Army, fought under unimaginable conditions in the jungles of Burma, in the heat of Pacific Islands and in the face of fierce resistance. Fighting took place over a vast region from Hawaii to India, and Allied forces faced disease, the constant risk of capture and the heartbreak of separation. Victory over Japan only came on the 15th of August after devastating losses on all sides, including the atomic bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki. This anniversary carries a personal resonance for me. My grandfather served in Burma as a captain in what we believe was the Yorkshire Regiment, part of the British 2nd Infantry Division. He fought in the Battle of Kohima, a brutal turning point in the war, where the terrain, the climate and the conditions pushed soldiers to the absolute limits of human endurance. Like many people who fought in these conditions, he never spoke about his experience, but it was clear that the impact of the war stayed with him for his whole life. I remember him today with pride and honour the sacrifice of all those who served alongside him. While we have no serving veterans who served in the Far East in my constituency of Epsom Newell, the memory of their service lives on powerfully in our community. On VJ Day, local residents flooded the streets in a spontaneous torchlit procession from Epsom town centre to the Downs. A 30-foot bonfire built from the ruins of bomb sites was lit by the mayor and effigies of Axis leaders were cast into flames. Across Ewell, Hook Road, Horton Estate and Rosebery Park, families gathered to celebrate, give thanks and remember. And we remember still. Brave men from our borough like Sergeant Jack Canham, killed at Impal, Lance Bombardier Alfred Cates, who died as a prisoner of war on the Burma Railway, Corporal William Murphy, who fought and fell at Kohima, and Corporal Noel Seymour, a young RAF wireless operator who died aged just 21, all commemorated on our local war memorials and in the Book of Remembrance at the Town Hall. Their stories are part of Epsom Mill's history, and they deserve to be part of our nation's collective memory too. The war in the Pacific was brutal. Captured soldiers faced inhumane treatment, while many of those who served in that theatre felt forgotten in the decades that followed, earning the title the Forgotten Army. Today, we remember them. Yeah. We remember the soldiers from India, the Caribbean, Africa, and all those from the Commonwealth who fought under the British flag. Theirs was one of the most diverse fighting forces in history. Men and women from across the empire speaking dozens of languages, united by duty. Their contribution should be recognised not as an afterthought, but as a central part of our national narrative. And I want to recognise and commend the efforts of the Commonwealth War Graves Commission and their global Forever More Tour, which has worked to preserve the memories of those who served from Singapore to Kenya, from Hong Kong to Thailand. The Commonwealth War Graves Torch for Peace is a vital symbol of remembrance passed from one generation to the next. As we commemorate, we must also recommit to supporting those who serve today and those who have served. It is not acceptable that in 2025 veterans continue to fall through the cracks, struggling with mental health, homelessness or poor housing. The Liberal Democrats believe in a fair deal for our veterans. A fair deal means action on homelessness by building 150,000 more social homes every year to allow every member of our society access to a home. A fair deal means proper mental health support by providing mental health support and easy access to professional help. And a fair deal means making sure veterans count by ensuring there is better recording of physical and mental health outcomes of veterans, including waiting times for treatment. Those who have carried on the torch, current service personnel, must have a fair deal. And I'm proud that last week my Liberal Democrat colleagues in the other place defeated the government to extend the Decent Home Standard to Ministry of Defence accommodation, and I hope this remains in the Renters' Right Bill when it returns to the Commons. It is a basic principle. If someone is willing to put their life on the line for democracy, they should at the very least have a warm, safe home. The injustices faced by many Commonwealth and other overseas armed forces personnel and their families must also be rectified. Some are still being asked to pay thousands of pounds in visa fees just to live in the country they served. These fees should be scrapped. No veterans' families should be priced out of their place in our society. Finally, we must ensure that this 80th anniversary is a living act of remembrance, that we teach our children the full story of the Blitz and the Burma Railway. In doing so, we preserve the memory of those who fought and those who never came home, and pass on their stories with honesty, pride and gratitude. Remembrance is not only about the past, it is also about the present and the future. And as threats to freedom rise again in our world, we must remember why they thought and ensure we honour the legacy in our teachings, our words and in our deeds. Thank you.
Julie Minns.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It is my privilege to join with colleagues across the House in marking the 80th anniversary of victory over Japan. It is a moment to honour the bravery, sacrifice and enduring legacy of those both from our country and allies around the world who contributed in the Pacific Theatre of the Second World War. I have a direct personal connection to the Pacific Theatre in that my uncle, Jack Minns, served as a crewman aboard the plane of the Supreme Allied Commander Southeast Asia, Lord Mountbatten. However, it is of Carlisle's own border regiment that I wish to speak. The regiment served its country with distinction during the Second World War and played a vital role in the Allied victory over Japan. The 2nd, 4th and 9th Battalions of the Border Regiment formed part of the elite Chindit columns operating behind Japanese lines in Burma. These columns were hypermobile, self-sufficient units engaged in daring, long-range jungle warfare. In Impal, in East India, troops from the 2nd and 9th Battalions of the Border Regiment joined forces with Indian and East African divisions to resist the Japanese advance. This defeat of the Japanese forces prevented a wider Japanese invasion of the Indian mainland and is widely seen as a turning point in the campaign. The 9th Battalion of the Border Regiment went on to spearhead the capture of Metila in March 1945. This decisive blow led to the fall of Mandalay and the liberation of Rangoon, and by May, the Japanese had all but abandoned Burma. Amidst this, there are remarkable stories of bravery from individual members of the Border Regiment, including Private Joseph Arnold, a stretcher bearer, who single-handedly carried back 2 wounded soldiers when others were unable to help. In May, it was my privilege to attend the turning of the leaves at the regimental chapel of the Border Regiment in Carlisle Cathedral and have the opportunity to pay my tribute to the courage and sacrifice and enduring legacy of our former local regiment. And last week, I held a Westminster Hall debate on the incredible contributions of those who served in the RAF Unarmed Photographic Reconnaissance Units. Of the 4 local men who served in this unit, one was Sergeant Charles Ross, and whilst we know he served in the Far East, we do not know if he lived beyond VJ Day. He remains missing in action. In closing, I wish to place on record my thanks to those men from Carlisle and North Cumbria who fought through floods, jungles, monsoons in Burma and India. Their tenacity helped stall and eventually defeat Japanese forces, and their perseverance and sacrifice will always be remembered.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Last weekend I met with my constituent Margaret Barber of Rosefield Farm near Annan to hear about the experience of her father, Sergeant Major Jock Wiley, and look through the letters, paperwork and photographs she has kept. A riding instructor in the Lanarkshire Yeomanry Territorials, Jock was deployed in 1940 to the Far East. By 1942, after the fall of Singapore, he was taken prisoner by the Japanese. Thus began 3 years and 8 months of unimaginable suffering. Jock was not a guest of the Imperial Nippon Army, as their propaganda called it. He was their slave. Jock spent time in Changi prison in Singapore before being sent to the notorious Kinseki jungle camp on Formosa, now known as Taiwan. Hundreds of Jock's fellow prisoners on that journey died. There, along with hundreds of others, he was forced to work in copper mines in horrific conditions, often up to 18 hours a day. Starved, beaten, stripped of dignity, men were tied to stakes under a burning sun, given salted rice, or left in bamboo sweat boxes without water. And every day forced to take a walk past prisoners who had been beheaded for alleged misdemeanours and their heads placed on poles with their full military headgear still worn as the flesh around it decayed. Jock and his colleagues were reduced to skin and bone. He was over 12 stone when captured and barely 6 stone when released. The first person to see him at the local railway station on his return burst into tears at the sight of him. Yes, indeed.
I thank the honourable gentleman for giving way on that point. He's telling a very vivid story, and one which is very similar to a former constituent of mine in Harlow, George Money, whose daughter Pam Gillespie leads the VJ commemorations every year in my constituency of Harlow. Would he recognise that it's so important to tell these stories so that actually our generation and the next generation recognise the sacrifice of these men, and also the experiences of their families when they return to them in that way?
I absolutely agree, and that's why this debate is so important, because many of those men did not feel able to speak about it, or they found a public, when they returned to the UK, had wanted that the war was over and to move on. And I think it is incumbent on us to relay these experiences, and that's why I want to tell Jock's story tonight. In the camp, Red Cross parcels rarely arrived. Dysentery, beriberi and malaria ravaged the camp, but somehow Jock managed to stay alive, and he became a beacon of hope for other prisoners in the dark nights in the camp as they sang a song called the Dumfriesshire Foxhounds, a tune that lifted spirits and became so well known that even the Gurkhas and Australians joined in it. Jock never gave in to bitterness, but the scars he carried, both physical and emotional, never truly healed. He returned to Lockerbie, embraced his family and the life he had left behind, and became a major part of the annual Lockerbie Gala. He shared his stories not to gain sympathy, but to honour truth, to bear witness. He spoke of the Gurkhas, the bravest little men who moved like ghosts in the jungle, and he never forgot the cruel warnings prisoners were given after being potentially forced to dig their own burial pit, that if the Americans came, they would all be burnt alive, as he had seen happen to Gurkhas in Singapore. So let us take this opportunity to remember not just what Jock and his fellow prisoners of war endured, but what they stood for: duty, dignity, decency. We owe Jock, a man who despite everything found the strength to go on, and the men and women like him, more than monuments. Let us not allow the fading of photographs or the yelling of old newspaper clippings to erode stories like his. Let us speak them aloud, share them, learn from them. Because when the last witnesses are gone, all that remains is what we choose to remember.
Order. Adam Jogee.
Much, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's a huge honour to represent the ancient and loyal borough of Newcastle and Lyme in this House, and all those who served our country, the veterans and their families, to whom we owe so much. We are a patriotic community, and that's why I was honoured to attend the recent reopening of the Tri-Services Veterans Centre in Newcastle and Lyme just 2 weeks ago. They do wonderful work at supporting and standing up for our veterans and all those who call Staffordshire and Newcastle and Lyme home. I'm grateful to the Minister for setting out the support, the funding and events that will allow our United Kingdom to remember, to reflect and to understand the sacrifice of those for whom we and to whom we owe so much. My grandfather boarded a boat from Jamaica in 1941 to serve king and country, to help us defeat the Nazis and to fight for the freedom and democracy that we live in today. They were and remain the greatest generation, and we owe them so much. Every anniversary commemorating the Allies' victories on VJ Day is a significant one, but this year is even more significant as we march 80 years since the end of the Second World War. And because this may be, Madam Deputy Speaker, the last significant anniversary that we share with the surviving veterans of that greatest generation, we owe them all a huge debt of gratitude. Those brave soldiers came from every corner of what was then the British Empire. They fought, they sacrificed, so that we may speak openly and freely today. And the efforts of those soldiers from across what is now the Commonwealth should also serve as a uniting influence on all of us today. It was in Newcastle and Lyme where Reginald Mitchell, the designer of the Spitfire, was born. And so when a different Newcastle to the one that I call home, the one in New South Wales, in Australia, saw the war come straight to their doorstep as they suffered a direct shelling attack from the Japanese in June 1942. It was the 3 squadrons of Reginald Mitchell Spitfire planes which would be sent to help in defending the shores of Australia from October 1942. Madam Speaker, from one Newcastle to another. As many gathered here in this chamber will know, I'm a proud son of the Commonwealth, and so VJ Day is particularly important to me due to the extraordinary contribution of Commonwealth countries to the war effort in the Eastern Theatre of War, and how lucky are we that they served and stood up to be counted. As I said in my speech to commemorate the 80th anniversary of VE Day, there is no greater tribute to the greatest generation than continuing to push for a more tolerant, more respectful and more peaceful world. And how proud am I, as a Staffordshire MP, Madam Speaker, that the Arboretum in Lichfield will be leading our national commemorations as we give thanks to those who gave their lives for us.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I rise quite simply to honour all those who served in the Pacific Campaign and in Asia in World War II. That included my own father, very young Captain Amos, who served at the end of the Second World War after being redeployed from Europe. Yeah. We also remember all those who died on all sides, of course, including thousands of civilians, and how strongly those events at the end of the Second World War send the message that war is what happens when politics and diplomacy fail. Let's never forget that, and the terrible consequences for those living with war today and right now. Others who served in the Pacific Campaign include many unsung heroes of the RAF Photographic Reconnaissance Unit, and I congratulate the Honourable Member for Carlisle for securing the debate in Westminster Hall recently. Their courage and skill in gathered intelligence and shortened conflicts and saved lives. Intelligence that was vital in the Eastern as it was in the Western European theatre. I'd like to take a moment to acknowledge those from my own constituency in Taunton and Wellington who served in that PRU, whose bravery was as extraordinary as their sacrifice. Flying Officer Eric Durston from Wellington flew solo reconnaissance missions capturing images critical to Allied planning. He was lost over the Netherlands in 1942, and his gravestone at Bergen bears the inscription, "He died and never knew England, he died for you." Signed, simply Mother. A mother whose heartache at the loss of her son of only 22, I can only imagine. On Christmas Eve 1944, Flying Officer Priddle from Taunton died when his Spitfire was shot down over Utrecht. And thirdly, and more happily, Eric Hill, also of Taunton, flew Mosquitoes across the Arctic and in the Eastern Front and over Germany on missions so dangerous that one flight to photograph the Tirpitz was over 3,000 miles long and lasting more than 10 hours is thought to be the longest reconnaissance operation in the entire war. He survived and went on to fulfil the dream of playing and later commentating on cricket for Somerset, so that he is commemorated in the press box at the county ground a few hundred yards from my own home. Their stories remind us that everyday folk get caught up in war and do extraordinarily courageous things. Madam Deputy Speaker, we owe it to those who serve to stand with veterans, to remember them and their sacrifice. It was also therefore a privilege last week to take part in a debate with our Northern Ireland veterans. They must never, and no veteran should ever be subjected to double jeopardy of being pursued for doing no more than their duty. More recently, Madam Deputy Speaker, on Friday, and I wish to bring this to the Minister's attention, a recent veteran who desperately needs help, I will write to the Minister about, who only has weeks to live, Madam Deputy Speaker. Finally, goodbye.
I'd be really interested if you could explain a little bit more about the veteran to whom he's just referred.
I'm extremely grateful to the Honourable Member. Dr. X served 25 years in the Royal Army Medical Corps. He transferred to the NHS just less than 2 years ago. He's been given the prognosis that he only has weeks to live and will lose his death benefits because he's only been with the transferred position, the NHS, for less than 2 years. I've written to the Secretary of State for Defence today and put the letter in sent the letter to his office. I hope the ministers will be able to look urgently at his case, and I'm grateful to the Honourable Member. Finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, those who served in World War II, the pilots of the PRU who flew in silence, were part of the greatest generation. Their voices may increasingly be silent, but their legacy speaks volumes.
Thompson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. In February 1942, Singapore fell to the forces of the Japanese Empire. Nearly 85,000 British, Indian, Australian and Malay soldiers were captured. One of those many thousands was Major Paul Robinson, a Sherwood Forester from Ilkeston. He was taken to join the hundreds of thousands of prisoners of war and civilians being forced to build the Burma-Thailand Railway. All the while, Major Robinson's wife, Hope, waited at home without a single word about her husband. In September 1944, 49 British prisoners of war were rescued by the Americans. Paul was sadly not among them, but 2 foresters who knew him were. On their return to England, Hope, his wife, interviewed them. The men believed that one day the war would be over, that they would be free and that fascism would be defeated. Hope reported what she had learned to the Ilkeston Miners' Welfare and wrote a letter to the Daily Express. What followed was extraordinary. In response, Hope received more than 5,000 letters from the families of soldiers far away, fellow distraught wives of prisoners of war, and those who just wished to express their sympathy and admiration. More than 2,000 of these letters are now preserved at Erewash Museum in a permanent exhibition entitled Letters of Hope. Paul returned to Ilkeston in September 1945, and he died there in 1997, aged 87. Hope Robinson herself passed away in 2008, but thanks to her daughter Penny donating her letters in 2015, their memory and the incredible story is remembered. Additionally, Madam Deputy Speaker, I'd like to remember today another Ilkeston man, Donald Rose, who died on the 11th of July this year. At 110, Donald was not just my most senior constituent, but for just over 6 months, he was our nation's most senior citizen. Donald was a veteran of the Second World War. Donald fought fascists in the deserts of North Africa and in the invasion of Sicily. He landed on the beaches of Normandy on D-Day, and he helped liberate France from Nazi tyranny. Donald saw with his own eyes the gravest evil of all when he entered the Bergen-Belsen concentration camp, met by 60,000 sick and starving prisoners and the bodies of 13,000 murdered and unburied. Donald Rose was a hero, and I know I speak for every one of my constituents when I state that we will all miss him and we will remember him. Yeah. 80 years on, Madam Deputy Speaker, we must remember all of these stories. The grandest deeds of courage and brilliance, the darkest acts of destruction and depravity, and the smallest expressions of love and hope. It has been an honour on this anniversary to share these stories with the House, and I hope that we will all continue to do so for many years to come.
Spencer.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On the 8th of May 1945 at 3 p.m, the Prime Minister Winston Churchill made a radio announcement that Germany surrendered and the war in Europe had come to an end. In towns and cities across the nation, people gathered in their communities to remember those they'd lost, and for so many to rejoice that the war in Europe was over. But at the same time, half a world away, thousands of British, Commonwealth and Allied forces were still involved in bitter fighting in Japan and the Pacific. Although part of the same war, the conflict in Asia presented different and in many cases uniquely harrowing challenges. Troops fought in jungle drenched by monsoons, on snow-covered hills and in the scorching tropical heat on remote islands. Prisoners of war faced the harshest conditions of brutality, disease and malnutrition. And sadly, while the 8th of May is taught and commemorated across the country, too many remain unaware of the sacrifices made in the conflict in Asia, or even when VJ Day is. Madam Deputy Speaker, the 14th Army, which fought in the campaign in the Pacific, is called the Forgotten Army. And today, in the face of regional and growing conflict, as we once again face threats from powers increasingly hostile to our values and way of life, it's more important than ever that we remember them. Now, in the Spencer family, the army in Burma is hardly forgotten. My grandfather was a Chindit and fought in Burma. And while he resisted talking much about his experiences, it was clear what he did talk about, the incredible sacrifices he and his fellow Chindits went through for our country. The experiences of the war lived on with him not just in memory, but his health. He was medically evacuated back to the UK, suffering from tropical sprue and malaria, like many others, malnourished and incredibly underweight. Back in the UK, he was treated with cigarettes, which we now know isn't helpful, and tonic, which, while helpful, he consumed so much of it that he damaged his hearing, and he continued to have relapses of malaria throughout his life. He died before I was elected MP, but I'm proud to stand in this House and pay tribute to him and all who fought in Asia for our freedoms. And it's clear that while the Forgotten Army may have been forgotten, certainly in this place this evening, it is not forgotten. And I'm grateful each and every day for the freedoms we enjoy in this country, freedoms secured because of the bravery and sacrifices made by those young men who fought and died in defence of our country on our way of life, and those who played the vital roles at home to make the war effort possible. Their sacrifice, their legacy, is our ability to have this debate this evening. We will remember them.
Turner.
Speaker, I'm truly thankful to be called to speak today. In 3 weeks, we will remember as a nation the end of the Second World War and the deliverance of peace from that bloodiest conflict. In this House too, we remember the terrible scale and depths of human suffering, the more than 50 million civilians killed, the service personnel who risked their lives at home and abroad, those who gave their lives, and those who came home forever changed by what they endured. When the instrument of surrender was signed aboard the USS Missouri on the 2nd of September 1945, a young seaman of the Royal Navy was present. In the space of just a year, that teenager had already faced down the terror of kamikaze pilots and rescued sailors from submerged explosives. He later said that you were in that situation and you did what you had to do, whatever the circumstances. I went in a boy and came out a man. My constituent, Ken Tinkler, a witness to the momentous events that shape our world today, is still telling his story at the age of 98. Madam Deputy Speaker, I pay tribute to a remarkable life, well lived. As the guns fell silent, the world learned the true extent of the cruelty that the Imperial Japanese state had inflicted upon its prisoners of war. In Birmingham, work continues to this day to preserve the memory of those British and Commonwealth servicemen and women who were captured. After the war, many Far East prisoner of war associations were created, and Birmingham's is one of the few that is still in operation today. The Birmingham Association of Far East Prisoners of War has produced a VJ80 badge, expertly manufactured by Thomas Fattorini Limited in the Jewellery Quarter in Birmingham. It depicts the Commonwealth torch, flame, everlasting, and I'm proud to wear it in this house tonight. Yeah. In preparation for this debate, I asked the Secretary of the Association, a constituent whose father was a POW in the Far East, what words it would be appropriate to read into a record to commemorate him, his comrades, and all others represented. She replied with this: to remember them is to honour them. As the war fades from direct memory, it is important to say here, as we will shortly across the nation, we remember the war and its end. We remember those who served, and we remember those who now are gone. We will endeavour to preserve and pass on those memories to our children and grandchildren and onwards to the uncounted generations that are yet to come. They will not be forgotten, Madam Deputy Speaker. We honour them by remembering them. I am truly grateful to those who have made this debate possible and for the funding that has been put in place so that we can mark the VJ80 anniversary appropriately.
Reverend Thomas.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The avoidance of doubt, this speech comes from a place of deep appreciation for post-war Japan, for the enrichment it has given so many of us through its automotive and technological innovations and through global cultural phenomena such as Godzilla. It is starkly different from the Japan fought by our greatest generation. Less than a decade after the nuclear attacks on Hiroshima and Nagasaki, Godzilla was created as a metaphor for nuclear weapons and their destructive power. But 2023's Godzilla -1, greater, more destructive still, was also a metaphor for national guilt. For everything we love about Japan today, it has never undertaken the societal reckoning with its past that did Germany following the fall of the Nazis. Across Germany stand the horrifying relics of the Holocaust. In Hiroshima, the A-bomb dome is a memorial to the victims of the atomic bomb. In the land of the rising sun, it is far more difficult to find such an open recognition for its wartime torture of prisoners of war or its atrocities against civilians, such as by Unit 731. In 1936, under the direction of Senior Army Surgeon Ishishiro, Japan focused on making disease a silent ally through human experiments and the study of biological and chemical weapons. Prisoners were kidnapped, men, women, including pregnant women, children, and even babies born of rape by staff within the compound. They included political prisoners and anybody who had expressed to any degree anti-Japanese sentiment. Victims were predominantly Chinese, but included a significant minority of Russians. Experiments included the consistent blood withdrawal, half a litre a day, every 2 or 3 days, until death. Some prisoners were frozen to death in experiments into frostbite or had limbs frozen and then shattered. Vivisection was regularly carried out to harvest organs from live victims, including pregnant women who had been exposed to diseases and bacteria, sometimes under the guise of vaccinations. Tens of thousands more were killed through engineered epidemics, with pathogens dropped over Chinese cities by Japanese aircraft. The context, Madam Deputy Speaker, on this coming anniversary of Victory over Japan Day, yes, let us consider the path which led to war and review the actions which led to its conclusions. Yes, let us lament the terrible loss of life through the strategic bombing, firebombing and atomic bombing of Japan, but we owe it to our finest generation that we do so in their full context. Perhaps someday our Japanese friends can finally lay Godzilla to rest.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Today in Parliament, it's an honour to rise to mark the